In a world ruled by claws and fangs, weakness is a death sentence.
Chapter 1. Forks, Washington, was the kind of town that never changed. The skies stayed gray, the roads stayed wet, and secrets stayed buried if you knew how to keep them. Killian had mastered the art of silence. He stood shirtless in the corner of the garage-turned-gym, his fists wrapped tight and sore from a half-hour of hitting the old heavy bag that hung from the ceiling like a punching bag-shaped memory. It had been his escape for years now. When words failed him. When the weight of the past pressed too heavy on his chest, this place, these walls, and the sound of gloves against canvas were all he had. The gym was well equipped, like the rest of the modern two-story house. Clean, structured, minimalist, the result of years of discipline and routine. His foster father, a former army man turned Forks police officer, believed in stability. His foster mother, a successful lawyer, believed in structure. Together, they built a home that reflected both. It wasn't flashy, but it was comfortable. Safe. Something Killian never took for granted. Thud. 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 "You'll wear it out," came a voice behind him. Killian lowered his fists slowly, exhaling through his nose. His foster father leaned against the doorframe with a steaming mug in hand, dressed in his off-duty sweats. He was a quiet man, the kind who didn't need to say much to be heard. A lot like Killian himself. "I'm not finished," Killian muttered. "I didn't say stop," his foster father replied with a small smirk. "Just making sure you remember that bag costs money." Killian gave a short huff, somewhere between a laugh and a scoff, and turned back to the bag. "Guess I'll knock it off when it knocks me back." The army veteran stepped in, setting the mug on the nearby shelf. "You okay?" Killian didn't answer right away. "I don't know," he finally admitted. Restless. "Still no word from the counselor?" "I didn't talk to her," Killian said flatly, wiping sweat from his forehead with the towel he always had lying around. His father nodded slowly. "All right. You know you can talk to me. Don't have to box your way through everything." "Yeah," Killian replied, picking up his shirt. But the bag doesn't talk back. The silence that followed wasn't awkward. It was something they'd both grown used to, like the sound of rain tapping against the roof. Unspoken understanding. After a quick shower, Killian made his way to his room. It was neat, kind of bare. The only sort of decoration was pictures of his family hung evenly on the walls, small plants placed around the room, and curtains hanging over the windows, blocking sunlight from getting into the room. He slumped onto his bed, pulling his hoodie on before opening his bedside table's drawer and reaching to grab a sketch pad. Inside were rough sketches, none of landscapes or buildings, but wolves. All white. All of him. The transformation wasn't something he chose. It just happened. Around 13, when he first phased, alone and terrified in the woods. He remembered the screaming, the burning heat, the way the world suddenly looked clearer and more dangerous. But he kept it secret. He had to. His foster family, good people, they didn't need to know what kind of creature slept under their roof. Not that he was a monster. At least, not entirely. Later that afternoon, a familiar rumble echoed up the driveway. Killian stood at the kitchen window, sipping from a glass of water, his hair still damp from a shower. The sound wasn't hard to place. Charlie Swan's ancient police cruiser, and behind it, a beat-up red truck that looked like it barely survived the drive-over. Killian squinted. "Hey, Dad." "Yeah." His foster dad called from the living room. "Charlie brought someone. In a truck that probably predates you." Killian's dad got up just in time to catch a glimpse of Bella Swan stepping out of the passenger side. That's not just anyone, he said with a smile. That's Bella, Charlie's daughter. Killian's brow lifted slightly. Bella? As in, Bella. She's back for good this time, the man added. Guess Charlie figured we should say hello. Before Killian could respond, there was a knock at the door. Killian's father opened it with a grin. Charlie, been a while. Not long enough, Charlie replied with his usual deadpan tone. Bella stood behind him, eyes slightly wide, taking in the house. Come in, the cop said, stepping back. Charlie walked in, nodding toward Killian. There's someone you probably haven't seen in a while. Bella stepped forward, looking up at him with a half smile. Killian. He gave a slow nod. Hey, Bella. She looked different, older, a little more cautious, but still familiar. He'd recognize her eyes anywhere. You got taller, she said. You got Arizona, he replied with a small smirk. Bella snorted. Right. And you still don't smile. I smiled once, Killian said. Think it was around the time we were 7 and you face-planted into a puddle. Charlie and Killian's foster father exchanged a look, clearly content to let the teens catch up on their own. Go show her around a bit, the army vet said, nudging Killian toward the door. Get some fresh air. Killian hesitated, but nodded. Come on. Outside, they stepped onto the porch as a light mist hung in the air. The trees whispered with a gentle breeze, and the sky was a washed-out gray. Bella glanced at the red truck and grimaced. Yeah, before you say anything I know. Killian arched a brow. Who'd you steal that from, a junkyard? Excuse you, she said, holding up a finger. This beauty was a gift from Billy Black, thank you very much. Guess he wanted to get rid of it before it disintegrated. Funny, she shot back. Says the guy who probably still rides his bike from middle school. I've upgraded, Killian said, gesturing to the black motorcycle near the garage. That truck couldn't outrun a leaf in the wind. Still more personality than you, she teased, bumping her shoulder lightly into his. Killian chuckled under his breath. It felt oddly natural, like picking up from where they'd left off. You nervous about school? He asked after a beat. Bella shrugged. A little. I've been there before when I visited, but it's weird knowing I'll be staying this time. Living here. You'll be fine, Killian said. Most people at Forks High are too busy watching paint dry to cause trouble. That comforting, huh? Killian shrugged. Give it a week. You'll be more interesting than anything else in that town. Bella glanced over at him, her smile fading just a touch. You've changed. Killian raised a brow. Yeah, you used to talk more. Joke more. You've always been a little moody, but she hesitated. You're quieter now. Heavier. He looked away, jaw tightening. Yeah, well, life does that. She didn't press, but she did step closer, brushing his arm gently. You're also, like, really warm. It's freezing out here, and you feel like a human furnace. He chuckled once, short and low. Maybe I just run hot. Might want to get that checked, she said, trying to keep things light, though something about the way he deflected didn't sit quite right. She didn't know what he'd been through, and he had no plans on telling her. Not yet. But it was nice, talking to her. The past didn't seem as heavy when she was around, even if only for a moment. You should stop by often, Killian said as he scanned her truck. Bring a fire extinguisher in case that thing spontaneously combusts. Bella grinned. Only if you promise to laugh again. Maybe twice. No promises, he said, but there was a glint of something softer behind his words. Before long, Killian's foster mother stepped out onto the porch, dressed in work clothes but barefoot, her presence calm and commanding. You two catching up already? She asked with a small smile. We're getting there, Bella replied politely. Well, good, she said. Dinner's ready. Why don't you both wash up and join us? Charlie is joining us too. Bella gave a reluctant shrug. Only if you're sure. Of course, she said, already turning toward the dining room. It's been too long. The dining room was warm, with soft lighting and the smell of home-cooked food lingering in the air. The table was set neatly, plates already waiting, and a pot roast in the center surrounded by roasted vegetables and salad. Bella sat across from Killian, and their fathers took the ends of the table. Killian's foster mother moved gracefully around them, pouring drinks and passing serving bowls. So, Bella, she said, settling into her seat. How are you adjusting back to the Forks weather? I'm remembering what it's like to always be cold, Bella replied with a light laugh. But it's nice being back. Quieter. Quieter's not so bad, Charlie muttered, scooping potatoes onto his plate. Killian glanced across the table, catching Bella watching him. What? He asked, cocking a brow. She shook her head slightly. Nothing. Just, you've changed. He didn't reply, just nodded with a sort of detached expression. Killian's foster mom noticed the silence and gently redirected the conversation. Bella, what are you thinking of studying after high school? They chatted through dinner, light, polite conversation about school, her old memories of Forks, even a few shared stories from Killian and Bella's childhood. At one point, Bella brought up the time Killian tried to climb onto the roof with an umbrella to test wind resistance and broke the rain gutter. I was 6, I thought that it was a scientific experiment, Killian said with a straight face, and everyone laughed, even him. But Bella also noticed things. He didn't laugh as often. He didn't speak unless spoken to, and his eyes had this distant, tired quality to them. And more than that, when her hand accidentally brushed his under the table, her skin burned with how hot he was. She didn't say it, but it was strange. Very strange. After dinner, everyone lingered for a while, full and content. Killian stayed quiet beside the kitchen window, hands in his hoodie pockets, watching the fog roll in through the trees. Bella stood next to him, arms crossed, gazing out too. You ever think about leaving this place? She asked. Sometimes, he replied. But the trees have their grip on me. I don't know if that's poetic or creepy. He smirked. Me either. His foster mom brought out coffee and dessert, and for a while, it felt like a normal family night. Cozy. Peaceful. The kind of night Killian used to dream about as a kid, back when peace felt like a foreign concept. Eventually, Charlie stood up and stretched. We should head out. Thanks for having us, Bella said to Killian's parents, genuinely warm. Come by again anytime, his foster mom replied. As Charlie and Bella walked back to the truck, Killian followed them out to the porch. Bella looked back one last time, hands in her jacket pockets. It was good seeing you. You too, Killian said. Don't let that truck explode on the way home. No promises, she replied with a grin. He stood on the porch as the red truck and the cop car rolled away, taillights fading into the night mist. The morning air in Forks was thick with mist, the kind that clung to your clothes and chilled your skin. Bella stared out her bedroom window, her breath fogging the glass as she mentally prepared herself for the one thing she'd been dreading more than the rain. High school. Forks High was small by any standard. One main building with a cluster of detached classrooms, an overgrown parking lot, and a general sense of gloom that matched the weather perfectly. She pulled into the school lot in her beat-up red truck, the engine letting out a loud belch, instantly turning heads. Students turned to look, some smirking, others blatantly staring, as Bella sank lower into her seat, mortified. She exhaled sharply and opened the door. Splash. She stepped right into a puddle, soaking her sneakers completely. Great. Just great. She slinked out of the truck, cheeks already flushed, and pulled her hoodie tighter around her shoulders. As she walked toward the main entrance, all she felt were eyes, staring, analyzing, whispering. This was her hell. Bella walked through the narrow halls, earbuds in, her iPod playing quietly as she passed students who didn't bother to hide their curiosity. A few brave ones threw her half-hearted hi, but most just gawked, the new girl, label practically glowing on her forehead. She tried to read the room numbers, squinting and weaving between the crowd, but the buildings weren't well marked, and her schedule didn't help much. She looked up, turned a corner, and, "You're Isabella Swan, the new girl." "Hi." Bella blinked as a sweet, nerd-cute guy appeared in front of her, smiling brightly. His energy was off the charts. "I'm Eric. The eyes and ears of this place. Anything you need. Tour guide, lunch date, shoulder to cry on." She gave him a long, measured look, trying to decide if he was joking. "I'm kind of the suffer in silence type." Eric didn't miss a beat. "Good headline for your feature. I'm on the paper and your news, baby." Front page. Bella raised an eyebrow, half amused. Of course I am, she muttered under her breath. Outside, Killian coasted into the lot on his matte black motorcycle, helmet tucked under one arm as he parked near the back. He didn't make a sound, didn't even draw attention. But he saw her. From across the schoolyard, he watched as Bella and Eric walked together, chatting awkwardly as she was led toward the office. Killian exhaled slowly, his breath visible in the cold air despite the heat radiating from his skin. He hadn't expected to care, but he did. Bella's sneakers squished uncomfortably with every step as she followed Eric through the hallway. His non-stop chatter buzzed in her ears, half of it flying right past her as she struggled to stay focused on finding the right building. We're doing a feature on new students. Don't worry, I'll make you look cool. Or mysterious. Which do you prefer? Before she could answer, a new voice cut through the hallway like a knife, cool, calm, and unmistakably familiar. Can you give us a moment? Bella turned. Killian stood just a few feet away, arms casually crossed over his chest, his sharp eyes locked on Eric. He looked exactly like he had last night, only rougher around the edges. Tousled hair, tired eyes, that brooding intensity that never quite left his face. And even in the crowded hallway, it was obvious he didn't belong to any clique or group. He was just himself. Eric blinked. Oh, sure, man. Totally. Catch you later, Bella. He gave her a quick, awkward finger gun gesture before scurrying off, disappearing into the crowd of gawking students. Bella looked up at Killian with a dry expression. Was that a rescue mission or a power move? A small smirk tugged at the corner of Killian's mouth. Little bit of both. She snorted. Thanks. He wasn't that bad, though. Sure, he muttered, side-eyeing the direction Eric had vanished in. But your sneakers were seconds from drowning and your brain from overheating. Bella looked down at her soaked shoes and sighed dramatically. Forks really knows how to welcome a girl. Killian gestured for her to follow him, walking at an easy pace down the hallway. Come on. I'll show you to your classroom. They weaved through the hallway side by side, avoiding the worst of the morning foot traffic. Still feels weird seeing you here, Bella said after a moment. I mean, we used to build snowmen in my front yard. Killian chuckled. You mostly watched while I did all the work. I supervised, she replied proudly. Very important job. They shared a laugh, a rare lightness in both their voices. But as Bella glanced at him again, something tugged at her attention. She couldn't get over how much he's changed. He used to be such a nerdy little troublemaker. He just looks so different. Sure, older now, taller, more muscular, hell, he was handsome by anyone's standards, but there was a weight behind his eyes she didn't remember. And despite the chill in the hallway, there was that same heat radiating off him that she felt last night. Not metaphorical heat, literal heat. She almost wanted to take a step back. You okay? She asked, eyebrows furrowing. Killian looked at her briefly before shrugging. Yeah, just didn't sleep much. You're burning up, again, she said quietly. He didn't answer that. Just kept walking. Before she could push it, they stopped at Mr. Varner's class. Killian held the door open for her. Here you go. Text me if you need anything. Bella stepped in, pausing for a second to look back at him. You heading to class? Eventually, he said. I'm not in a rush. That same charming half smile was there, but it didn't reach his eyes. And then, without another word, he turned and walked off, disappearing into the crowd like a ghost. Bella stood there for a moment, unsettled, before finally stepping inside. After an eventful gym class, Bella followed her new friends, Mike and Jessica, through the bustling cafeteria, balancing her tray carefully. The low hum of teenage chatter and clattering utensils filled the air. Forks High was small, but the cafeteria felt like its own ecosystem, every table claimed, every group defined. Bella already felt like a misplaced puzzle piece. Eric, ever the persistent extrovert, wormed his way into the seat beside her as they sat down. She tried not to shrink in her chair under all the new faces and occasional stares. Jessica leaned in with a smirk. It's first grade all over again, she said. And you're the shiny new toy. Bella offered an awkward smile in response, still adjusting to the attention. A camera flash suddenly burst across the table, causing Bella to blink. Angela, quiet and sweet, was the culprit, lowering her camera apologetically. Sorry. Needed a candid for the feature. Eric waved it off and leaned toward Bella again. Feature's dead, Angela. Don't bring it up again. He turned back to Bella, grinning. I got your back, baby. Angela sighed, disappointed, muttering something about running another editorial on teen drinking. Bella, in her usual dry way, offered, there's always eating disorders or Speedo padding on the swim team. Angela perked up. Wait, that's actually a good one. But Bella's attention suddenly drifted. The cafeteria's double doors swung open. It was as if the world slowed to a crawl. For figures entered, gliding through the room like they were above it all. Pale, graceful, magnetic. The Cullens. Bella watched in awe as they made their way to a secluded table, 2 girls, 2 guys. Each beautiful in their own way, but so far removed from the rest of the school, they might as well have stepped out of another world. Jessica leaned in, the voice of local gossip. Dr. and Mrs. Cullen's foster kids, she whispered. They moved down here from Alaska a couple of years ago. They kinda keep to themselves, Angela added, her voice softer. Jessica smirked. Because they're all together. Like, together. Rosalie, the blonde one, and that massive guy, Emmett? They were a thing, broke up like 2 months ago. Bella's eyes flicked to Rosalie. She was stunning, model-level beautiful, the kind of girl you couldn't help but stare at. Emmett, towering behind her, looked like he could bench press a truck and laugh while doing it. I'm not even sure that's legal, Jessica muttered. Angela shrugged. Jess, they're not actually related. But they live together, Jessica pressed, undeterred. And the little dark-haired girl? That's Alice. She's kinda weird. She's with the blonde one, Jasper. He always looks like he's in pain or something. Bella took them all in, Jasper, pale and quiet, sitting close to Alice, who almost floated when she moved. The whole group was unreal. Jessica sighed dramatically. Dr. Cullen's like this foster dad/matchmaker. Maybe he'll adopt me, Angela joked softly. Bella smiled, then noticed someone else. He entered late. Edward. Tall, lean, with tousled bronze hair that caught the light just right. He walked with a quiet confidence, an unreadable expression on his face. Of all the Cullens, there was something magnetic about him. Bella found herself unable to look away. That's Edward Cullen, Jessica said. Almost as if he heard her, Edward's eyes snapped toward them, toward Bella. Their eyes met. For a heartbeat, time held still. Then Bella quickly turned away, her cheeks flushing. He's totally gorgeous, Jessica continued. But apparently, no one here is good enough for him. As I care, she added, clearly caring a lot. Bella muttered, I wasn't planning on it, but her gaze drifted again. Edward was staring directly at her now, not hiding it. His brows were furrowed. Confused. Curious. Maybe even irritated? It made Bella's stomach flip. But before she could dwell, Jessica's attention shifted. Her gaze landed across the room, on someone else. Oh my gosh, that's Killian, she whispered, eyes trailing the boy who had just stepped into the cafeteria. Killian moved through the crowd like he didn't belong, like he didn't care to. Tall, sharp-eyed, shoulders squared. He wore an oversized gray hoodie. The sleeves lay just high enough to expose tattooed, muscled forearms. She hadn't seen those tattoos. He had been wearing another hoodie when she was at his place. It looks like it's just his left arm. His expression was unreadable, tense, brooding, like a storm brewing behind his eyes. He looked on edge, fists clenched and jaw tight, almost as if there was something in the room making him uneasy. Jessica leaned toward Bella with a grin. He's another unattainable heartthrob. A boxer, but with serious anger issues. I heard he punched a hole in the gym punching bag last semester. He makes anger issues look so attractive, a girl from another table added. Bella's lips tugged into a grin. I've known him since I was little, she said, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. He's not all bad. Jessica raised a brow. You mean you grew up with that? Bella just nodded, stealing a glance at him again as Killian took a seat alone by the windows. His tray sat untouched in front of him, but he didn't seem to notice. His eyes weren't on the food or on anyone at the table. They were locked on the storm-clouded sky beyond the glass. But something in his posture was off. He wasn't just distant. He was on edge. His shoulders were tense, jaw clenched, fingers drumming impatiently against the table. And every so often, his gaze shifted, not out the window, but across the cafeteria, toward a particular table, the one where the Cullens sat. Bella followed his line of sight without thinking, and there they were, perfect, composed, quiet. The four of them moved with the ease and elegance of statues come to life. Emmett said something to Edward, who didn't respond. Jasper stared off at nothing, barely blinking. Alice twirled a grape between her fingers like it was some sort of puzzle. And Rosalie was still, but not in a disinterested way. From across the cafeteria, Rosalie barely touched her tray. Her posture was perfect. Back straight, chin lifted. A blonde marble sculpture at a table full of monsters trying to pass for human. The others chatted absently. Well, Alice chatted. Jasper brooded quietly beside her. Emmett cracked a joke now and then, his booming laugh pulling attention that Rosalie had no patience for. And Edward just stared across the cafeteria with that brooding confusion he'd had since the new girl walked in. But Rosalie's eyes weren't on Bella. They were on him. Killian. He was seated by the windows, far from the others, alone. Always alone. But not in a self-pitying way. There was something deliberate about it. Like the isolation was armor. Something he wore as easily as a hoodie or that perpetually irritated expression on his face. Rosalie wasn't one to stare. She didn't chase anything. But there was something about him, that barely restrained tension, like a matchstick moments from striking. His presence grated on her nerves, and yet she couldn't look away. She wasn't the only predator in the room anymore. And the most infuriating part? He knew it. Their eyes met, and something passed between them. Fast and sharp, like electricity licking down her spine. It wasn't a greeting. It wasn't even curiosity. It was a challenge. His jaw clenched. His nostrils flared. And for a split second, Rosalie could see it in his eyes. He despised her. Not in the petty way most boys did when she turned them down. No, this was personal. Ancient. Like she'd insulted something sacred in him just by existing. Then he scoffed, an audible, low sound, and stood from his seat. She tracked his every movement as he stormed out of the cafeteria, muscles tight beneath his hoodie, rage barely contained beneath every step. Rosalie blinked, something strange pulling tight in her chest. She'd seen tempers before. She had won herself. But that wasn't just anger. That was hatred. And she didn't know whether it was directed at her family, or something deeper. Next to her, Edward's expression shifted slightly. He was still staring at Bella, but his brow furrowed like he'd heard something troubling. He glanced toward the exit, where Killian had gone. Rosalie didn't look away. She wouldn't. Not until she understood what the hell that was.
The author's corner. Okay, stop scrolling. Did you feel that shift in the atmosphere? Because I am sweating. We are back in Forks, but this isn't your average sparkly vampire story. We have Killian, brooding, tattooed, boxing his feelings away in a garage. Yes, please. First, let's discuss the angst. The guy is literally heating up the room. Classic shifter fever. And Bella is just like, you should see a doctor. No, Bella, he needs to run in the woods. The childhood friends vibe is cute, but let's be real. We are all here for the cafeteria scene. The moment the Cullens walk in, the energy changes. But here is the twist. Killian doesn't care about the shiny new girl. He locks eyes with Rosalie. The Ice Queen herself. And did you catch that description? Electricity licking down her spine. That is not hatred, folks. That is a mate bond disguised as a death wish. He looks at her like he wants to kill her, and she looks at him like he's the only challenge she's ever met. A vampire and a white wolf? This is going to be messy, it is going to be violent, and it is going to be glorious. Why did he storm out? Is he afraid he'll shift right there? I need chapter 2 immediately, because if these two don't fight or kiss in the next 5 minutes, I am going to lose it. What do you think? Enemies or fated mates? Let me know in the comments.
Chapter 2. Grisham Mill, late afternoon. Silence. The kind of silence that hurts. Not because it's quiet, but because something is lurking just beyond it. A single, trembling breath broke through the dark. The security guard crouched low in a corner, every muscle in his body locked tight. His eyes darted to the shadows, sweat dripping down his temple, pooling at his collar. He tried not to breathe, short, shallow gasps were all he dared take. Any noise, any movement. Another shadow passed. Fast. Too fast to be anything human. He flinched, his back hitting cold, rusted metal. He swallowed the scream rising in his throat. Something else moved, just beyond his line of sight. Another blur. He couldn't stay still any longer. With a guttural grunt, he bolted. His boots pounded against the warped wooden floor as he charged toward the metal staircase. The old mill groaned around him. Shafts of dying afternoon light cut in through the broken siding, slicing across his face, turning sweat into silver. From somewhere behind, a presence surged after him. It wasn't running. It wasn't walking. It was gliding, slamming through the maze of columns and iron beams, weaving with inhuman precision. The mill, a towering skeleton of ladders, scaffolding, and rusted platforms, offered no safety. Only the illusion of one. It was on him. Almost. He screamed again. Not a cry for help, but pure instinct. Survival. His hands gripped the railing as he threw himself upward, desperate for height, for light, for anything. But the thing chasing him, it didn't climb. It leapt. From one level to the next. From beam to beam. Inhuman. Fluid. Unrelenting. The guard broke through a final doorway, and he exploded onto the outdoor stairwell, gasping, eyes wild. His foot slipped. The rusted metal beneath him cracked and gave way. His balance broke. He fell. Not far. Not fast. A hand gripped his collar, stopping him midair. He didn't even have time to process it. Just a glimpse, an arm with marble-pale skin, fingers curled in tight, inhuman strength. Then, yanked. His scream barely escaped his throat before it was cut short. And just like that, the mill was silent again, as if nothing had ever happened. It was raining again. A quiet drizzle whispered against the tin roof of the garage, filling the silence like background static. The single overhead light flickered slightly, casting a dull glow over a concrete floor scattered with worn-out boxing gloves, a jump rope, and sweat-darkened towels. Killian stood in front of the heavy bag, shirtless, hands wrapped in tape, chest rising and falling with deep, rhythmic breaths. His knuckles were already bruised. He didn't care. Thud. Another punch. Thud. And another. His breath hissed between his teeth as he drove his fist into the leather again, the chain above groaning with the force. This wasn't a workout. It wasn't about strength or cardio or form. This was therapy. Thud. 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 The world blurred around him, Forks, the school, the Cullens, even Bella. Gone. All he could feel was the ache in his arms and the dull sting that bloomed each time his fist met resistance. A memory surfaced. His foster dad standing right behind him, guiding his form, both of them red-eyed from whatever they weren't saying. Boxing had become their language, the only place where they could breathe. But tonight, he was alone. And he liked it that way. His muscles trembled. Sweat rolled down his back. His jaw clenched tighter the harder he hit. Like he was trying to beat something out of himself. Something that had been building again, something old and buried. Thud. The bag swung violently to the side and almost hit the wall. Killian turned away, his shoulders rising and falling with heavy, uneven breaths. He ran a hand through his damp hair and grabbed the towel draped over a wooden chair. He wiped the sweat from his face, then crossed the garage to the workbench. until the sound of a footstep in the gravel outside made his fist still. He didn't turn it first. He didn't have to. The weight of the presence standing just beyond the garage threshold was too familiar. Rainwater began to patter against the cement as the figure moved into the doorway, tall and brooding, shoulders soaked, his eyes sharp and unreadable. Samueli. Killian's jaw tensed the second he saw him. He wiped sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, glaring from under damp bangs. Thought I made myself clear last time, Killian muttered, his voice like flint against stone. Sam didn't flinch. He just stepped inside, letting the rain trail behind him. I didn't come here to argue. I came here to talk. Killian laughed, short and bitter. No. You've been trying to make me part of your little wolf gang for months, and you still can't take the hint. Sam's eyes narrowed. I'm not here to fight, but I need you to see reason. Killian tilted his head. What? A long pause. Then, this is your last chance, Killian. I won't be this peaceful next time. The council is concerned, as they should be. You've been reckless. Killian froze. His fingers curled into fists at his sides. His muscles tightened under his skin as his heart kicked into a higher gear. That a threat? He snapped, voice louder now, thunder cracking outside as if echoing him. Sam took another step forward, slow and deliberate. No, it's a promise. Killian's face hardened. Yeah, well, you shouldn't make promises you can't keep. I can, and if you don't cooperate, I will, Sam said, his tone colder. Because you're drawing attention. You're phasing alone, running near Cullen territory. You're unstable. You're risking exposure for all of us. Killian stepped forward, his bare feet silent against the cement. His face was inches from Sam's now, heat radiating off him in waves. I'm not like you, he hissed. I don't need a leash, and I don't bow for anyone. I've been holding myself back for years. You think I'd lose it now? Sam's jaw tensed. I think you already are. That did it. Killian shoved him. It wasn't much, a quick, sharp push, but it was enough to make Sam stumble back a half step toward the rain-slicked edge of the garage. You don't know me, and considering you phased not too long ago, you don't know what you're talking about, Killian said, voice thick with anger. You can't even imagine what I've been through. I'm not one of your little followers. I don't answer to anyone. You think you're immune to this? Sam barked. You think that you won't end up in pieces if you slip even once? We both know how that ends. We made a treaty. Killian's breath came faster now, chest rising and falling. His skin shimmered under the overhead bulb, the heat making the air waver. We didn't make anything. Our great ancestors did, Killian warned, voice low and dangerous. If you come near me or my family inside my house again, I swear to God. I'm not the threat, Sam interrupted. You are. The council won't be happy about this. They stared at each other, the air so thick with tension it felt like it could crack in half. Outside, the rain beat harder. A flash of lightning lit up the trees, and the garage went white for a split second. Then Sam turned and walked away, footsteps fading into the gravel and rain. Killian stood still, breathing heavy, the silence closing in again like a fist. He disliked Sam. He let himself become the Quileute Council's puppet, and he'd rather die than become one too. But what he hated more was that Sam might have been right about one thing. Control. His control wasn't what it should be. The dull chime of the bell above the coffee shop door faded into the clatter of cutlery and the low murmur of regulars. Warm lighting softened the corners of the wood-paneled diner, casting a nostalgic glow over the faces that filled it. Mostly loggers, off-shift and hungry, and the occasional small-town gossip sitting at the counter like it was a pulpit. At a back table, Bella sat across from her father. A plate of top sirloin was set down in front of Charlie, the smell of grilled meat briefly overtaking the room. Beside it, a thinner plate of grilled cod was gently placed in front of Bella by a perky waitress with short curls and a weathered smile, Cora. Cora beamed. You've grown up so much. And just gorgeous. Bella managed a tight smile, eyes flicking toward her dad, who was already cutting into a steak like he hadn't heard a word. A few loggers seated at the counter turned to wave, offer toothy grins, and one even tipped his beer in her direction. She wanted to disappear into her seat. The air thickened with attention until a scruffy voice leaned in over Cora's shoulder. Waylon Forge, broad and hippie-ish, sporting a bushy beard and the kind of smile that made Bella feel like a kid again. But not in the good way. "Remember me, honey?" he asked, his breath tinged with beer and memory. "I was Santa one year." Charlie didn't miss a beat, still chewing. "Waylon, she hasn't had a Christmas here since she was 4. Waylon grinned wider, unfazed. "Bet I made an impression, though." "You always do," Charlie said dryly. Cora rolled her eyes and waved him off with a flick of her towel. "Let the girl eat her cod, Waylon." Then, to Bella, a warmer tone. "When you're done, I'll bring your favorite, berry cobbler. Remember? Your dad still gets it. Every Thursday." Bella blinked, searching her memory. She didn't remember, not at all. But she smiled anyway. "That'd be great. Thank you." Cora nodded, satisfied, and disappeared behind the counter. The noise returned, distant laughter from a family seated near the front. It was the kind of laughter Bella remembered from somewhere else, a different house. A different city. She reached for the salt. So did Charlie. Their hands bumped. He retreated, opting for the ketchup instead. Awkward silence. Forks silence. Bella tried to bridge the distance with small talk. "So, you eat here every night?" Charlie shrugged. "Easier than washing dishes." She smirked. "I can cook." He glanced up, brows slightly raised. Like it hadn't even occurred to him. "I do the cooking at home. In Phoenix. Mom's not great in the kitchen." Charlie let out a soft chuckle. One of those deep, gruff ones that warmed the edges of his otherwise stoic presence. "I remember," he said, voice laced with the ghost of some horrific casserole. For a moment, they shared something, a memory, a joke. Something like comfort. Then, "How was school?" Charlie asked, sliding a piece of steak across his plate. "Meet anyone?" Bella hesitated for half a beat. "A few people. Do you know the Cullen family?" Charlie looked up sharply, chewing paused mid-bite. "Are people talking about them again?" She blinked. "No, well, a little." Charlie's eyes narrowed slightly. He set his fork down and leaned back in the booth. "Just 'cause they're newcomers. We're lucky to have a surgeon like Dr. Cullen at our hospital. Luckily, his wife wanted to live in a small town. Lucky his kids aren't like a lot of the Hellraisers around here." Bella nodded, lips parting to respond, but stopped. He wasn't done. "I just don't like narrow-mindedness," he added firmly, then returned to his food without waiting for her reply. And just like that, the silence returned. Outside, the gray clouds darkened slightly. A drizzle had started again. Inside, Bella picked at her cod while Charlie ate his steak. Neither said a word. Bella sat perched atop one of the metal lunch tables outside the school, a book open on her lap. But her eyes weren't scanning the page. Instead, she watched the parking lot, her gaze trailing each car that rolled in. She was waiting for him. For Edward, after the first time they met, she decided to confront him for being such a jerk. Nearby, Jessica, Angela, Mike, and Eric were kicking around a soccer ball, their laughter echoing in the chilly morning air. They waved her over, beckoning her to join, but Bella offered only a soft smile and a shake of her head. She returned her attention to the lot, determination creeping into her expression. She wasn't going to pretend anymore. If Edward showed up, there would be a confrontation. But he never did. Later that day, the door creaked open and Bella entered with a clear sense of purpose, only to stop short. Her lab table was empty. The seat next to hers remained untouched. No Edward. Her shoulders sank, disappointment flickering across her face. Throughout a series of days, Bella sat at the lunch table with Jessica and Angela, pretending to laugh as they passed around a phone playing a viral video. But her eyes kept drifting to the Cullen table. Only 4 Cullens sat there. Edward's seat remained vacant. Again, cold water ran over Bella's hands as she washed them at the sink. She looked up, expecting to see only her own reflection. But behind her, Rosalie and Alice. Rosalie's icy blue eyes cut into her with the sharpness of disdain. Alice's gaze was softer, more curious, but equally unsettling. Bella froze for only a second, then grabbed a paper towel and walked out without a word. Classes ended, and Bella exited the building with Angela, Mike, Jessica, and Eric. She laughed along with something Mike had said, blending into the group more comfortably than before. A sleek red Mercedes passed by them. Bella gave it only a fleeting glance. Just 4 Cullens again. No Edward. Maybe it was time to forget him. Bella stepped into the classroom, brushing back her windblown hair and heading toward her seat. She stopped. He was there. Edward Cullen sat at their shared lab table, arms folded, posture rigid. He looked up as if sensing her arrival, his eyes locking with hers. Something had changed. Bella straightened, rallying herself. Then, with quiet confidence, she walked to her seat and dropped her books beside his. Before she could speak, Edward did, his voice low, controlled, deliberate. "Hello." One word, but it disarmed her completely. There was an intensity behind his gaze, like each word required effort. He seemed almost in pain. "I didn't have a chance to introduce myself last week," he said. "My name is Edward Cullen." Bella blinked, momentarily caught off guard by how formally he spoke. "I'm Bella," she finally answered, nearly tripping over her own name. She sank into her seat, unsure whether this was some kind of trick. He perched on the farthest edge of his chair, as though trying to keep distance between them. The tension was palpable. At the front of the room, Mr. Molina clapped his hands and held up something ridiculous, a spray-painted onion. "Onion root tip cells," he announced cheerily. "That's what's on your slides. Separate and label the phases of mitosis. First pair to finish wins, the golden onion." The room responded with groans. Mr. Molina looked momentarily disappointed. "Come on, people." Tick-tock. Students got to work. Edward gently slid the microscope toward Bella. "Ladies first," he offered, his voice cool and even. Bella raised an eyebrow, her guard still up, and adjusted the lens on the first slide. "You've been gone," she said, her tone clipped. He didn't look at her. "Out of town. Personal reasons." She glanced over, but he kept his face turned, the tightness in his jaw betraying something beneath the surface. "Prophase," she muttered, studying the cell. Edward leaned forward just slightly. "May I?" She pushed the microscope toward him. He took one look. "Prophase," he confirmed. Bella rolled her eyes. "Like I said." He wrote the word down on their worksheet, silent for a beat. Then, with visible effort, he turned to her again, voice measured. "Enjoying the rain?" She looked at him incredulously. That was his opening? "Seriously," she said. "You're asking me about the weather?" "It appears so." She folded her arms. "No. I don't like the cold. Or the wet. Or the gray. Or parkas. Or turtlenecks." For a moment, something flickered across his face. Amusement? Interest? Edward studied her more closely now, less like she was a danger, and more like she was a riddle he suddenly wanted to solve. Bella narrowed her eyes. "What?" He shook his head once, faintly, then turned his attention back to the microscope and swapped in the next slide. She continued watching him, the sharp lines of his face so precise, so perfectly sculpted, it was hard to look away. A marble statue brought to life. "Anaphase," he said. Bella blinked, breaking from her trance. She leaned in to confirm. "Anaphase," she agreed. "Like I said." She reached for the next slide, but his question caught her off guard. "If you hate cold and rain, why move to the wettest place in the continental U.S.? She paused. "It's complicated. I think I can keep up." There was a softness in the way he said it, an invitation almost. Bella focused back on the microscope. "My mother remarried." He waited a beat. "Very complex." "So, you don't like him?" "Phil's fine. He's nice enough." Edward watched her a moment longer. And for the first time, the corners of his mouth lifted. Just slightly. The air was cold and heavy with moisture, the rain having faded into a fine mist that clung to everything it touched. The cars, the pavement, the windows of Forks High School. Afternoon shadows stretched long across the lot, and students began to file out of the building in slow waves, their voices low and distracted, boots splashing through shallow puddles. Killian stood near his matte black motorcycle, arms crossed loosely over his chest, helmet hooked in one hand. He didn't speak. He rarely did when he was alone. His sharp blue eyes were fixed on a familiar figure across the lot, Bella Swan. She walked with a hint of awkwardness, carrying her school bag over one shoulder and the ridiculous golden onion from biology in her arms. She looked like she was thinking hard about something, her eyes fixed on the ground as if trying to sort herself out before she got to her truck. Killian watched her not with longing, but with a kind of quiet protectiveness he didn't fully understand. He wasn't the only one watching. From the other side of the lot, the Cullens were beginning to split off toward their vehicles. Rosalie was already sliding into her glossy red convertible, Emmett lingering at her side. Alice paused mid-step, glancing across the parking lot with unreadable eyes. But it was Edward who caught Killian's attention because Edward wasn't heading for his car. He was walking straight toward Bella. She didn't notice him until he was already there, standing in her path. She stopped, blinking up at him like she hadn't expected to see him again so soon. They exchanged no greetings. "Why didn't you stay with your mom and stepdad?" Edward asked. No preamble, no warmth. Just the question. Killian's brow furrowed. His grip tightened slightly on the helmet in his hand. Bella answered, caught off guard but honest. She said something about space, about giving her mom the freedom to be happy. Edward replied, his voice lower now. "But now you're unhappy." Bella hesitated. Her response was barely audible from across the lot, but her expression said enough. Then she mentioned his eyes, how they looked different from before. Edward stiffened, just slightly. "It's just the fluorescence," he said, and turned on his heel, walking away fast, leaving Bella confused in his wake. Killian narrowed his eyes. Something about that exchange stuck in his mind. He stepped away from his bike, ready to tell Edward to stay away from Bella. The rain was starting to pick up again, just a light drizzle that slicked the pavement with a faint sheen. And that's when it happened. A horrible screech split the air, the unmistakable sound of tires losing control. Heads turned all around the lot. Killian's heart jumped in his chest. A blue van out of control was spinning wildly across the parking lot, straight toward Bella. Time seemed to collapse. She didn't run. She didn't move at all. Killian's helmet hit the pavement with a hollow thud as he sprinted forward at an insane speed without thinking. His shoes splashed through water and slush, arms pumping, every instinct screaming at him to move faster. But someone else moved faster. Edward Cullen. He appeared out of nowhere, slamming into Bella and tackling her to the pavement just as the van crashed into the side of her truck. The sound of metal crushing against metal echoed across the lot. Killian reached them just as the van came around again, still spinning, still dangerous. He didn't have time to shout. And so Edward did something no human should have been able to do. He turned, planted his hand firmly against the side of the van, and pushed. The metal buckled beneath his palm like tinfoil. The van crumpled and shuddered, stopping inches from crushing them both. A heartbeat passed. Silence. Steam hissed from the engine. The only sound was Bella's shaky breath and Killian's sneakers slowing to a halt beside her. His chest heaved as he looked down at the two of them. Bella was on her back, and Edward braced protectively over her. Her wide, stunned eyes turned to Killian. "Killian," she breathed, her voice a ghost. He didn't answer right away. He knelt beside her, brows drawn together, one hand gently helping her sit up. "You okay?" he asked softly, eyes searching hers for signs of pain. "I think so," she whispered. But Killian's gaze was already lifting, not to the van, not to the crowd gathering in stunned silence, but to Edward. Edward was already standing. His hands were clean. His face was composed. Too composed. Killian glared at him. He knew what he was, what they were. The Cullens are vampires. He'd picked up on that years ago, but they'd never been this reckless, using their powers in public like this. Killian rose slowly to his feet, shielding Bella with his presence as students began to crowd around them. Tyler stumbled out of the van, panic written all over his face. "Bella." "Oh my God, I didn't see you. I lost control." Killian didn't even realize he was moving. In a flash, he was on Tyler, grabbing the front of his hoodie and slamming him up against the side of the crumpled van with a loud metallic clang. The force left Tyler breathless and a Tyler-sized dent in the van. "You could have killed her," Killian growled, his voice low and dangerous. His fists trembled at Tyler's collar, white-knuckled, his breath coming harder now, not from the run, but from the fury boiling beneath his skin. "Do you even look before you drive?" he shouted, shaking him. Students gasped. Phones were out now. Some were shouting at him to let go, and others were frozen in place. Bella scrambled to her feet. Killian, stop." He didn't hear her at first. "Killian," she said again, louder now, closer. Her hand found his arm, gripping it tight. He looked down at her, her eyes wide, her face pale, but calm. "I'm okay," she said firmly. "I'm okay." For a second, his chest rose and fell like a war drum, his jaw clenched so tight it hurt. Then his hands slowly uncurled, releasing Tyler, who collapsed backwards against the van, dazed. Killian stepped back, running a hand through his hair, trying to steady his breathing. Edward watched silently, from afar, unreadable. The Cullens were still by their cars, and Rosalie was staring at Killian now, like she was seeing something dangerous, something threatening. Alice's gaze was more curious than alarmed. Killian didn't care. He knew they knew he is a werewolf. Their keen sense of smell would give it away. He turned back to Bella, and his voice dropped, quiet now. "I just saw the van. I thought." "I know," she said gently. "You tried to save me." Their eyes locked for a moment before he looked up at the Cullens, a silent threat present in his gaze. This wasn't going to happen again. He wouldn't allow it. Vampires. Chapter 3. The emergency room doors burst open, a loud bang cutting through the sterile air like a gunshot. Charlie Swan stormed inside, a wild urgency in his eyes as he scanned the treatment area. His heart thudded painfully in his chest until it landed on her. "Bella." She sat on a gurney, a little shaken but conscious, a doctor shining a penlight into her eyes. Nearby, Tyler, his forehead bruised and his voice soft with guilt, muttered apologies to no one in particular. Just beside Bella, Killian stood frozen in place, his fists clenched so tightly his knuckles had gone white. His eyes locked on Bella, but his breathing was uneven, unsteady, something was building beneath his skin. He could feel their presence. The Cullens. They were here. Charlie rushed to his daughter's side. "Bells, are you all right?" he demanded, panic sharp in his voice. "I'm fine, Dad." "Calm down," Bella replied, trying to meet his gaze. Tyler's voice piped up again, trembling with remorse. "I'm so sorry, Bella. I tried to stop." "It's okay, Tyler," she said gently. But Charlie's rage overrode his daughter's calm. "It sure is not okay," he snapped. "Dad, it's not his fault." "We nearly lost you," Charlie said, cutting her off, his voice hard. "But you didn't," she replied, softening. Charlie didn't hug her. He wasn't that kind of father, and Bella wasn't that kind of daughter. Instead, he channeled his fury elsewhere, turning a searing glare on Tyler. "You can kiss your license goodbye." That was when Carlisle Cullen appeared, his voice smooth and quiet as he stepped into the room. "I heard the chief's daughter was here." Dr. Cullen looked like he belonged on a movie set, tall, lean, blonde, and impossibly poised. His calm presence instantly shifted the energy in the room. And Killian felt it, though not in the way Charlie and Bella felt it. Killian was instantly on guard around Dr. Cullen. Charlie greeted him quickly. "Good. Dr. Cullen." "I've got this one, Jackie," Carlisle said to the attending ER doctor, who promptly handed him the chart and stepped away. Carlisle read through Bella's chart as he approached, then gently felt the back of her head. "You've got a nice knot growing back there," he said, "but your x-rays are clean. No signs of concussion." "I'm so sorry, Bella." "I'm really," Tyler tried again. But before he could finish, Charlie yanked the curtain between them, cutting him off. Killian finally spoke, his voice low and strained. "I stayed with her until the ambulance came. I couldn't leave her." Charlie turned toward the boy, the tight lines in his face softening for a moment. Thank you, Killian, for keeping her safe. Killian nodded once. But the words didn't help. Not really. Not when the mere presence of Carlisle Cullen set him off. His body was tight, shaking from the inside. The wolf inside him wasn't quiet, it was roaring, desperate to be let loose. I need a minute, he mumbled, then turned and made his way out of the treatment area, his footsteps quick and uneven. Out in the hallway, the lights felt too bright, the walls too close. He couldn't breathe. Rage burned in his chest, pulsing in his fingertips. His heart pounded against his ribs like a caged animal. And then, from around a corner, Rosalie. She stepped into the hallway briskly, clearly annoyed, distracted, her heels clicking on the floor. They didn't see each other. They collided. Her body jolted, but before she could lose balance, Killian's hand flew out instinctively, gripping her by the waist to steady her. Watch where you're, she snapped, instantly irritated. But then she looked at him. Her words caught in her throat. Killian didn't seem to register her voice or even the contact. He was scowling, his jaw clenched. His expression was haunted, filled with something raw and unreadable: rage, anger, restraint. It wasn't like anything Rosalie had seen in him before. Her brows pulled together in confusion. The irritation slipped from her voice, replaced with a hint of curiosity. Are you okay? Killian blinked like he was coming out of a trance. He realized where his hand was on her waist and pulled it back like he'd touched fire or ice. He didn't answer her, instead letting out a scoff. He just turned, fast, and walked down the corridor without looking back, his shoulders tight, posture guarded. Rosalie remained still, watching him disappear around the corner. She frowned, not in anger, but in uncertainty. Something about him felt off. And it stayed with her. The door creaked open and swung shut behind him with a heavy echo. Killian stumbled inside the empty restroom, gripping the edge of the sink like it was the only thing keeping him tethered to the earth. He stared into the mirror. His reflection stared back, flushed skin, jaw clenched, eyes trembling with fury. The fluorescent light above flickered slightly, humming in the silence. Every breath he took was uneven, shallow, like he was trying to swallow a storm. Then, wham! His fist slammed against the side of the sink, cracking the porcelain just slightly. Get it together, he whispered to himself, jaw tight. He turned on the faucet, water rushing out in a metallic hiss. Without hesitation, he leaned forward and splashed cold water on his face, once, twice. Trying to shake the heat crawling beneath his skin. The hospital's sterile smell was unbearable. Too many bodies. Too much tension. Too much Cullen scent in the air. Too much of her scent in the air. It wasn't just that he was bad in hospitals. It was them, their smell, her smell. Edward had been right next to Bella when he shouldn't have been. Rosalie radiating judgment. And Carlisle, watching him with those quiet, clinical eyes. The wolf inside him was thrashing, pacing, aching to be set free. Just like Sam had warned him. When the rage starts crawling under your skin, when your heart beats too loud in your ears, get out. Fast. He was barely holding himself together. One wrong word, one wrong breath, and he'd lose it. Right here. In front of everyone. Killian braced himself against the sink once more. Then he turned off the water and grabbed a handful of paper towels, patting his face dry. His eyes lingered on his reflection one more time. He had to go. Moments later. The restroom door opened. Killian stepped out, composed on the surface, but the tension still rippled beneath every movement. His hands were shoved into the pockets of his jacket. His eyes remained forward, focused on the exit. But then, halfway down the hall, he looked up. And saw them. Edward, Dr. Cullen, and Rosalie. They stood a few yards away, mid-conversation. Their voices were low, serious. Rosalie's arms were folded tightly across her chest. Edward's brows were knit. Carlisle's expression was unreadable. Rosalie was the first to notice him. She looked up. Their eyes met. There was no irritation on her face now, only a flicker of puzzlement. Maybe even concern. Killian didn't break stride. He held her gaze for half a second longer than he meant to. Then he looked away and walked past them. No words. just silence. Edward followed him with his eyes. Carlyle did too. Rosalie watched the boy disappear down the hallway again, her expression shadowed with something she didn't fully understand. Killian never looked back. He just needed to get out. The heavy doors of the treatment area swung open, releasing Charlie and Bella into the fluorescent-lit corridor. Charlie still looked pale, the weight of what nearly happened etched in the lines around his mouth. He kept his voice even, but the undercurrent of emotion was clear. "I just have to sign some paperwork," he muttered, pointing toward the nurse's station. "You'd better call your mom." Bella's eyes widened, incredulous. "You told her," she exclaimed. "She's probably freaking out." Charlie just shrugged as he walked off, clearly unwilling to argue. Bella let out a quiet sigh and pulled out her phone, fingers hovering over the dial. But then, something caught her eye. Her hand stopped. Her gaze shifted down the hallway. At the far end, 3 familiar figures stood under the harsh hospital lights. Edward, Rosalie, Dr. Carlyle Cullen. They spoke in hushed, hurried tones, or rather, Rosalie spoke. Her voice carried down the corridor, sharp and cutting, laced with frustration. "This isn't just about you," Rosalie snapped, stabbing a finger in Edward's direction. "It's about all of us." Carlyle, ever the calm presence, noticed fellow watching. He raised a hand gently toward Rosalie, cutting her off with quiet authority. "Let's take this to my office." Rosalie held Edward's glare a moment longer, jaw clenched tight. Then she turned sharply and walked off with Carlyle, her heels clicking against the linoleum. Edward stayed behind. He exhaled slowly, smoothing his features into a practiced neutrality, but Bella had already seen the cracks forming. She approached, her footsteps steady, her eyes locked on his. "I want to talk to you," she said firmly. Edward gave a nod. "Barely. How did you get to me so fast?" she asked. "Back in the parking lot." Edward's expression didn't change. "I was standing right next to you," he replied calmly. Bella frowned. "You were next to your car." Across the lot. Edward stepped closer. His voice dipped into something cooler now, sharper. "No, I wasn't." She didn't flinch. Didn't blink. "Yes, you were," she said, her voice unwavering. Another pause. "The distance between them is now almost gone." "You're confused," Edward said, quieter now. "You hit your head. I know what I saw." "And what exactly was that?" "Weren't anywhere near," she said, meeting his gaze without hesitation. "And then you were." Edward's silence was telling. "No one will believe that," he finally said. "I wasn't planning to tell anyone." That gave him pause. They stood in silence for a long beat, the air tense, unspoken truths thick between them. Inches apart. Caught in something neither of them had expected. Not anger. Not really. Not anymore. "I just want the truth," Bella said softly. Edward looked at her, and something hardened in his eyes again. "Can't you just thank me and get over it?" Bella inhaled through her nose and held his gaze. "Thank you." The tension didn't break. If anything, it grew heavier. He stared at her. "You're not going to let it go, are you?" "No." Edward turned, stepping back, already walking away. "Then I hope you enjoy disappointment." Bella watched his retreating figure, heart racing, mind spinning. "Why did you even bother?" she called after him. He slowed, stopped, looked back at her, and for a flicker of a second, a rare, raw vulnerability surfaced. "I don't know." He turned again and left her standing there, alone in the hallway, surrounded by white walls, cold tile, and the ache of too many questions. Bella stared after him, still frustrated, still confused, and still, for reasons she couldn't yet explain, drawn. But her mind wandered again. Her eyes shifted to the exit. Her brows furrowed. "Where's Killian?" she murmured under her breath. No one answered. No one had even said he'd left. But he was gone. And the silence that followed made her chest tighten just a little more. The trees stood like silent sentinels beneath the pale glow of the moon. The air was cold, thin, and electric, carrying the scent of pine, damp earth, and fury. Killian ran, barefoot, shirtless. His chest heaved with each breath, fists clenched so tightly his knuckles went white. His mind screamed, but he kept going deeper into the forest, farther from the weight pressing on his chest. From the moment Bella opened her eyes in that hospital bed, weak and bruised, he'd wanted to destroy something. To unleash the storm inside. The hospital. The crash. Rosalie. The Cullen scent burned in his lungs like wildfire. His fists were clenched tight, the bruised knuckles from earlier now split open again, drops of blood falling onto the earth. His body ached, not from the pain, but from the restraint. The control he had gripped so tightly for weeks was slipping, fraying at the edges with every step. Killian fell to his knees with a gasp, his fingers digging into the forest floor. His breath hitched sharp, uneven as the change finally demanded to be unleashed. A guttural sound escaped his throat, somewhere between a growl and a cry of release. With a pained growl that turned into a roar, Killian's body tensed. Muscles coiled tight. His form reshaped, for bursting forth like wildfire engulfing his skin. With a flash of white light, he phased, finally letting go. Where Killian once stood, now towered a breathtaking white wolf, massive, regal, primal. His fur gleamed like snow, frost white beneath the moonlight, and his eyes, sharp, haunted, beautiful, shimmered with the depth of everything he refused to say. He didn't pause. He ran. Through brambles, over creeks, past boulders. He moved like lightning, a phantom of fury and pain. The forest blurred around him, the wind clawing at his fur. And then a scent. Sharp. Familiar. Laced with sweetness and venom. Rosalie. Her scent was intoxicating to him. It was instantaneous. Instinct overtook reason, and the white wolf veered sharply, following the trail until it stopped. So did he. Rosalie stood in the center of the moonlit clearing, arms crossed, jaw tight, like she'd been waiting for him. She looked like a statue, flawless, commanding, but her golden eyes flickered with something far more volatile, anger and curiosity. Then, the white wolf burst through the brush. She didn't flinch. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Rosalie's icy voice sliced through the clearing. The wolf slowed, stalking to the edge of the clearing. For a moment, he stared at her. A silent challenge in those glowing, electric eyes. "You think you can just phase on our land like it's nothing? You're breaking the treaty. You know that, right?" she snapped. A beat. The wolf slowed, then vanished behind a tree. Steam curled up from the forest floor as the cold met the heat of his change. A moment passed, then Killian stepped out. His sweatpants hung low on his hips. His chest rose and fell in uneven breaths, muscles still twitching from the exertion. He was shirtless, skin glowing faintly with sweat in the moonlight. "I don't belong to the Quileute." His voice was low, irate. "I'm not a part of their pack. I prefer to go alone." Rosalie's brows furrowed. Her glare didn't ease. Her jaw tightened. "You could have been killed. You broke the treaty." Killian scoffed, half amused. "Let them try." She took a step forward, anger brimming. "It's not a joke," she shot back. "They won't ask questions. You show up like that, they'll think you're here to fight. And they'll defend themselves." He didn't respond right away. Instead, his expression shifted, not mocking. Just angry. He looked up at her and noticed her eyes slowly, unknowingly moving. First to his chest, where sweat glistened over defined muscle, his skin pulled tight over a ribcage rising and falling faster than normal. Her eyes wandered lower, to his arms, where the veins stood out like cords, pulsing with adrenaline. His biceps remained flexed from the run, tense hard. And then, her gaze dropped to his torso. Carved, symmetrical, unforgiving. He looked like a marble sculpture come to life, forged by fire and fury and frozen in moonlight. Rosalie snapped her eyes back up to his a little too late. He noticed. Then his voice dropped. "Like you vampires could stand a chance." He challenged, his voice low, letting her know that it wasn't a bluff. It was a threat. Rosalie took a breath, her fingers curling into fists at her sides. Killian's words weren't just bold, they were a declaration. A line drawn in the dirt. and she felt the tension between them shift from confrontation to something heavier, sharper. She stared at him, meeting that searing gaze, those wild, wolfish eyes still simmering with primal anger. "You really hate us that much?" she asked, voice low now, no longer shouting but testing. Trying to understand. Killian's jaw clenched, and the muscles in his neck tensed. His chest still rose and fell in heavy breaths, his skin practically humming from the adrenaline of the run, of the shift, of standing this close to a vampire without leaping at her throat. "You don't know anything about me," he said bitterly. "Or what it's like to grow up hearing stories about your kind. Bloodsuckers," he spat the word, eyes flaring. "My whole childhood, my mom," he hesitated, like he said something he wasn't supposed to, or like he didn't want to remember it. "It's all been taken away from me, all because of your kindness. You think that just goes away?" Rosalie's lips parted slightly. She didn't speak right away because she didn't have a response. Not one that would matter to someone like him. "I didn't choose this either," she said finally. Her voice lost its sharpness. "I didn't ask to become this." Killian turned away slightly, his hand running through his hair as if trying to keep himself grounded. "And yet here we are," he muttered. "You, immortal, untouchable. Me? I can't even let my family know what I am. I'm a freak. I have to sneak out into the woods like a damn animal just to breathe." Rosalie's anger flickered, replaced by something softer. Sympathy, maybe? Or guilt? Or something she didn't quite want to name. She stepped forward slowly this time. The clearing quieted with only the sound of leaves shifting overhead and Killian's breathing. "You didn't ask for it," she repeated, quieter now. "But neither did I." Killian looked at her, really looked this time. He didn't say anything. Neither did she. The silence between them stretched like a wire pulled taut. She was standing so close now, close enough to feel the heat radiating off his bare skin. Her eyes dipped again, a flicker, before she quickly looked away. Killian's gaze caught hers again, and for a second, something shifted. No growls. No threats. Just silence and the wind rustling through the trees. "Why do you care so much?" he asked, voice softer now, curious. "I've just told you I despise your kind. I even threatened you, and you're still here, like there's a solution to all this." The question hit her like a slap. Her mind scrambled for something sharp, something dismissive. But nothing surfaced. Because she didn't have the answer. Not one she was ready to admit. Why did she care? Her eyes flicked over him, the angry look from earlier, the bruised knuckles, the stubbornness in his voice, the storm always behind his stare. He was reckless. Infuriating. She opened her mouth. Closed it. Her brows furrowed, but words didn't come. Instead, she turned, her steps sharp with frustration, yet rigid, like she was forcing herself to move. But Killian's eyes lingered low. She walked away with the grace of a princess, every movement fluid and composed, but he couldn't help it, his gaze dropped. Just slightly. And internally, despite everything, the rage, the resentment, the tension, he caught himself thinking, damn. He didn't say it. Didn't smirk. Just watched until she vanished into the woods. And then he stood alone in the clearing, breathing harder than before, not from anger this time, but something he didn't want to name. The day was deceptively peaceful. Students buzzed around the buses lined up for the field trip, laughing, shouting, chasing each other with backpacks. But Bella stood still, frozen in the exact spot where a van nearly took her life. Her eyes traced the skid marks on the pavement like scars in the asphalt. She didn't hear the voices around her, didn't feel the breeze brushing her hair. Her mind flashed again and again to what happened. The van. The scream. Edward's hand, stopping it like it weighed nothing. His face above hers, terrifying and beautiful all at once. She swallowed hard, coming back to the present, just as Mike Newton bounced into her peripheral vision. "Look. You're moving. You're alive," he joked, arms wide. She gave a weak smile, pretending to listen. But her gaze drifted past him, to Edward, walking with Alice and Jasper across the lawn. Heads low, voices quiet. But somehow he looked up, right at her, like he felt her watching. Bella's breath hitched. But the moment was cut short by the sound of a motorcycle engine growling into the lot deeper, rougher than anything the kids at Forks High usually rode. Heads turned. Rosalie's hand froze halfway to closing the door of her Mercedes. He was here. Killian rolled into the lot on his matte black bike, helmet slung under one arm as he parked near the back of the lot. He swung a leg off the bike with effortless grace, running a hand through his slightly damp hair. The crisp morning air hadn't touched him. If anything, he looked warmer than ever. Rosalie's eyes followed him before she could stop herself. He looked different. Better. His posture wasn't as tense as usual. His jaw, always locked with pressure, seemed relaxed. The bags under his eyes, the same ones that haunted his face the day before, were gone. There was a glow to his skin, subtle but impossible to miss. Like a fire still burned beneath the surface. And it hit her all at once, she remembered. Last night, the clearing. His voice was low when he told her she wouldn't stand a chance against him. The anger in his eyes. And then, his body. She remembered every detail. The way his chest rose and fell with labored breath. The tension in his arms, veins pulsing with heat. His abs carved, powerful, shimmering with moonlight. The low rasp of his voice when he asked, "Why do you care so much?" Rosalie blinked hard. She didn't know if she was irritated or something else entirely. Killian was walking now, cutting through the lot like he didn't notice the stairs. Or maybe he didn't care. He wore a graphic jacket, and a white tank top clung slightly to the outline of his chest under the jacket, but not enough to hide the strength beneath it. Rosalie's jaw clenched. She crossed her arms. Why did she care if he looked better today? Why did she notice at all? It was stupid. He was reckless. He'd phased on Cullen Land. He'd risked his life like it meant nothing. But still. She couldn't look away. He glanced up for a split second, and their eyes met. Something unspoken passed between them. A flicker. A memory. A challenge. He didn't scoff. Didn't scowl. Just looked at her like he knew she'd been watching. Rosalie forced herself to turn, her golden hair whipping as she walked away, heels clicking sharply on the pavement. But deep down, she knew she'd be thinking about that clearing all over again by the time she sat in her first period. And Killian? He let his eyes linger on her retreating form, especially the way her hips swayed with every sharp step. Killian stood in the parking lot, eyes lingering a second too long on the doors Rosalie had just walked through. Her presence still burned behind his eyes, moonlight on her hair, the fire in her voice, the way her eyes had roamed his body like she didn't mean to. And worse, the way he let himself notice everything about her in return. He clenched his jaw. None of it mattered. It couldn't. You always just stand there looking like you're plotting the fall of civilization, or is that a new thing? Killian didn't flinch, but his eyes flicked to the side as Bella Swan stepped up beside him, arms crossed, eyebrow raised. "Morning to you too," he muttered. She grinned. "You know, I'm pretty sure if you stared a little longer, she would have gone up in flames." Killian didn't respond right away. His gaze had already shifted toward the buses. Bella nudged him. "You okay?" "You disappeared last night." "I'm fine," he said flatly. "You weren't answering your phone. Didn't feel like talking." Bella narrowed her eyes, sensing something beneath the surface. "Uh-huh." He stayed quiet. She followed his line of sight, back toward the school. "So, what's Rosalie doing here anyway? This trip's for juniors." Killian shrugged. "Don't know." Bella studied his face. There was no humor in his expression. No teasing smirk. His walls were back up thick and high. She knew him well enough by now to recognize the shift. He wasn't being moody. Something happened last night, and he wasn't hiding it. Before she could press further, he beat her to it. "So, who are you sitting with on the bus?" Bella blinked. "What?" He nodded at the line of buses ahead. "Or are you planning on sneaking in with Cullen and his merry little band?" She rolled her eyes. "Wow. Deflecting and rude. That's a new personal best." Killian gave the faintest hint of a smile, but didn't offer anything more. Bella walked a few steps ahead, then looked back. "You gonna keep pretending nothing's going on, or are you gonna tell me what's up with you?" He met her eyes for a second. then looked away. I told you. I'm fine. Bella sighed. She knew that tone. She wouldn't get anything else out of him, not today. Maybe not ever. All right, anger issues, she said as she turned toward the bus. But if you start brooding any harder, we're gonna have to schedule you for therapy. He didn't answer. Instead, his eyes landed on the Cullens, looking their way. Bella started her way toward the buses, brushing a loose strand of hair behind her ear, but before she could take more than 2 steps, a firm hand caught her by the arm. She stopped. Killian's grip wasn't rough, but it was steady. Solid. There was something behind it, urgency. She looked back at him, brow raised. What? His face had changed. Gone was the sarcastic wall, the quiet deflection. What stared back at her now was raw and serious, jaw set tight, eyes harder than usual. Bella, he said quietly, almost like it hurt to say the words. I need you to listen to me. She blinked. Okay, I'm your friend. He hesitated. Hell, you're like a sister to me. The admission surprised her, caught somewhere between warmth and confusion. She didn't know how often Killian said things like that. She wasn't even sure he'd ever said it before. And because of that, he continued, voice low and steady, I need you to stay away from Cullen. The weight of his words hit like ice water. She stared at him, lips parting slightly. What are you talking about? Killian let go of her arm. I'm not saying it to scare you, he said. And I'm not saying it because I don't like him. I don't care what he is. But you don't know what you're getting into. Bella narrowed her eyes, defensive now. And you do. Killian didn't answer. His silence was confirmation enough. Geez, she muttered. You sound just like my dad. I'm not your dad, he snapped, then took a breath, calming himself. I'm telling you this because I've seen things. Things you haven't. Bella shook her head, stepping back. Why now? Why are you only saying this now? Killian looked away, his jaw twitching. Because whatever's going on between you two, it's still harmless. That silenced her. For a moment, neither of them spoke. The noise of the schoolyard, the chatter of other students, it all faded beneath the tension crackling between them. Bella's voice was quieter when she finally spoke again. You're wrong about him. Killian didn't fight her on it. He just met her eyes one last time and said, maybe. But I'd rather have you mad at me than hurt. And with that, he turned and walked toward the buses. Leaving Bella standing still in the cold, uncertain if the chill running down her spine was from the wind or his words. Chapter 4. The greenhouse buzzed with chaotic energy. Students shuffled between rows of plants, snickering at the compost machine Mr. Molina proudly demonstrated. Steam hissed as it churned and gurgled, the earthy scent of soil and something sour filling the air. Bella, however, had no interest in soil science. Her eyes tracked Edward ahead in the group, standing by a towering staghorn fern, slightly apart from Alice and Jasper. His posture was still too still. Hands clenched and unclenched at his sides. She gathered her courage and approached. Hello, Edward, she said, voice steady. He looked at her, nodded stiffly, and said nothing. Her expression fell. Really? Still no answer. She turned to go. What's in Jacksonville? He asked suddenly, his tone sharp. Bella froze. How did you know about that? You didn't answer my question. You haven't answered any of mine, she shot back. You won't even say hello. A beat. Hello, he muttered. Frustration burned through her. And how did you stop that van? Adrenaline rush. Very common. Google it. She stared at him, unconvinced. Floridians. That's what's in Jacksonville. Turning away, Bella moved to walk off, only to stumble on an irrigation hose. Edward caught her by the arm, steadying her without effort. He flinched slightly, her scent hitting him like a blow. It helps if you actually watch where you put your feet, he said tightly. Insulted, she yanked away from him and walked off, jaw clenched. Outside, the cold breeze met her as she stepped into the open air near the worm compost box. The other students were gathered in clusters, grossed out, laughing loud. But Bella's gaze fell on Killian, leaning casually against a post near the bus lane. His expression was unreadable, posture relaxed, but alert, the kind of stillness that wasn't indifference, but restraint. Bella approached him. "Hey," she said quietly. He looked at her, eyes softening just slightly. "You all right?" She nodded, even though she clearly wasn't. Before she could say more, a voice rang out behind them. "Bella." Jessica jogged up, but as she reached them, her step faltered. She glanced up at Killian and faltered mid-smile. Her cheeks pinked, her voice lowering just a touch. Guess who just asked me to prom?" Bella blinked. "Who?" "Mike. I thought he'd ask you, but I mean, is it gonna be weird?" "Zero weirdness," Bella said with a small smile. "You two are great together." Jessica beamed, glanced once more at Killian, and hurried off to find Angela. Bella turned back to him, half laughing, but was interrupted again. Edward's voice cut through the air. "Bella, it would be better if we weren't friends." She turned to face him, stung by the coldness in his tone. "Too bad you didn't figure that out earlier," she snapped. "You could have let the van crush me and saved yourself all this regret." Edward's face tightened, fury rising to the surface. "You think I regret saving you?" "I know you do." "You don't know anything," he snarled. And that's when Killian moved. He stepped forward, quiet, deliberate, placing himself between Bella and Edward. His eyes locked with Edward's, calm but edged with heat. It wasn't an outburst, not a threat spoken aloud. But it was clear. He was done listening. "She said that's enough," Killian said simply. His voice didn't rise, didn't break. But it landed like a weight in the air. Edward didn't flinch, but his eyes narrowed. Alice suddenly appeared beside him, her gaze flicking from Killian to Bella, unreadable. "The bus is leaving," she said, gently. Then, to Bella, almost kindly, "Hi. Will you be riding with us?" Killian didn't give Bella or Edward time to answer. "No." "She's riding with me," he said, his voice low, yet clear, leaving no room for discussion. Bella stood stunned for a moment, until Killian touched her arm. Without a word, she followed him. The two of them crossed the lot and boarded a different bus, not looking back, but Killian did. He turned just before the door closed, eyes narrowing as he stared Edward down. His gaze shifted to Jasper. Then Alice. None of them met it. It wasn't just a look. It was a warning. Inside the bus, Bella sat beside him, silent. The hum of the engine filled the space as it pulled away from the greenhouse, carrying them toward the next stop on the field trip. Neither said a word the whole way back. But Bella's chest didn't feel as tight anymore. Late afternoon. The sky was a dull sheet of gray, fog settling over the hills like a thick breath no one had exhaled. Pines lined the winding road, their dark silhouettes unmoving as Killian's black bike whispered past them. He wasn't rushing, he was moving. Like if he stayed still too long, his thoughts might catch up to him. And he didn't want that. Moments later, the door creaked open. Killian stepped inside, helmet tucked under one arm, boots damp from the wet roads. He didn't even bother turning on the light. Just dropped the helmet beside the door and walked across the room in silence. His bed looked like salvation. He sat down heavily, then lay back, still in his clothes. The mattress creaked beneath him as he exhaled, a slow, tired breath that left his body like a surrender. He stared at the ceiling. His eyes burned. Too much had happened in one day. Too much he didn't want to deal with right now. Edward, Rosalie, himself. The heat in his chest hadn't gone away, but he didn't have the strength to fight it right now. Sleep crept in like fog. And then darkness. Moonlight poured through the trees in beams, soft and silver, lighting a forest that felt both familiar and wrong. Killian stood in the middle of it. Barefoot. Shirtless. The cold didn't bother him, but the silence did. It was too quiet. The trees stretched tall around him, and their branches looked like reaching hands. He turned, but every direction looked the same. Endless. Dreamlike. Then a sound. Crack. A twig breaking. He spun toward it. There, between the trees, was she. Rosalie. Bathed in moonlight, standing still as stone, her golden hair falling over one shoulder, her pale skin glowing. She didn't move. Didn't speak. Just watched him. Killian's breath caught in his throat. He wanted to speak, to ask her what she was doing here. but no sound left his mouth. His voice was gone. She stepped toward him, and with each step, the trees darkened behind her. The moonlight dimmed. Shadows thickened. She was beautiful, untouchable, but her eyes, they weren't curious. They weren't angry. They were hungry. She smiled, but it wasn't kindness. It was something else. Something that made his skin crawl. Snap. Something behind him. He turned. Eyes. Golden, red, glowing from the woods. Dozens of them. Watching. Waiting. Killian took a step back. Rosalie was gone. Only fog now. And then a growl. Low. Deep. Animal. He turned again, just in time to see a massive shadow burst from the tree line, rushing him with supernatural speed. Fangs. Eyes. A blur of silver and white. It collided with him. Killian shot up in bed, breath ragged, eyes wide. Sweat clung to his skin. His hands were fists in the sheets. The room was dark, but the moonlight outside cast soft shapes on the floor. He ran a hand through his hair, trying to steady his breathing. It was just a dream. But it felt real. He looked toward the window. The trees outside were still. Quiet. But that didn't comfort him. Something deep in his bones told him the line between dreams and reality was starting to blur. And tonight? He wasn't sure he'd wake up from it. The double doors swung open, and Bella stepped through, clutching her tray with quiet resolve. Her eyes scanned the far end of the room, the Cullen table. There they were, ethereal, perfectly still. Edward, pale and unapproachable, sat among his siblings, his golden eyes locked on nothing in particular. He didn't look at her. Not even a glance. Bella's jaw tensed. Whatever glimmer of hope had followed her into the cafeteria quickly faded. She turned away and joined her friends, sliding her backpack onto the bench beside them. La push, baby. You in? Eric beamed. Bella blinked, distracted. Should I know what that means? La Push Beach, Mike explained, chewing. Down on the Quileute reservation. We're heading there after school. Big swell rolling in. Eric added with a smirk, and I don't just surf the internet. Jessica snorted. Eric, you stood up once. On a foam board. Angela smiled. Whale is watching, too. You should come. La push, baby, Eric repeated, this time with extra flair. Bella rolled her eyes, amused despite herself. I'll go if you stop saying that. Laughter rippled across the table. Minutes later, Bella stood at the salad bar, carefully constructing a small architectural wonder out of lettuce and croutons. Her fingers reached for a red apple. And suddenly, he was there. Edward. Silent as a shadow. Edible art, he said, half charmed. Startled, Bella dropped the apple. It hit the floor, only for Edward to casually catch it with his foot, bounce it back into his hand, and offer it to her. The deep red of the apple stood out starkly against the icy whiteness of his skin. Bella hesitated. Thanks, but your mood swings are giving me whiplash. Edward's gaze softened. I said it would be better if we weren't friends. Not that I didn't want to be. She frowned. What does that even mean? It means if you were smart, he said quietly, you'd avoid me. He cast a glance toward his table, where his equally inhumanly beautiful siblings sat waiting. Their gazes, passive, watchful, gave nothing away. Bella followed his glance. Then hers shifted back to her own table, where her friends were watching this exchange with barely disguised curiosity. Mike, in particular, looked like he wanted to throw a tray at Edward. Bella turned back to him. So, let's say, for argument's sake, I'm not smart. Would you talk to me? Tell me the truth. Edward's lips curved, just slightly. Probably not. I'd rather hear your theories. She smiled, playing along. Okay, how about radioactive spiders? Kryptonite. Edward leveled a gaze at her, sharp and unreadable. You're talking about superheroes. What if I'm not a hero? What if I'm the bad guy? There was a beat. Bella studied him more closely now. No, she said softly. I don't believe that. You're not bad. You can be a jerk, sure, but it's like this mask. You wear it to keep people away. That made Edward pause. Her honesty disarmed him, chipped away at his practiced detachment. Bella tilted her head. Look, why don't we just hang out? Come to the beach with us. It'll be fun. Sand fleas, windburn, salt water stinging your eyes. Real exciting stuff. Edward smiled faintly. Which beach? La Push. His smile faltered. Just for a second, but Bella noticed. She tilted her head. Something wrong with that beach? Edward glanced to the side at Mike, watching them from afar with narrowed eyes. It's just a little crowded, Edward muttered. Moments later, as Edward turned and walked away, Bella's eyes lingered for a moment, confused, curious, unsettled. That's when she saw Killian. He entered the cafeteria through the side doors, silent and solitary. The din of the lunchroom faded in Bella's ears. Killian walked like someone accustomed to moving unnoticed. Eyes forward, shoulders squared. He slid into a seat near the back, alone as usual. Bella hesitated, then walked toward him with her tray. She sat down across from him without a word. Killian didn't flinch or look surprised. He simply looked up, calm but slightly tired, as if he were running on half his usual energy. Are you going to La Push? Bella asked gently. No, Killian said, his voice flat. Bella tilted her head, watching him. Why not? I've got something to do, he replied simply. No explanation offered. Bella studied him for a moment. His face held no trace of irritation, only a kind of quiet exhaustion. His eyes looked like they were somewhere else entirely. She offered a faint smile. You're always up to something. Killian didn't answer. He just returned to his tray, not eating, just thinking. Bella sat with him in silence, unsure why it felt more like he was hiding something instead of having something to do. Across the room, Edward Cullen watched them from his table. His gaze narrowed. Gray clouds hung low over the restless sea, casting a dim, silver haze across La Push Beach. The wind bit through layers of clothing, reddening cheeks and tugging at hair. Out in the distance, waves crashed in cold, thunderous rhythm as a few brave souls, Mike, Tyler, and Eric ran along the shoreline, surfboards tucked under their arms, wetsuits clinging to them like armor. Further up the beach, Bella walked alongside Angela, each step cautious over patches of driftwood and soaked sand. Angela's camera clicked with every step, capturing the rugged beauty of the coast, the gray light, the salt-laced wind. I keep thinking Eric's going to ask me to prom, Angela said suddenly, peering through her viewfinder, and then he just doesn't. You could ask him, Bella offered, glancing sideways at her. Angela looked startled. Bella added, with a slight grin, take control. You're a strong, independent woman. Angela hesitated. I am. Before Bella could respond, a voice called out from behind them. Bella. She turned to see Jacob Black approaching, tall and lean with an easy, lopsided smile. Flanking him were Sam Yulee and Embry Call, older, broader, quieter, their presence grounding, more serious. Bella's eyes lit up. Guys, this is Jacob, she said with a playful smirk. Stalking me. Jacob laughed, falling into step beside her. You're on my res, remember? You surfing? Definitely not. Keep her company, Jessica called out teasingly. Her date bailed, Eric added with a chuckle. What date? One of the younger boys asked, grinning. Jessica smirked. She invited Edward. Bella's face flushed. To be polite. I think it's nice she invited him, Angela said gently. No one ever does. That's because Cullen's a freak, Mike muttered. The group quieted as Sam's voice cut through the breeze, sharp and edged. You got that right. Bella blinked, surprised by the venom in his tone. She looked at Sam. You know them? Sam's expression tightened. The Cullens don't come here. The words lingered for a beat, heavy and absolute, and then a distant roar rose over the crashing surf. A motorcycle. Everyone turned toward the sound, squinting through the mist rolling off the trees at the edge of the beach. A dark figure emerged, tires kicking up gravel and sand. The engine growled as the motorcycle sped down the beach trail and slowed to a halt just near the group. Killian. His jacket flared in the wind as he swung off the bike. Pulling off his helmet, his hair tousled from the ride, Killian locked eyes with Sam. The air between them seemed to freeze. "You've got guts showing up here," Sam said under his breath, his tone laced with quiet fury. "After everything that's been said and done." Killian's voice was low and laced with anger. "Didn't come to talk to you. Maybe you should have stayed in your garage, hero," Sam replied, stepping forward. Killian didn't flinch. He moved too, closing the space between them like a storm rolling in from the sea. Embry shifted uncomfortably. "Guys." "Sam, don't," Jacob warned. Before anyone else could act, Bella stepped in, slipping between the two just as the tension threatened to snap. Her arms lifted slightly, protective. "Hey, stop it. Both of you," she said, her voice loud over the wind. She turned to Killian, eyes sharp with confusion and concern. "What are you doing here?" Killian's jaw clenched. "Yeah, right," he muttered. This was a bad idea. He stepped back, shoulders tight, then turned and swung onto his motorcycle without looking at anyone again. "Killian, wait," Bella called, reaching out. But the engine roared to life. The bike lunged forward, tires spinning and spitting sand as he tore back down the trail. The sound of the motor echoed for a few long seconds before vanishing into the trees. Bella stood frozen in the silence he left behind, the ocean's crashing rhythm returning to fill the space. Everyone stared at her at the trail, at the place where Killian had just stood. And none of them spoke. Moments later, the wind swept along the shoreline, curling around the driftwood and sending loose strands of Bella's hair across her face. She walked alongside Jacob, the cold sand soft underfoot, her gaze drifting out to the ocean where gray waves crashed rhythmically under a muted sky. The surfers were out in the water, bobbing in the swell, waiting for the next break. Farther up the beach, Angela wandered with her camera, snapping photos of the scenery and occasionally of their friends. So, Bella began casually, nudging Jacob's shoulder with her own. "What did your friend mean earlier about the Cullens not coming here?" Jacob slowed slightly, kicking a piece of driftwood out of his path. "Oops. You caught that, huh?" He glanced sideways at her, then lowered his voice in mock conspiracy. "I'm not really supposed to say anything." Bella raised an eyebrow and gave him a sly smile. "I can keep a secret." Jacob chuckled at her expression, then gave in. "It's just an old scary story," he said, adopting a spooky tone. "Did you know the Quilluts are supposedly descended from wolves?" Bella smirked. "Like fur and fangs?" Doggy breath. He laughed again, clearly enjoying himself. "Something like that." She looked at him expectantly, waiting for more. "So the legend about the Cullens is?" Jacob hesitated, then leaned in slightly, eyes gleaming with mischief. "They're supposedly descended from this, enemy clan," he said in a voice meant to be ominous. "But they claimed they were different. So, the tribe made a treaty with them." Bella blinked. "Didn't they just move here? Or moved back?" Jacob shrugged. "That's what I heard. And this treaty was." He looked around to make sure no one was too close, then whispered, "If they promised to stay off Quillut land, we wouldn't tell the palefaces what they really were." Jacob paused dramatically, giving her a teasing grin. Bella shivered from the chill or from the implication. She wasn't sure. Just then, a scream pierced the air. Angela ran by, laughing and shrieking as Eric chased her with a dead crab. Bella jumped, her pulse spiking, and Jacob burst out laughing. "Wait," she called after him as he began heading back toward the others. "What were they really?" Jacob threw her a smile over his shoulder. "It's just a story, Bella." But she didn't follow him just yet. Something lingered in her mind. Something unfinished. "Hey, Jacob," she called, catching up again. "What happened between Sam and Killian back there?" It felt intense. At the mention of Killian's name, Jacob's smile dimmed slightly. He looked ahead, jaw tightening for a split second before forcing a nonchalant shrug. "It's old stuff," he said. "Complicated. You don't want to get into it." Then, without giving her a chance to press further, he pointed toward the others and changed the subject with a grin. "Come on. Let's go laugh at that guy trying to stand on a surfboard." Bella followed, but her mind didn't let go of the question so easily. As the waves rolled in behind them, she knew something deeper lingered beneath Jacob's easy grin and behind the silence that followed Killian's name. Late afternoon. The river shimmered under the pale light of the late afternoon sun, its surface broken only by the occasional ripple of wind or fish just beneath. Along the bank, a ramshackle community of weathered shacks stood crookedly on wooden stilts, connected by narrow planks and warped walkways. The air smelled of damp pine and old boats. Waylon Forge, a grizzled logger with a belly full of beer and a heart full of old stories, knelt beside his boat, a half-empty pint bottle nestled nearby. His battered Walkman hissed quietly in his ears, playing some forgotten classic. He scraped at the paint with rhythmic indifference, singing along off-key, his breath misting faintly in the cool air. Beside him, his aging mutt, Jerry, lay sprawled on the deck, tail occasionally twitching, ears flicking at the sound of birds and bugs in the nearby woods. Then, silence. It came all at once, no birdsong, no insects, just the dull rasp of Waylon's paint scraper and the far-off trickle of the river. Jerry's ears perked up. A low growl rumbled in his throat. His head lifted sharply. Waylon didn't notice. He kept scraping, kept singing, until something finally tugged at the edge of his awareness. He glanced down. Jerry was gone. He blinked, then pulled off his headphones. The absence of sound was immediate and unnatural. "Jerry," he called, frowning. He gave a short whistle. Nothing. Rising with a grunt, he stepped along the wooden walkway, eyes scanning the brush. That's when he saw it, a patch of fur beneath a bush. A leg. "Come on, Jerry, you old mutt," he muttered, approaching. He reached down and tugged at the limb. It came away too easily. The leg was severed. Waylon stumbled back, horror rising in his chest like bile. He scrambled onto his boat, shaking hands, fumbling with the knot as he untied the rope. The vessel drifted out onto the river, rocking as it caught the current. He stood alone now, breath short, eyes darting to the tree line. Everything was still. Too still. He scanned the thick woods across the water, dark, tangled, silent. A sound. He spun. Nothing. Then, the boat lurched violently beneath him. Waylon turned and froze. A man now stood on the bow. Pale. Predatory. Unblinking. He wore no shoes, and his skin looked carved from ice. But his eyes were a deep, menacing burgundy that glinted with hunger. Waylon's breath hitched. "How did you do that?" The man tilted his head, amused, but cold. Always the same inane questions. Waylon turned. Just as a blur of red and motion landed beside him with a soft thud. A woman, young, wild, and terrifying, crouched on the deck, her chaotic red hair tangled with leaves. Her lips curled into something like a smile. Panicking, Waylon spun the other way, only to find a third figure lounging casually in his seat as if he'd been there the whole time. Dark skin, long glossy hair, bare feet. He smiled faintly, like a man bored with what was about to happen. All three of them wore torn clothes, no shoes, and no trace of humanity in their movements. "What do you want?" Waylon whispered, backing toward the stern. The woman laughed softly. "Why are you doing this?" he asked, more desperate now. The black man sighed. His voice was smooth, faintly accented with French. "James, let's not play with our food." James didn't blink. Instead, he smacked his lips as if what he had in front of him was a delicious meal. The woman's grin widened, full of malice. She took a half step forward, and in a blur, they all lunged. Waylon had no time to scream. Just the rush of motion, the splash of water, and then silence again. Chapter 5. The sun had finally broken through the dense Forks cloud cover, drawing students outside like moths to light. Though the temperature barely pushed past 60 degrees, it didn't stop anyone from dressing like it was summer. Laughter rang out across the courtyard as students lounged on benches, grass, and picnic tables with trays of cafeteria food in their laps. Bella stepped out into the brightness, her eyes scanning the crowd. She was looking for someone, and the moment she didn't see him, disappointment flickered across her face. Jessica Stanley, already seated at a bench with a smoothie in hand, noticed her search. "He's not here," Jessica said casually as Bella approached. Bella looked down at her, puzzled. Jessica continued, explaining as if it were common knowledge. "Whenever the weather's nice, the Cullens disappear." Bella frowned. "They just ditch." Jessica laughed softly. "No. Dr. and Mrs. Cullen yanked them out for hiking, camping, and stuff. I tried using that excuse on my parents once. Didn't work." From a few steps away, someone scoffed. Killian leaned against a nearby vending machine, arms folded across his chest and one foot resting against the base. His hoodie hung loosely over his frame, shadowing part of his face, but there was no mistaking the quiet scoff he let out at Jessica's words. He shook his head with amusement, clearly not buying a word of it. Jessica glanced his way but didn't say anything. Bella did too, but Killian wasn't looking at anyone in particular. His gaze was far off, like his mind had already moved on. A moment later, he pushed off the vending machine and walked away, disappearing around the corner. Just as the silence settled between the girls, Angela burst into the courtyard, her camera bag bouncing at her side. "I'm going to prom with Eric," she exclaimed, barely able to contain herself. "I just asked him." "I took control." She hugged Bella with excitement, then pulled back, slightly breathless. "Are you sure you have to go out of town?" she asked, hopeful. Bella offered a vague smile. "It's a family thing." Jessica, suddenly caught up in the excitement, perked up. "Oh my God, we need to hit the stores in Port Angeles before all the good dresses are gone." Bella hesitated for only a second, an idea beginning to form in her mind. "Port Angeles? Can I go with you guys?" Angela grinned, relieved. "Thank God. We need your opinion." As the girls began to chatter about prom dresses and store options, Bella glanced once more in the direction Killian had gone. But he was long gone. As Bella's eyes lingered in the direction Killian had gone, Jessica noticed. She paused mid-sip of her smoothie, squinting slightly before leaning in. "Okay," Jessica said, lowering her voice. "What's the deal with him?" Bella blinked, pulled from her thoughts. "Who?" "Killian," Jessica said, nodding toward where he'd disappeared. "He's always so. I don't know. Closed off. He barely talks to anyone unless he has to." Angela chimed in, adjusting the strap on her camera bag. "He's kind of intense, right? Like, one second he's just there and the next he's gone." Jessica sighed dramatically. "And it sucks because he's so gorgeous. Like, unfairly gorgeous." Angela nodded in agreement. "Yeah, tall, quiet, broody. It's a whole thing." Jessica smirked. "If he even made eye contact for more than 3 seconds, half the school would faint." Bella looked down, hiding the faint furrow in her brow. "He's just private," she said quietly. "Always has been." But there was more to it. Bella knew it. She'd known Killian for years, ever since their parents had introduced them as kids. Back then, he'd smiled more, laughed more. But something had changed in him over time, something he never talked about. Jessica nudged her with a grin. "You guys used to be close, right? Before high school." Bella hesitated, then nodded slowly. "Yeah, we were." Jessica narrowed her eyes playfully. "So? Spill. What happened?" But Bella just gave her a tight smile and turned her attention back to her tray, clearly not ready to answer that, and to her credit, she couldn't even if she wanted to. He never really talked about it. Jessica rolled her eyes in exaggerated defeat, but let the subject drop for now. Angela, sensing the shift, brought up dresses again, pulling the focus back to their Port Angeles trip. But even as they laughed and chatted, Bella's mind drifted elsewhere, to the boy who always kept his distance, and the way he'd looked at Sam on the beach like there was a history no one else understood. A history Bella wasn't sure she wanted to be caught in the middle of. Late afternoon. The sun had started to dip behind the trees as Killian rolled up the driveway, the low hum of his motorcycle cutting off as he killed the engine. His boots hit the pavement with a dull thud, and he looked up, eyes narrowing slightly at the familiar sight of a Forks Police Department cruiser parked out front. Charlie Swan. Killian stepped inside, brushing the wind from his jacket as he kicked the door closed behind him. The low murmur of conversation floated in from the living room. His foster mom and Charlie Swan sat on the couch, 2 mugs of coffee on the table between them. They looked up when Killian entered. "Hey, kid," Charlie greeted, giving a small nod. Killian gave one back, his expression unreadable. "Didn't know we were having company." His mom stood and gave Killian a gentle pat on the back as he passed him. "I'm gonna start dinner. You two talk." Killian raised an eyebrow, suspicious now. Charlie waited a beat before leaning forward, resting his forearms on his knees. "I need a favor," he said. Killian tilted his head, still standing. "That usually means trouble." Charlie exhaled, running a hand down his jaw. "It's about Bella," he started. That got Killian's attention. He dropped his bag and stepped further in, arms crossed. "What about her?" "She's heading to Port Angeles tonight with a couple of friends." "Some dress shopping thing," Charlie explained, watching Killian carefully. "I know she didn't tell me. She said it's a family thing, but Angela told her mom, and it got back to me." Killian didn't say anything, but his jaw tightened slightly. Charlie continued, voice lower now, a little more serious. "I'm not trying to be the paranoid cop dad, but you know how Port Angeles gets at night. Bikers, drunks, people that don't give a damn about small-town manners." Killian's eyes flickered with something sharp. Protective. He'd seen it before, too, especially in alleyways and corners of town. People pretended didn't exist. Charlie met his gaze. "I just want someone watching her back. She won't know. Just keep an eye out. Make sure she gets home safe." A moment of silence stretched between them. Killian nodded once. "I'll go." Charlie relaxed, just a little, and reached for his coffee again. "Thanks, kid." Killian turned without another word, heading down the hall to grab his jacket. Whatever happened in Port Angeles tonight, if Bella was in the middle of it, he wouldn't be far behind. Afternoon. Fluorescent lights flicker slightly above rows of colorful dresses. The boutique hums with quiet chatter and the soft rustle of fabric. Bella stood near the entrance, arms folded tightly across her chest. Her eyes kept drifting toward the folded paper in her hand, a MapQuest printout that read, Thunderbird and Whale Bookstore. Across the room, Jessica spun out of the dressing room in a bold halter dress, twirling theatrically in front of the mirror. "I think this halter makes my chest look big," she said, posing with a hand on her hip. "What do you think, Bella?" Outside the boutique window, a group of rowdy college guys passed by on their way to a bar. A couple of them turned their heads to ogle Jessica, snickering as they walked. Jessica noticed, cheeks flushing. She looked back at Bella, seeking affirmation. Bella didn't respond right away. Her gaze remained locked on the map in her hands. "It looks great," she murmured absently, not even glancing up. Jessica blinked, annoyed. "You said that about the last 5 dresses." Angela stepped out from behind a curtain, her half-zipped dress clinging awkwardly as she offered Bella a sympathetic smile. "You're not very good at this, are you?" Bella gave a weak laugh, then folded the printout and slipped it back into her bag. "Maybe I should just go check out the bookstore," she said. "I'll meet you at the restaurant later." Angela frowned slightly. "You sure?" Bella nodded, already moving toward the door. "Yeah, I'm sure." The boutique bell chimed softly as she stepped out into the fading afternoon light, the sound of distant laughter and engines drifting in from the street. Back inside, Jessica turned to the mirror again, adjusting the halter top with a pleased smirk. She was right about this halter, though, she said to Angela. "It does look great." Angela rolled her eyes, but smiled all the same. Bella stepped out of the small bookstore, flipping through the paperback she had just bought. The streets were quiet, the evening air sharp with cold. As she walked, lost in thought, the soft sound of footsteps behind her made her pause. She turned, her heart beginning to pound. Behind her, the drunk college guys from earlier were staggering down the sidewalk, all 4 of them. Their laughter echoed through the empty street as their eyes locked on her. Quickly, she slipped the book into her shoulder bag and changed her route, cutting across an empty parking lot, hoping to lose them. But they followed. At the far end of the lot, near an abandoned warehouse, 2 of the men stepped out from the shadows ahead of her, cutting her off. Their smiles were crooked, their movements slow and predatory. "I saw you in the dress store," one slurred. "Where were you running to?" another asked, grinning. Bella looked left, then right. The other two had flanked her. She was surrounded. "There she is," one of them said. "It's my girl." "You're too pretty to be alone," another added. They drew closer. Bella tried to push past, but a hand grabbed her arm. "Don't touch me," she snapped. One of them laughed. "You're pretty. Cute." As he moved toward her again, she swung her bag with everything she had. The heavy book inside struck him square in the midsection. He crumpled to the ground with a groan. The other three froze. Then their faces twisted with amusement and a bit of rage. They began to close in. Suddenly, bright headlights flooded the parking lot. A silver Volvo tore in, its tires skidding to a stop. The boys stumbled back, shielding their eyes. Edward stepped out of the car. "Get in," he said. Bella didn't hesitate. She rushed into the passenger seat, slamming the door behind her. Outside, Edward turned to face the group. One of them started to speak, but stopped as Edward's glare landed on him, cold, furious, and human. The boy instinctively backed away, spooked by something he couldn't explain. Then, from the edge of the trees, came a deep, menacing growl. Everyone froze. A massive white wolf stepped out of the darkness. Its fur gleamed in the moonlight, its fangs bared. It growled again, low and warning. Its presence silenced the group instantly. Edward's gaze shifted to the wolf. Recognition flickered in his eyes. Killian. The two stared at each other for a moment. Edward then turned his gaze on the drunkards. The wolf remained still, watching, guarding. Edward climbed back into the Volvo, jaw clenched. Bella turned to him, trembling, her mind racing. But no words came. The Volvo's headlights dim as it pulls away, the sound of its engine fading into the night. But the danger doesn't fade with it, not for everyone. Killian stood alone, the towering silhouette of his massive white wolf form outlined by the street lamp's flicker. The guys remained frozen at first, their bravado thinning under the weight of primal fear. He then began walking away into the forest. One of them, perhaps the drunkest or the dumbest, regained his false courage. "That guy, chick was hot." "She's lucky. Would have loved to get a closer look." Killian froze. And suddenly, he felt it. Uncontrollable rage. The uncontrollable rage is synonymous with losing control. And so he did. With a furious snarl, Killian charged, paws thundering against the pavement, his body a blur of white fury. He launched into the air with terrifying speed, eyes locked on the one who spoke, jaws open wide, aiming to end it with one devastating strike. But just before he could land the blow, wham! A golden blur slammed into him from the side. Rosalie. She had tackled him midair, sending both bodies tumbling across the lot. The ground cracked beneath them from the impact. Killian skidded upright, snarling louder now, not just at the drunkards, but at her. His eyes were blazing, his chest heaving. He shoved Rosalie off of him with a burst of strength that sent her sliding back a few feet. And then he turned on them again. Vision narrowing. Breathing ragged. He saw nothing but red. A tunnel of rage. "Killian." Rosalie's voice cut through the haze, sharp and commanding. But the distraction created a dangerous opening. One of the guys, trembling, pulled a switchblade and lunged. The blade sank into Killian's side, twisting as the coward tried to push the wolf back. Killian let out a pained, guttural growl, loud enough to shake the bones. With a savage motion, he hurled the attacker several meters back. The guy hit the pavement with a heavy thud. Blood poured from Killian's side as he staggered, struggling to remain upright. His form flickered and then shifted. Gave way to skin. Bones realigned. He stood, naked, in human form, bruised, bleeding and seething with pain. His body radiated heat like an open furnace. Rosalie was at his side in a second. Letting out a scoff, he tried to get up. "Don't," she ordered, pressing her hand against his bare chest to keep him from rising. "I'm fine," he hissed through clenched teeth. "I just need a second." "You're bleeding out," she snapped, kneeling beside him. "I'm taking you to the hospital." "No," he gritted. How the hell am I supposed to explain a stab wound like this? Their eyes locked. A beat passed. Rosalie's jaw tightened. Fine, she said. Then we're going to my house. Carlisle will know what to do. Killian didn't argue this time. He couldn't. His strength was already fading fast. As she slipped her jacket off and wrapped it around him, Rosalie turned once more to glare at the retreating group. Their cowardice had finally caught up with them. They were already gone. She shifted her gaze back to Killian, her expression unreadable. A mix of frustration, worry, and something else unspoken. Then, without another word, she lifted his arm over her shoulders and helped him toward her car, the stars above doing little to shine down on the dark path ahead. Nighttime. The Cullen house stood silent beneath the blanket of stars, its glass walls glowing faintly with warm, ambient light. Outside, the trees swayed gently in the breeze, but inside, everything was still, too still. Upstairs, in one of the guest rooms, Killian lay unconscious on a sleek, modern bed. His bare chest rose and fell slowly, bandaged tightly around the side where the switchblade had sunk in. The wound had been deep, but Carlisle had worked quickly, expertly, his hands steady, his expression calm. Now, with the worst behind him, Killian slept soundly. His brows were still furrowed from whatever pain lingered in his dreams. His skin remained flushed, his body running hotter than any normal human, even at rest. Rosalie stood in the doorway, arms crossed over her chest, leaning against the frame. Her sharp eyes were locked on Killian, unreadable but unwavering. The flickering light from the hallway threw shadows across her face, but her gaze never wavered. Behind her, Carlisle approached quietly, followed closely by Alice, Emmett, Esme, and Jasper. None of them knew what had happened. Carlisle stepped closer to Rosalie, speaking in a voice just above a whisper. "He's healing fast," he said, watching the slow rise and fall of Killian's chest. Not as fast as he would in wolf form, but still, impressive. Rosalie didn't speak, her jaw tightening. "You got to him just in time," Carlisle continued, a little softer now. "If that blade had twisted just a little farther, it might have punctured something vital, though his healing factor makes him less vulnerable to those kinds of attacks. Nonetheless, he's exhausted. Looks like this phase took a lot out of him." Her jaw tensed even more. He shouldn't have been out there like that. He lost control. That's probably why he's so tired. Carlisle gave her a small, knowing nod and gently stepped away, disappearing down the stairs. The others remained. Emmett shifted beside Alice, his brow furrowed. "What the hell happened out there?" he asked quietly, glancing at Rosalie. Rosalie didn't take her eyes off Killian. He was protecting the new girl from a group of drunk college kids who thought she was prey. Alice's lips parted in shock. "You're serious?" "Humans." Rosalie gave a single, sharp nod. "How'd he get hurt?" Alice asked, her voice tinged with concern. It's not common for their kind to get seriously injured, especially by a human. Jasper stepped forward, his expression darker than usual. "He lost control, didn't he? He probably thought it wouldn't happen until it already did. Emotion like that, it clouds everything. I've seen it happen to his kind more than once." His eyes flicked to Killian on the bed, seeing something beyond the physical injury. He was angry. Scared. Not for himself, for the girl, Rosalie said, low and certain. Esme stepped closer to Carlisle, her voice barely a whisper. "He's just a boy." Carlisle, halfway down the stairs, paused to nod solemnly. Emmett folded his arms. He was probably ready to tear them apart. "Hell, I would be too." "He was," Rosalie said flatly. Emmett stared at her. "You stopped him." She nodded once. "They're lucky I did." Alice looked at her sister, something unspoken in her gaze. Maybe understanding. Maybe admiration. Esme reached out and gently touched Rosalie's arm. "You did the right thing," she said softly. "Bringing him here." Rosalie didn't respond. Her silence was answer enough. Carlisle's voice carried from the staircase again. "Let him rest. He'll need it." The others began to disperse. Esme gave Rosalie's arm one last squeeze before following Carlisle. Jasper said nothing, his mind still clearly wrestling with what he had sensed in Killian. Alice lingered for a heartbeat longer, her eyes briefly flicking between Killian and Rosalie before disappearing down the stairs. Emmett was the last to go, giving one final glance toward the boy in the bed. "Kid's got guts," he muttered, then vanished after the others. Rosalie was left alone at the threshold. Killian stirred slightly, lips parting in a dream, his head turning toward her without waking. The crease of pain still hadn't left his brow. For a moment, something unspoken passed through Rosalie's expression, the barest flicker of emotion. Concern. Regret. Guilt. She stepped inside quietly, moving like a shadow, and lowered herself into the chair beside the bed. She didn't speak. She just sat there. And waited. Cullen House, guest room. A few hours later. The room was quiet. Too quiet. Only the soft hum of electricity in the walls and the faint creak of wood as the house settled filled the space. Rosalie sat motionless in the chair beside Killian's bed. Though her posture appeared relaxed, her gaze was fixed sharply on him. Then, a strained breath broke the silence. Killian stirred. His fingers twitched beneath the blanket, his head shifting on the pillow. A quiet groan slipped past his lips as his eyes fluttered open, unfocused and glazed with pain. His chest lifted with a shaky inhale. A hand moved instinctively to his side, brushing the tight bandages that still covered the wound. "What?" he rasped, his voice hoarse. Rosalie stood and leaned over him before he could sit up. She placed a firm yet gentle hand against his chest, holding him down. "Don't," she said quietly. "You're still healing." His eyes, glassy and clouded with fever, found hers. Recognition slowly registered. "You tackled me. In the lot." "You were about to kill him," she replied. "I should have," he muttered bitterly. His muscles tensed beneath her hand, the heat of his skin radiating like a furnace. Rosalie didn't move. "And then what?" she said. "Carlisle patches you up while we clean a human's blood off your teeth?" Killian turned his head, jaw clenched. The shame in his eyes clashed with lingering rage. Rosalie hesitated, then her tone softened. "I know why you lost it. I saw him. I saw what he did to her, but that's not the man I've been watching all year." He remained silent. The heaviness between them deepened. A gentle knock sounded at the door before it opened. Alice entered first, followed by Esme and Emmett. Emmett gave a sheepish grin. "Look who's back from the dead." Killian blinked slowly, still dazed, but gave a faint, breathless chuckle. Esme hurried to his side, warmth and concern in her every movement. "You scared us," she said. "You're lucky Rosalie brought you here when she did." Alice hovered near the bed, her voice softer than usual. "I didn't see it coming." "I should have, but you're hard to read." "Yeah," Killian muttered, his voice low and dry. "I try to keep you guessing." He winced again and fell quiet. Rosalie gently pulled the blanket higher up his chest. "He needs rest," she said. "He needs a drink," Emmett joked. Then quickly added, "Water." "I meant water." They all shared quiet smiles, the tension in the room lightening, if only slightly. As they began to file out, Alice lingered, her gaze thoughtful as she watched Killian. Something unreadable passed through her expression before she slipped out with the others. Esme kissed Killian's forehead gently. "We're here if you need anything." When the door closed behind them, Rosalie was once again the only one left. Killian glanced down at her hand still resting on his chest. Carefully, he moved it aside. "I'm not made of glass," he murmured. Rosalie arched an eyebrow, but didn't protest as he slowly sat up, a grimace crossing his face as the movement stretched the healing muscles in his side. "With how hot your body is right now," she said dryly, "you sure you're not about to melt through the mattress?" He didn't answer. Instead, he swung his legs over the side of the bed and rose to his feet. His steps were steady, if sluggish, as he made his way to the mirror. Rosalie stayed seated, watching him intently. At the mirror, Killian examined himself. Then, slowly and methodically, he began removing the gauze wrapped around his torso. "Hey, stop that. You're gonna..." She started, but the bandages were already unraveling, loop after loop falling away. The last of the fabric dropped to the floor. Rosalie fell silent. There was no sign of the wound. No torn flesh, no bruising. Only unblemished, sun-warmed skin. His side, which had been pierced only hours earlier, looked almost untouched, save for a light scar. Almost completely healed. Killian's body was sculpted and powerful. The curve of his spine, the flex of his back muscles, all bathed in low, golden light. His breathing had steadied, his heat still radiating in waves across the room. Rosalie's gaze lingered on him. Not on the wound, but on him. "It's been hours," she whispered, almost in awe. In the mirror, Killian met her eyes. His face was unreadable beneath the shadow. "Guess I bounced back quick," he said. She didn't respond. She only watched. And in that silence, something passed between them. Unspoken, unnamed, but unmistakably there. Chapter 6. Killian stood in front of the mirror, the last of the bandages now discarded on the dresser beside him. The wound was gone. Not even a scar remained in its place. Just smooth, unbroken skin stretched over honed muscle. He exhaled slowly, his reflection staring back at him with quiet resolve. But beneath that surface, something flickered. A memory. A feeling. He could still feel it, the white-hot edge of it, that loss of control. The fury that surged through him the moment he saw Bella backed against that wall. The fear, not for himself, but for what he might do, what he did. He remembered the way Rosalie had tackled him mid-phase, the two of them crashing into the dirt, her trying to stop him, to calm him, and how he'd lashed out. Teeth bared, claws drawn, snarling wild. He hadn't recognized himself in that moment. Behind him, Rosalie watched in silence, her golden eyes trailing down his frame. Her gaze moved from the broad plane of his shoulders to the sculpted ridges of his back, muscles flexing and relaxing with each breath, then lower, her eyes following the defined contour of his abs through the reflection in the mirror, taut and unmarred. His physique was lean but powerful, like a weapon forged through discipline and pain. One of his arms was wrapped in black ink, a full sleeve of tattoos etched against his fair skin. The designs were intricate, chaotic yet harmonious, a map of stories that no one but him could decipher. Rosalie's eyes lingered longer than she meant to, her expression unreadable. "You shouldn't have come alone," she said quietly. Killian didn't answer right away. He stared at his reflection, jaw tightening. "I thought your boy might lose control," he muttered. "With them." She raised an eyebrow slightly. "Edward." He nodded once, turning around. They were drunk. Aggressive. Bella was cornered. "I thought if anyone was gonna lose it, it'd be him." He looked down. His voice dropped. "But I lost it instead." A bitter scoff left him, barely audible. Sam was right. The words hung there. Heavy. Cracked at the edges. Killian stood still, shoulders slumped slightly as if the admission had taken the last of his strength. His eyes were downcast, avoiding hers, lost in whatever weight he carried. Defeat lingered in his posture, in the way his fingers twitched faintly at his sides. She looked at him. Really looked at him. Then, without hesitation, she stepped in. Rosalie stepped closer, her gaze softening. Her hand came to rest gently on his chest, the bare skin beneath her palm warm and solid. She could feel the steady thrum of his heartbeat under her touch, strong, but unsteady, like a storm restrained by will alone. She reached up, her hand gentle as it cupped his chin. Slowly, she lifted his head until their eyes met. She had to stretch slightly. He was taller than her, enough that it made the gesture feel intimate, delicate. Her fingers rested lightly against his jaw, her touch cool against the lingering heat of his skin. "You're in control now," she said softly. "That's all that matters." Killian's breath caught. Not because of her touch, but because of the quiet steadiness in her voice. The certainty. "No one's hurt," she added. "You stopped it. You protected her." He didn't reply. Didn't need to. Their eyes held for a moment longer, something quiet passing between them, too fragile to name. That silence between them changed, no longer tense, but fragile. Like glass warmed by light instead of pressure. And for a moment, Killian just let himself breathe. Let her touch anchor him. Let her words settle in places no one else had ever reached. Then, slowly, Killian pulled on the nearest shirt, the fabric clinging to the heat of his skin. Her hand fell away. His broad chest rose and fell with each breath, the definition in his torso impossible to ignore. One arm still bore the dark ink of his tattoos. Their eyes met again, a flicker of tension between them. Electric. Heavy. Rosalie stepped back slightly, letting the moment pass. "You don't have to go," she said softly. He paused, his back half turned. "I know," he murmured. "But I should." He moved past her without looking back, his footsteps silent across the wooden floor. But instead of heading to the door, he walked to the window. He unlatched it quietly, the glass panel lifting with ease. A gust of cool night air swept into the room, brushing against his skin, tousling the ends of his hair. He placed one hand on the sill, ready to climb through, a practiced movement, clean and quiet. Invisible, the way he liked it. Rosalie stepped forward, her brows drawing together. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice low but urgent. He didn't look at her. Just stared out into the dark. "I'll go out this way." Rosalie took another step forward, her hand reaching out, stopping just shy of touching his arm. "Don't be ridiculous," she said. "Just use the front door." Killian exhaled slowly, his grip tightening on the windowsill. "I can't face your family," he said, his voice quiet, almost bitter. "Not after everything." Rosalie's expression shifted, a flicker of something that wasn't quite surprise. Sympathy, maybe? Frustration. Both. "You didn't do anything wrong," she said. Killian turned his head slightly, his eyes shadowed beneath the dim glow of the bedside lamp. "I lost control in your woods. I brought chaos to your doorstep. Carlisle had to play ER doctor at midnight because of me." He looked down, jaw tight. "Just tell them I'm sorry. For the trouble. For all of it." Rosalie didn't respond immediately. "And tell them it won't happen again," he added, voice firmer now. Not cold, but resolved. "I promise." A long silence passed between them, filled only by the whisper of wind slipping in through the open window. Then, gently, she reached out, her fingers brushing over his wrist. Not holding him back. Just anchoring him. "You didn't cause trouble," she said, her voice quiet but steady. "You needed help. And whether you like it or not, you matter to people." Killian blinked, something subtle shifting in his expression. "You matter." The words hung there between them. No echo. No backpedaling. Just truth. He didn't respond. Couldn't, maybe. His throat worked as he swallowed, eyes darting to hers, then away again. And for a moment, it seemed like he might stay. But then, with a soft breath, he pulled his wrist free, not harshly, just enough, and stepped through the window, disappearing into the night without another word. Rosalie stood there, staring at the empty frame where he'd been. And this time, when the cold filled the room, it wasn't just from the wind. Rain misted down over the town of Forks, the streetlights painting wet streaks across the pavement. Edward's silver Volvo pulled up to the curb with a low hum. He and Bella stepped out, boots splashing against the slick ground. Bella looked up at the darkened police station, noting the familiar cruiser parked just outside. Beside it, another vehicle stood still, one she recognized from earlier. Edward frowned, staring at the car. "That's my father's," he muttered. "What's he doing here?" Inside the station, lit by a lone overhead fixture, Carlisle Cullen stood with Charlie Swan. Their silhouettes were stiff with tension. Charlie's expression was tight, confused, and stricken as he stared at a wall of photos and maps. Getty Images. Carlisle placed a hand on Charlie's shoulder, the gesture subtle, but deeply sympathetic. Moments later, the door creaked open and Carlisle emerged, his usual composure shadowed by something darker. Edward stepped forward. "What happened?" Carlisle met his son's gaze. His voice was low, careful. "Wayland Forge. He was found in the woods near his property. I just finished examining the body." Edward's face fell. Bella took a sharp breath beside him. He died, she asked, almost whispering. Carlyle nodded gravely. Animal attack. Bella's eyes widened. Like the one that killed the security guard in Mason? A quiet beat passed between father and son, a glance exchanged, heavy with meaning. Bella noticed. She didn't say anything, but her mind was already racing. Most likely, Carlyle said. So it's getting closer to town, Bella murmured. Edward shook his head, jaw clenched. Waylon lived way down by the Queets River. That's 75 miles south. Bella hesitated, troubled. But that's... Carlyle cut in, his voice soft, reassuring, like a father talking to a child. Bella, you should go inside. He was your father's friend. Reluctantly, Bella obeyed. As she passed through the front doors of the police station, she looked back. Edward and Carlyle remained on the sidewalk, heads bowed, voices hushed. Something in their postures said more than words could, something secret, something serious. Inside the quiet and dark station, Charlie sat at a cluttered desk, surrounded by evidence, printed photos, maps of the forest, and handwritten notes. He barely looked up when Bella approached. I'm sorry about Waylon, she said softly. Charlie let out a breath that sounded more like a sigh. Known him for over 30 years. His voice cracked just slightly. He tried to hide it, but the grief sat heavy in his eyes. Bella hesitated, then reached out and rested a comforting hand on his shoulder. The simple gesture broke through something in him. He took her hand and squeezed it. It was the first time in a long time she'd seen her father show that kind of affection, not awkward, not guarded, just real. Then, swallowing down the emotion, Charlie rose from his seat and straightened up. We'll get to the bottom of this, he said with his sheriff's resolve. But his eyes betrayed the fear beneath the words. He opened a drawer and pulled out a small canister. Here, he said. I want you to keep this on you. Bella blinked. Dad, I don't think. It'll give me some peace of mind. He didn't give her a choice. He placed the pepper spray in her purse with the same finality he used when closing a case file. Bella didn't argue. She knew he needed this, not for her, but for himself. As Charlie turned to grab his coat, Bella stepped outside again. Through the gray veil of mist, headlights lit up the parking lot. An ambulance idled near the curb. 2 paramedics wheeled a metal gurney toward its open back doors. Bella froze. Waylon's body, concealed beneath a sheet, rested awkwardly on the stretcher. But from beneath the cover, a pair of bare, pale feet protruded lifeless, stiff, stained red around the toes. They hung at an unnatural angle. She stared. Cold crept into her bones. Flashbacks crept into her mind. Edward's black, predator eyes. His icy white hand was clenching. The 5 Cullens, moving through the school hallway in slow motion, pale, inhumanly graceful. And then, Waylon's bloodless, twisted feet, swinging from the stretcher like something out of a nightmare. The door creaked open with a soft groan as Bella stepped inside, her mind still tangled in everything she'd seen at the police station. Her hand fumbled for the light switch, a small click, and warm light spilt across the room, chasing shadows into corners. She didn't bother taking off her coat. Instead, she moved straight to her desk and picked up the book she'd bought earlier, the one from the antique shop in Port Angeles. Quileute Folk Stories and Art. The cover was worn, but the pages were thick and stiff with age. She sat on the edge of her bed, flipping through them. Inked drawings stared back at her, ancient, grotesque, beautiful in their own way. Carved wooden masks. Some comical, some menacing, others haunting in their simplicity. Then she stopped. A shiver ran down her spine. Her eyes locked onto a photo of a white mask, emotionless and pale, with hollow black eyes and a jagged row of sharp, predatory teeth. Beneath it, in bold script. The Cold One. Bella froze. She stared at it for a long moment, then abruptly closed the book and swung around to her computer. The screen glowed to life in the darkened room, casting pale light across her face as she began to type with urgency. Cold One. She hit enter. Instantly, a wave of ads cluttered the screen, pop-ups with clinking bottles and neon logos. She closed them with a few frustrated clicks. Then, Tucked beneath the digital noise, a single link caught her eye. The cold one. Apotemkin. She clicked. The page began to load. Images bled slowly onto the screen, tapestries, woodcuts, ancient paintings. One depicted a creature with ice blue skin, long dark hair, and fangs glinting in the moonlight as it tore into its prey. Another showed skeletal demons with blood-smeared mouths, eyes glowing like coals as they attacked villages in shadowed woods. She kept scrolling. More images. Statues of pale, perfect figures, sculpted like gods, but surrounded by crimson death. Always surrounded by blood. Words leapt out at her, bold and unrelenting. Speed. Strength. Cold-skinned. Immortal. Bella's heart began to hammer in her chest. Then the last word hit her like a slap. Blood drinker. Her eyes widened. An image filled the screen, a painting of a beautiful man with porcelain skin, his lips pressed to a woman's neck, blood trailing down her collarbone like spilt ink. She blinked. Flash. Suddenly, it was no longer just an old painting. It was Edward. The vision surged through her mind, his arms wrapped around her, his eyes black and wild, his mouth on her neck, crimson dripping from his lips. Bella recoiled from the screen, her breath catching in her throat. She stared at the glowing monitor as if it might burn her. It's not possible. The light from the screen flickered softly, casting fractured shadows across her face as she sat frozen, struggling to reconcile the truth unfolding in front of her, the monster in the myth, and the boy she couldn't stop thinking about. The same person. The treehouse creaked softly in the wind, nestled high in the branches at the edge of Killian's backyard. It had once been a fortress, a rocket ship, a pirate's cove back when the world was smaller and safer. Now, it was just a place to breathe when the walls closed in. Killian sat with his back against one of the wooden beams, legs stretched out in front of him, arms resting loosely at his sides. The night air spilt in through the open windows, crisp and quiet, carrying the scent of pine and old bark. Above him, the stars stretched endlessly, scattered across the sky like broken glass. He wasn't looking at anything in particular, just letting his mind drift. His fingers moved absent-mindedly over the grooves in the floorboards, tracing over the old carvings he and his mom had made when he was little. Faded initials. A crooked wolf head. A sketch of the moon. Memories etched in splinters. He hadn't meant to end up here. His feet had just carried him, like muscle memory guiding him back to the one place that hadn't changed. Then came the soft clatter of movement below, a shift in the boards of the ladder. Killian didn't flinch, but his gaze sharpened. A head appeared through the hatch. Blonde, broad-shouldered, smirking like it was a habit. Not exactly what I pictured when Rosalie said you went home to cool off, Emmett said casually as he hauled himself up. Killian exhaled through his nose and looked away. You following me? Emmett settled across from him, folding his arms over his knees. You left a trail. Thought maybe you'd want to talk. Killian didn't respond at first. Just stared at the stars again, his voice quieter now. I tackled her, he said. The smirk on Emmett's face faded. He said nothing, letting Killian continue. I didn't even see her at first, Killian murmured. Just felt her. She was behind me and I snapped. Took her to the ground before I could think. And then I roared at her. Like some wild animal. But you didn't hurt her, Emmett said evenly. I shouldn't have had to stop myself. The bitterness crept into his voice now, a low edge beneath the calm. He leaned back, pressing his head against the cool wood behind him. His chest rose and fell once, sharply. I thought Edward was gonna lose it on those guys. I thought I was doing something smart. Get Bella out, cool things down. But I lost it instead. He looked down at his hands. His knuckles curled slightly against the floorboards. I'm turning into everything I swore I wouldn't be. Emmett was quiet for a beat, then leaned back with a soft sigh. You think you're the only one who's ever lost it? Jasper can't even sit in a crowded room half the time. I've snapped more than I'd like to admit. Put my fist through a car once, totaled it. Rosalie didn't talk to me for 3 days. Killian glanced over, expression unreadable. You didn't hurt her, Emmett repeated. You scared yourself. That means something. Killian's jaw tightened. You ever hate what you are? Emmett didn't answer immediately. The wind stirred the leaves outside. Not anymore, he said. Took time. Took a lot of screwing up. But eventually, I stopped running from it. I started owning it. He stood, brushing his palms on his jeans. You staying out here all night? Maybe. You should eat something. And shower. You smell like pine needles and regret. That earned a breath, not quite a laugh, but close. Emmett smirked and moved to the hatch. Before disappearing down the ladder, he paused, his voice softening. She's not mad at you, by the way. She stayed in her room after you left. 2 hours. Just pacing. Killian didn't respond. Just sat there in silence as Emmett climbed down and disappeared into the dark. He turned back to the stars, letting the silence fill in the cracks. He wasn't sure what it all meant, the guilt, the fear, the ache in his chest that wouldn't let up. But somehow, the weight felt a little lighter now. He leaned his head back and closed his eyes. And for a moment, he just let the wind move through the trees. The back door creaked open on tired hinges as Killian stepped inside, the familiar scent of cedar and detergent washing over him like a quiet tide. The warmth of the house hit him slowly, not just the heat from the vents humming under the floorboards, but the lived-in stillness of it. It was past midnight, the kind of hour when memories came knocking. He moved quietly through the kitchen, bare feet ghosting over the hardwood floor. The overhead lights were off, but a soft glow flickered from the living room ahead. At first, he thought it was the television left on by mistake. But then he heard the voice low, calm, steady. Couldn't sleep either? Killian paused at the threshold. His foster father sat in the armchair by the fireplace, a worn flannel shirt draped over his shoulders, boots still on his feet. A half-empty cup of coffee rested on the side table, steam long gone. His service pistol and badge were laid out on the mantel. Killian shifted awkwardly. Didn't mean to wake you. You didn't. His father nodded toward the other chair. Come sit. Killian hesitated, then lowered himself onto the couch across from him, the leather cool against his arms. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, eyes fixed on the dying embers in the hearth. A silence settled between them, the kind that was more familiar than words. I used to come up to that treehouse too, his father said after a long while. After you'd fall asleep. Just to sit. Make sure it wouldn't fall apart with you in it. Killian let out a faint breath, half a smile tugging at his lips. Guess I outgrew it. Still stands, though. His dad nodded, staring into the fire. So, you want to tell me what's eating you, or do I have to guess? Killian didn't answer right away. His jaw flexed once, then stilled. I lost control, he said finally. The words hung in the air, heavier than he expected. Something happened. Someone I care about almost got hurt. His father didn't move, didn't react, just listened. Killian ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. I keep pretending I've got it all figured out. That I'm better, stronger than I used to be. But I'm not. I snapped. You snapped, his dad echoed quietly. But did you hurt her? No, the word came out hoarse, raw. But I could have. That's the point. His father studied him for a moment. You think I never snapped before, kid? Killian blinked. You're a cop. You're trained for it. And you think training stops you from being human? He leaned forward, voice firm now. I've seen good men lose it in a second. I've had to pull partners off suspects when adrenaline hit harder than judgment. You think it makes them bad people? Killian's gaze fell to the floor. I'm not exactly normal, Dad. There was a pause. A beat of silence. You know something? His father said. When your mom and I decided to adopt, I wasn't sure I could be what you needed. I didn't know the first thing about raising a kid who'd seen the kind of hurt you had. But the moment we brought you home, something changed. Killian looked up, surprised by the softness in his voice. You weren't easy. Hell, you were angry at the world. At us. At yourself. But you kept showing up. Day after day, you kept trying. That's what made you strong. Killian's throat tightened. I'm scared of who I'm turning into. You mean a protector? His dad gave a quiet snort. Because that's what you were doing, wasn't it? Protecting someone? I was trying to. But it still felt wrong. His father leaned back in his chair. Son, I know you don't like talking about your past, about where you came from, what you've had to deal with. But don't you think it's time you stop carrying that weight alone? Killian swallowed hard. His hands clenched, then released. I was angry, he admitted. When they hurt Bella, when those guys tried to, he stopped, couldn't finish the sentence. I saw red. I didn't think. I just acted. And you protected her, his dad said gently. Even if it scared you. Killian's eyes met his, the flickering firelight catching in the depths. But what happens next time? What if I can't stop myself? You will, his father said without hesitation. Because you care. That's your anchor. That's your difference. The room felt quiet again, but it wasn't empty. The silence now felt full, like the house itself was listening. I always thought I had to do it alone, Killian murmured. That no one could handle this part of me. His father leaned forward and set the coffee cup aside. You're not alone, son. You never were. And whatever part of you you're afraid of, we'll face it. Together. Killian's breath hitched, just a little. He hadn't cried in years. Not since the day he'd been pulled out of that group home and brought here, to a house that never asked for more than he could give. He nodded slowly, the smallest movement, but it felt like a surrender. Thanks, he whispered. For not giving up on me. His father reached across and gave his shoulder a firm squeeze. Never crossed my mind. The fire crackled between them, sending faint orange light dancing across the walls. The weight on Killian's chest began to lift, piece by piece, replaced by something steadier. Something warmer. Hope. Chapter 7. The hum of fluorescent lights cast a pale sheen over the rows of black-topped lab tables, flickering just enough to add to the sleepy haze that always settled over first period. Outside, gray clouds hung low, dragging their weight across the pine-covered sky. Inside, the classroom buzzed with murmured complaints and rustling backpacks as students filed into their seats. Killian stepped in, backpack slung over one shoulder, gray hoodie pulled over his head. He hadn't spoken much that morning. The heart-to-heart with his dad still lingered in his thoughts, not in a bad way, but like the echo of a song that wouldn't stop playing. Something inside him had shifted, but he hadn't quite figured out what. He slid into his seat near the back of the classroom, resting his chin in his palm as he stared absently toward the front. Near the middle of the room, Bella sat beside Angela Weber. Their names had already been called. The two girls were hunched over a shared notebook, whispering about project ideas. Bella wasn't really listening, though. Her eyes kept flickering toward the front of the room, toward Edward. Mr. Molina, all elbows, energy, and rolled-up sleeves, bounced into the room with a worn folder tucked under his arm and a grin that was far too enthusiastic for a Monday morning. "All right, people," he said, clapping once. "Wake up. This is the exciting part of the semester. Time for your ecology unit partner project. Getty Images." A low groan rose from the room like a shared breath of dread. Mr. Molina held up a finger. This one's not just research and writing. You'll be building something. Together. As in outside of school. As in, yes, you're going to have to meet up. At someone's house. Or wherever you cannot destroy school property. Killian sighed. He wasn't particularly fond of group projects. He usually got paired with someone who ghosted the workload and showed up just in time to put their name on it. Typical. The teacher began rattling off names in pairs, drawing them from his folder as he walked the room. Angela and Bella. Jessica and Eric. Mike and Tyler. Killian leaned back in his chair, tuning out most of it. He figured he'd get stuck with someone quiet, someone who'd want him to do the heavy lifting while they slacked off. Then Mr. Molina paused. Killian Ann. Edward Cullen. The room shifted. Subtly. A few curious glances turned back toward Killian, while others snapped toward Edward, who sat near the front, his hands folded neatly on the desk, posture perfect, as though he'd expected this outcome all along. Killian blinked once. Slowly. The corner of his jaw ticked, but otherwise, he didn't react. Bella froze. Her pen slipped from her fingers and rolled off the table, hitting the floor with a faint clack. She didn't move to pick it up. Angela noticed. She glanced sideways, eyes following Bella's line of sight, to Edward, now rising smoothly from his chair, and then to Killian, hood still up, unreadable. Are they? Angela started, then caught herself. Wow, that's gonna be interesting. Bella didn't say anything. Her throat tightened, and she forced herself to look away. Guess Mr. Molina wants a little tension in the air, Angela added under her breath, trying to sound casual. Bella kept staring forward, lips pressed thin. Of all the people to pair them together. From the front of the room, Edward walked toward Killian's table, his movements fluid, deliberate. He stopped a few feet away. I suppose we're partners, Edward said, voice calm, steady. Killian stared at him, unmoving for a long beat. Then, finally, he spoke, voice low and flat. Let's not make this any more awkward than it already is. Let's skip the small talk, keep things moving, and we'll be fine. Edward raised a brow, not offended. Curious, maybe. Amused even. But he said nothing. Killian continued, sharp and deliberate. We'll get this done. On time. It'll be clean, it'll be solid, and I'll even make sure you don't have to lift a finger if that's your thing. But if you're here to make nice and ask me how I've been, don't waste your breath. He gestured to the empty seat across from him. Sit down. Let's figure out what we're building. Edward didn't move right away. He studied Killian for a moment, not with the cold distance he often showed strangers, but with something a little closer to respect. Or maybe recognition. Then he sat, folding his hands neatly on the table. Understood, he said, voice quiet. Let's keep it professional. Bella, still watching from the side, couldn't hear every word, but she didn't have to. The tension in the air was visible in the tight lines of Killian's jaw, the unblinking directness of Edward's gaze, the stiff space between their bodies. Angela nudged her lightly. You okay? Bella nodded too quickly. Yeah, fine. She looked down, tried to focus on her notes. This is going to be complicated. A few seats over, the conversation at Killian's table turned purely technical. Turbine systems. Solar panels. Voltage outputs. They weren't talking like enemies. But they weren't talking like friends either. Killian's voice was measured, almost cold. Edward matched it, not with hostility, but with an eerie calm that somehow made the whole exchange feel like a standoff in disguise. You don't trust me, Edward said quietly. Killian's pencil stilled. No, he replied. I don't. And then I told Bella to stay away from you. Don't worry, I didn't tell her your secret. And maybe it's not my place, but she's like a sister to me. Whatever's happening between you two, it's dangerous. Edward's eyes didn't waver. You're not wrong to be cautious. That, of all things, caught Killian off guard. Edward stood, glancing at the clock. Class was ending. Stop by my place after school tomorrow, Edward said. We'll get started on the frame. If you're still okay with that. Killian closed the notebook, sliding it into his backpack. He offered a short nod, not polite, not cold. Just agreement. Bella watched Edward return to his seat, silent and composed. She glanced at Killian once more. His expression was unreadable, somewhere between irritation and exhaustion. But beneath it, something else flickered in his eyes. Protectiveness. And, maybe, fear. Not of Edward, but of what Bella was walking into. A blanket of fog rolls slowly and heavily across the school lawn, muffling color and sound, turning the world pale and ghost-like. Through the haze, Bella stands alone in the center of the empty green field, arms limp at her sides, eyes locked on something beyond the trees. Her breath hangs in the air. Time bends around her, the silence, the waiting, the way her mind spins and spins with questions and truths she isn't ready to name. Then the school bell rings. A harsh, metallic cry that rips through the fog. Students spill from the building, flooding the lawn, chatting, laughing, brushing past her. But Bella doesn't move. She's frozen in place, unmoved by the swarm around her. Her gaze is fixed. Focused. The Cullens walk together in their usual formation, effortlessly graceful, unervingly composed, like phantoms untouched by the cold. Edward is among them, hands in the pockets of his coat, his eyes distant until they land on her. Bella, unmoving, intense. The moment their eyes meet, everything else falls away. The fog, the noise, the students. Edward slows, stops. Bella begins walking toward him, her face unreadable, but her eyes say everything. We need to talk. She passes him, doesn't even break stride. Toward the woods, toward the dark, toward the truth. Edward starts to turn, to follow, but suddenly, a hand grabs Bella's arm. Don't. Killian's voice was low and steady, carrying a weight of warning and something deeper, a rough edge of desperation. Bella doesn't look at him. She can't. Her eyes are already past him to Edward. She gently pulls her arm from Killian's grasp and keeps walking into the trees. Killian stands there for a breath, shoulders tight. Not surprised, just disappointed. He looks across the lawn and his eyes land on the Cullens. They're watching. All of them. Rosalie stands a little ahead of the others, arms folded, her eyes fixed on Bella until her gaze flicks to Killian. Their eyes lock. For a moment, something unspoken passes between them, not anger, not sympathy. Something heavier, quieter. Like two forces circling the same wound from opposite ends. Killian's jaw tightened, the tension clear in the line of his shoulders. Without another word, he turned away and walked back toward the school, swallowed by the thickening fog as Bella disappeared beneath the dark canopy of trees. The house was quiet when Bella got home, wrapped in the kind of silence that always followed a long, confusing day. Her backpack dropped to the floor by the door with a dull thud. She didn't move from the entryway right away, just stood there, heart still racing, thoughts swirling, the afternoon's revelations pounding against the inside of her skull like a storm refusing to pass. Then, a knock. 3 sharp, clipped raps at the door. Not hesitant. Not polite. She frowned, approached, and pulled the door open. Killian stood on the porch, hoodie down, eyes lit with something fierce and unrelenting. His arms were rigid at his sides, fists half-clenched. There was something in his posture, like he was barely keeping himself from unraveling. His eyes locked onto hers. Why are you doing this? Bella blinked, caught off guard. Edward, him. You're just letting yourself fall into this mess. You don't see it, but he's got you wrapped around his finger like he cast some kind of spell. Her jaw tensed. Excuse me. Open your eyes, Bella. Killian's voice came out louder this time, rough and raw. He stepped closer. He's not normal. He's dangerous. You think this ends in some fairy tale? It doesn't. He's going to hurt you. She could feel the heat radiating off him, even through the cool evening air. His body burned like a furnace. It startled her, that sudden contrast between the chill on her skin and the unnatural warmth of his presence. That's not your decision to make, she said through gritted teeth. Who I fall for, that's none of your business. You think I'm trying to control you? Killian snapped. This isn't about control, Bella. Then what is your problem with him? She shot back. What is this really about? Killian hesitated for a second, his mouth parted like he was about to say something, but stopped himself. Finally, he said, quieter now, there's just things you don't know. Like what? The silence was brief, but it hit like thunder. Then Bella said it. That they're vampires? Killian froze. Dead still. The breath caught in his chest and stayed there, his eyes widening. Not in disbelief, but in realization. That she knew. He told you, he asked, voice suddenly ablade. Then it rose again, sharp and furious. He told you. I'm gonna kill him. He turned as if he might actually storm off right then and there, but Bella moved with him, her hand grabbing his arm. You knew, she demanded. You've known this whole time? Her voice cracked at the end. I've known you since we were little, Killian. You're my best friend. And you didn't think I deserved to know something like this? That vampires exist. She didn't wait for his answer. Her fists came down on his chest hard. Again and again. But he didn't move. He didn't even flinch. She felt it then. Under her hands, the heat. Not fever warm, but unnaturally hot, like his skin was forged from fire. And beneath the hoodie, his chest didn't give an inch. It was solid, rigid like sculpted stone beneath worn fabric. She struck again and again, the thud of her fists barely making a dent in him, as if she were lashing out at a wall that refused to crumble. I trusted you. Killian's hands shot out and grabbed her wrists, halting her fists midair. Not harsh, not rough, but enough to stop her. Do you not understand? He said, voice trembling with something that was barely contained. All I've ever tried to do is protect you. I didn't tell you because I didn't want you caught in this world. Because once you see it, really see it, there's no going back. And Edward, he dragged you into it without thinking twice. He put you in danger just by telling you. Bella's chest rose and fell in sharp bursts. Her wrists, still caught in his grip, burned from the contact not from pain, but from the fire of his skin. She yanked her hands away and took a step back. Well, you know what, Killian? She spat, eyes blazing. You're a hypocrite. Bella, what is going on out here? Charlie's voice cut through the storm like a sudden crack of thunder. He stood at the top of the stairs, sleep rumpled and confused, eyes darting between them. Killian didn't even glance at him. His gaze stayed locked with Bella's, unwavering. Nothing, he said evenly, jaw tight. I was just leaving. And he was gone. Bella stood frozen in the foyer, fists trembling at her sides, skin still burning from where he'd touched her. She stared at the door like it could give her answers. But all it had left her with was silence, and the memory of heat that shouldn't have been human. The glass walls of the Cullen living room shimmer faintly with the muted light of a cloud-covered fork sky. Outside, the forest breathes in fog and silence. Inside, a tense stillness has settled over the household. Alice stands motionless in the center of the room. Her eyes are glazed, unblinking, lost in the shimmer of a vision. Her hands twitch slightly at her sides, fingers dancing through invisible threads, as if sorting through the strands of time itself. Edward, standing by the piano, turns his head sharply. Alice, a breath. Then Alice's eyes focus again. Her voice is quiet, urgent. He's coming. Rosalie, seated by the far window with a book open in her lap, lifts her head. Who? But she doesn't have to ask again. The second she draws in the next breath, her body stiffens. I can smell him, she mutters, the edge in her voice rising like a blade. He's close. Esme looks toward the door with concern, but Carlyle simply exchanges a glance with Edward, who remains perfectly still, listening. Footsteps. Heavy, steady, and sure. They cross the wooden porch with deliberate force and then knock, knock, knock. A beat of silence. The family exchanges a glance. Rosalie stands first, lips pursed, hands clenched. Edward's eyes narrow, but he doesn't move to the door. Instead, it's Alice who opens it. Killian stands there, jaw tight, shoulders squared under the weight of something unsaid. His shirt is damp at the shoulders from the mist, his expression unreadable save for the simmering fire in his eyes. Alice doesn't speak. She only steps aside, as if she'd known exactly how this would unfold. Killian crosses the threshold without hesitation. Rosalie watches him approach with a sharp glint in her eye, her posture taut, like a predator waiting for the wrong move. Killian doesn't look at her, not directly. But as he passes, his eyes flick toward hers, and, for a single heartbeat, something silent crackles between them. Not hostility. Not curiosity. Something unspoken. Then it's gone. He finds Edward in the living room. You told her. No preamble. No greeting. Edward doesn't deny it. She figured it out. That's not what I asked. Killian's voice is low, nearly vibrating with restrained anger. You told her. You didn't just let her figure it out. You confirmed it. She would have known either way, Edward replies evenly. And she deserves the truth. The truth? Killian scoffs, shaking his head. You call pulling her into your world truth? It's a death sentence. Carlyle steps forward. Killian. But Killian holds up a hand. Don't. I'm not here for a lecture. I'm not here for answers. I came here to say one thing. He turns his gaze back to Edward, every word deliberate. She's the closest thing I have to a sister. She doesn't see it, not yet, but she's teetering on the edge of something she doesn't understand. And maybe you care about her, maybe you think you love her, but what are you doing? It's not protection. It's poison in slow doses. The silence that follows is heavy, dense with meaning. Then, just as quickly, Killian steps back. He doesn't linger. Doesn't wait for rebuttals. He turns and heads for the door, the tension in his muscles still coiled tight. As he passes Rosalie again, their eyes meet once more. But this time, her gaze lingers. Searching. Killian doesn't say a word. He just walks out into the fog again, disappearing into the gray like a ghost that never belonged in the sunlight. The door shut behind him with a soft, metallic click, but the echo of his anger lingered in the air like smoke after a wildfire. Killian stormed down the porch steps, jaw clenched, shoulders squared, his boots pressing into the damp ground with quiet force. The fog was thicker now, rolling across the earth in pale ribbons, curling at his ankles as he moved toward the forest's edge. Behind him, the front door creaked open again. Rosalie stepped out, quiet as snowfall. Her long blonde hair caught the misty light like strands of frozen sunlight, her silhouette poised, still as marble in the soft gray haze. She watched him for a beat before descending the steps with unhurried grace. Killian didn't turn, but his steps slowed. "You don't quit, do you?" He muttered without looking back. "I could say the same to you," she replied, her voice smooth, lacking the usual sting. She came to a stop a few feet behind him, arms lightly crossed, her expression unreadable. He finally turned, slowly, his eyes sharp but tired. "What do you want, Rosalie?" She didn't answer right away. The silence hung between them, thick with things unspoken. The fog shifted and twisted around their feet, as if the world itself were holding its breath. "You really see her as your sister?" she asked at last. Killian blinked, then nodded. "Bella? Yeah, always have." Rosalie's eyes narrowed faintly, not in suspicion, but in thought. Her posture relaxed ever so slightly. She was searching his face, looking for something beneath the surface, and this time, she wasn't trying to hide it. "You're not afraid of us," she said. A short laugh escaped him, dry and bitter. "I'm always afraid." His gaze drifted past her, toward the trees and the fog and the silent shadows beyond. His voice dropped a notch, quieter now raw, real. "I've been afraid since I was 13. First time I phased alone in the woods, no one around to explain what was happening to me, what I'd become. Thought I was losing my mind. Thought I was dying. That kind of fear doesn't go away, it scars you." Rosalie didn't look away. She didn't interrupt. She just listened. "I don't hate you," Killian added after a pause. "But I hate what you could do to her. What all of this could cost her." He wasn't accusing. He wasn't raising his voice. And somehow that made the words land heavier. He looked at her, really looked this time, and his voice came soft, like the end of something. "She's not built for this world, Rosalie. You and I both know that." Her golden eyes flickered, just faintly, and something in her expression shifted. Not defensiveness. Not irritation. Something else. The cold edge that usually clung to her seemed to melt for a moment beneath the quiet gravity in his voice. "And you think you are?" she asked softly. "Don't know," he answered honestly. "But I care. And that should count for something." The quiet between them wasn't tense now. It pulsed gently, like something waiting to be understood. "You carry it like it's all yours to bear," Rosalie said, not unkindly. "I don't know how to do anything else," Killian replied, voice low. Their eyes locked, a moment suspended in the fog, in the quiet ache between heartbeats. She stepped a little closer, and he could feel the cold rolling off her in waves, a chill that clashed with the furnace beneath his skin. She didn't look repulsed. She didn't pull back. "If it were anyone else," she murmured, "you would have walked away." "I almost did," Killian said, lips twitching in a mirthless smile. "I guess I'm not like anyone else." Rosalie didn't speak. She didn't need to. Her eyes said enough. Killian shifted, ready to turn away. "Tell Edward the first said what I needed to. If he puts her in danger again." "I know," she said, quiet and even. He hesitated for just a breath longer, then turned and walked into the fog, boots crunching over wet earth. His figure faded into the gray, disappearing between trees and shadow, his warmth leaving the air in a slow, reluctant drift. Rosalie stood alone on the grass, unmoving. But she didn't go back inside. Not yet. Killian was nearly swallowed by the fog when he felt it, a sudden, gentle tug on the back of his shirt. He stopped. The tension in his body flared for a breath, muscles coiled beneath skin like something barely restrained. But then he exhaled, low and controlled, and turned his head slightly, just enough to see her silhouette behind him. Rosalie. Her fingers slowly dropped from the fabric of his oversized shirt, almost like she hadn't meant to grab him until it had already happened. She stood there, her face carved with something more fragile than her usual disdain, something closer to concern. "I thought you were going to phase," she said, softly, her voice more human than he'd ever heard it. Killian blinked, brow furrowing. "What?" "Back in the house. You were shaking. Your heart." She glanced away for the briefest moment, jaw tightening, it was racing. "And your body temperature spiked." His shoulders tensed, but he didn't look away. "Yeah. That tends to happen when I'm about 5 seconds away from losing control." "I noticed," she said, her voice quieter now. "Almost guilty. That's why I followed you." Killian studied her in the fog-dimmed light, the way her golden hair shimmered against the gray, the way her eyes, usually sharp and cutting, looked softer now. Not soft, but softened, like ice that had cracked just enough to let water through. "You thought I'd snap," he said, not accusing, just stating. Rosalie didn't deny it. "I've seen it happen before. I've seen what you can do when you're pushed too far." Killian's gaze flicked to the trees behind her, to the stillness pressing down on the forest. "I was close. But you didn't," she said. Her eyes locked on his again. "You held it in." A long silence stretched between them. Killian's jaw worked once, grinding out tension that still simmered just beneath his skin. "I've had practice," he said finally. Rosalie flinched almost imperceptibly. Her eyes trailed over him, not in judgment, but in search. She seemed to be trying to understand something about him that had slipped past her for too long. "I didn't want to see you hurt anyone," she said, her voice hushed, almost reluctant. "But I didn't want to see you hurt either." That caught him off guard. Not the words themselves, but the way she said them. It had taken effort to say aloud. Like it mattered. Killian let out a slow breath, mist curling from his lips. "You got a funny way of showing concern." Rosalie smirked faintly, just a flicker, but her tone remained steady. "I wasn't raised to be gentle." "Obviously," Killian muttered under his breath. She stepped closer, enough for him to feel the unnatural cool of her presence against the heat rolling off his skin. "You were shaking," she said again, her voice lower now. "But you didn't break." His eyes met hers, full of guarded weight. "Because I couldn't. Not in front of Edward. Not with all of you watching." "Still," Rosalie said, tilting her head slightly. "You didn't lose it. That counts for something." The fog closed in thicker around them, but they stood like anchors in the mist, still and steady, two beings who shouldn't have had anything in common, yet somehow did. Killian glanced down, then away. "Why do you care?" Rosalie didn't answer right away. Her lips parted slightly, but the words stalled. When she finally spoke, her voice was quieter, but not uncertain. "I don't know," she said. "Maybe because I thought I hated you. And now I'm not so sure." Killian's brow lifted slightly, caught somewhere between confusion and reluctant intrigue. For once, he didn't have a quick retort. Just silence. Rosalie took a small step back, as if catching herself. Her expression shifted again, armor slipping back into place, but it wasn't all the way there. "Not this time." "I just didn't want you to leave like that," she said. "Not without knowing you weren't alone in that moment." Killian looked at her for a long, heavy beat. Then, his voice low and almost gentle. "Thanks." It came out like gravel, like it scraped its way up his throat. But it was honest. Rosalie offered the smallest nod, then turned first, walking back toward the house, her figure vanishing slowly into the fog like a memory dissolving into a dream. Killian stood a moment longer before he moved again, this time slower. He almost didn't want to leave, and he knew why.
Okay, first of all, give Mr. Molina a raise. Pairing the vampire and the werewolf for a science project? That is chaotic evil energy, and I am obsessed. I'll make sure you don't have to lift a finger. The sass. Killian is ready to build a turbine out of pure spite, and Edward respects it. But then, the angst hit me like a truck. Bella knowing the truth? Huge. But the way she hit Killian's chest? That wasn't just anger, that was discovery. She felt the heat. She felt the stone. And she still chose the vampire. That has to hurt. But we are all here for the fog scene. Rosalie following him out, grabbing his shirt? Listen to me, when the girl who hates everyone says, "I thought I hated you and now I'm not so sure." You planned the wedding. She didn't follow him to fight. She followed him because she was worried. The ice is melting, folks. Killian didn't want to leave, and I didn't want this chapter to end. Are they going to kiss or kill each other next? Tell me your predictions.
Chapter 8. The house is cloaked in stillness. The kind of silence that blankets the rooms after midnight, when even the floorboards have stopped creaking and the hum of appliances becomes a lullaby. A warm porch light flickers just once as the garage door creaks open from inside. The garage is dim, lit only by a single fluorescent strip hanging overhead, buzzing faintly. Tools hang with surgical precision along the back wall. Wrenches, clamps, a soldering station, all meticulously arranged. In one corner, some parts for his bike were laid out on the table. Killian stands alone in the center of it all, stripped to the waist, sweat glistening across the defined lines of his back and shoulders. His breath comes heavy and uneven. His fists, wrapped in cloth, blur forward again and again as they slam into the heavy bag suspended from the ceiling. Thud, thud, thud. Each strike lands harder than the last, making the chain rattle violently above. Thud. Bella's face, furious and hurt, screaming, "You're a hypocrite." Thud. Edward's face, smug and calm, hiding whatever secrets he'd fed Bella like candy. Thud. Rosalie, her eyes low, her voice softer than he'd ever heard it. "I didn't want to see you hurt either." That last one sticks. His knuckles slow. He throws one more punch, but it lands off center, sloppy. He curses under his breath and leans forward, resting his forehead against the bag. His breath drags in and out, heavy and raw. The shaking in his hands hasn't stopped. But it's not rage anymore. Not completely. It's something else now lingering. A heat under his skin that hasn't cooled even after the sweat and the pain. He looks down at his trembling fingers, flexes them open and closed. His whole body had burned in her presence. Not just from what she'd said, but how she'd said it. The restraint in her tone, the glance she gave before walking away, the tug on his shirt like she wasn't ready to let go. He shakes it off, pushes away from the bag, stalks over to the workbench and drops onto the tall stool like his limbs weigh twice as much. He grabs his sketch pad from the shelf beside him, the graphite pencil already tucked into its spiral. The pages crinkle slightly as he flips past old blueprints and project mock-ups, alternative propeller designs, heat distribution systems, a prototype for a magnetic rotor he never finished. He turns to a blank page. Starts sketching. His hand moves automatically, muscle memory guiding the pencil in hard, confident strokes. A schematic begins to form, an enclosed, portable turbine, this one with collapsible wings. Sleeker than the last version. More ambitious. He lets the math take over for a while, lets the angles and numbers push her out of his head. But it doesn't last. His hand stalls. Just for a moment. Then he turns the page. And without even thinking about it, the lines shift. No machinery. No diagrams. Just shadows. A shape. A woman. Slender. Still. The outline of her jaw. Her long, elegant neck. The shape of her hair cascaded around her shoulders. The slightest turn of her head, like she's about to look back over her shoulder, but never does. The fog curls around her like mist over moonlit stone. He doesn't sketch her face. He couldn't even if he tried. It's not what he remembers. It's the way she felt. The presence she carried in that clearing. That soft note in her voice when she said she didn't want to see him hurt. Not pity. Not contempt. Something else. Something that buried itself under his skin and stayed there like embers that wouldn't die out. He stares down at the drawing. And he hates that he drew it. He slams the sketchbook shut, the snap loud and final in the silence of the garage. But his hand lingers on the cover, fingers flexing with hesitation. He leans back, rubs both palms over his face, then through his damp hair. Breathes out slowly. Because even now, with the bag still swaying behind him and the ache in his fists dulling, he still feels her. That tug in his gut, in his chest. The one that has nothing to do with Bella or Edward or secrets or danger. And everything to do with her. The garage hummed with quiet focus, filled only by the rhythmic clink of tools and the soft buzz of the overhead fluorescents. Sunlight filtered in through the high windows in golden stripes, cutting across the concrete floor and brushing against the frame of the turbine project resting on the workbench. Killian crouched low, sweat clinging to his skin, the fabric of his white tank top stained at the chest. His Carhartt jacket lay discarded over the back of a stool, forgotten in the heat of the space. His fitted cap, flipped backwards, keeps his hair out of his eyes as he works with quiet intensity. A smudge of grease ran down the side of his jaw, but he didn't care. He was in the zone, his hands precise, his movements calm despite the storm he'd been bottling since the night before. Across from him, Edward carefully aligned a converter with the housing mechanism, sleeves rolled past his elbows. Despite the awkward tension that always lingered between them, their work had found a rhythm, one that required no conversation. Not at first. But then Edward glanced up, watching Killian maneuver a set of microfasteners with quick, practiced ease. "You know your way around a toolbox," Edward noted. Killian paused mid-motion. The words weren't sarcastic. They weren't backhanded or smug. Just honest. And unexpected. He let out a long breath through his nose, the kind that said, "All right, let's try this a different way." Killian wasn't someone who shared easily, least of all with someone like Edward Cullen. But despite everything, Edward didn't strike him as bad. Arrogant, yes. Careless with Bella, maybe. But not evil. And if anything, Killian just wanted Bella to be safe. "My dad," he started, voice low and measured, not looking up from the converter. "Foster dad, technically. He's the one who taught me. Used to work in a garage before he joined the force. Took and beat up old cars on weekends for cash. The first thing we ever bonded over was a Mustang. 67 Fastback. Didn't even run when we got it. We brought it back to life one busted knuckle at a time." Edward didn't interrupt. Just listened. "It became a language, you know?" Killian continued, tone a little lighter now. "A way for us to talk without needing to talk. When I was too pissed to explain what was wrong, I'd just throw on gloves, and he'd meet me out here. Never had to say much." Edward nodded slowly. Sometimes silence says more than words. Killian looked up then, his eyes studying the vampire across from him. "Guess you'd know a thing or two about silence, huh?" Edward smirked, just faintly. "You have no idea." The smallest flicker of a truce passed between them. Not friendship. Not forgiveness. But understanding. Then footsteps. Light, fast, familiar. The sound of leaves brushing against denim. The scent of forest wind and blood is still fresh from a hunt. The garage door eased open, and Rosalie stepped in first, her golden hair catching the light like a flame. She was still dressed in hunting clothes, tight jeans, boots with flecks of dried mud, and a leather jacket she hadn't bothered to take off. Behind her, Alice and Jasper entered casually, silent as shadows. Emmett followed last, towering as ever, brushing bits of pine bark off his shoulder. Emmett sniffed the air and grinned. "Smells like engine grease and fragile masculinity." Killian didn't look up. "Smells like vampire sweat and moose breath." Edward snorted quietly behind his hand. Rosalie's gaze found the project almost immediately, scanning over the layout. Then, like a gravitational pull, her eyes locked on Killian. Her stare wasn't sharp, but it wasn't soft either. Assessing. Calculating. She said nothing at first. Then she finally spoke. You missed a bolt on the left bracket. If that shakes loose, your converter's gonna snap mid-demo. Killian stood up slowly and turned toward her. The grease-smeared curve of his jaw twitched faintly. You could always try hello. She didn't blink. Well, when your machine could start a fire, hello seems a little less important. Emmett let out a low whistle. Damn. She's not even trying to flirt. Wasn't talking to you, Rosalie snapped over her shoulder. Killian chuckled once and adjusted the bracket with a ratchet tool. Thanks for the tip. Rosalie said nothing more, but lingered near the bench, arms folded, eyes watching not the turbine now, but him. The murmur of conversation between the others faded beneath the low metallic groan of shifting tools. Rosalie remained by the bench, her posture cool and collected, arms still folded across her chest, golden waves of hair cascading over the lapel of her jacket. Killian glanced at her once, then returned to tightening a bolt on the frame of the turbine. Behind them, Jasper's voice cut the stillness. We should head out. Alice chimed in quickly. Yeah, that storm's moving faster than I thought. Emmett, come on. Emmett raised a brow. What storm? Alice was already tugging at his arm, leading him toward the garage door. The one you're going to miss if you don't shut up and move. Jasper glanced at Edward, then Alice threw a smirk his way, subtle, but unmistakably mischievous. With a slight tilt of her chin in Rosalie's direction, she made her intention clear. Edward blinked, puzzled. Wait, we still have. Alice spoke up before he could finish. You'll finish later. Then, to drive the point home, she mouthed silently, go. Edward gave a resigned sigh, glancing once between Rosalie and Killian. Right. I just remembered I have something to take care of. Killian didn't even look up from his work. Wow, he said casually, voice dry with amusement. That was probably the most convincing excuse I've heard all week. Rosalie arched a brow at the obviousness, watching Edward slip away through the side door. The others followed, their laughter echoing faintly in the distance before fading completely. The garage settled into a charged stillness, quiet, but not empty. The hum of electricity returned to the space, but now it pulsed with something heavier, quieter. A shared awareness neither of them fully acknowledged just yet. Killian turned a ratchet one last time, the metallic click-click punctuating the silence. Then he straightened slowly, sweat glistening on his collarbones, and cast a sidelong glance at her. Subtle bunch, your family, he dryly remarked, wiping his hands on a rag. Rosalie didn't smile, but something in her expression flickered. Alice doesn't do subtle. She does inevitably. Rosalie's gaze lingered on the half-assembled turbine, its skeletal frame gleaming beneath the fluorescent lights. The garage smelled of oil, metal, and the lingering scent of cedar and sweat, his scent, strong and unmistakably human, grounding in a way she refused to admit. I didn't expect to see you here again, she said quietly, eyes flicking up to meet his. Much less working with Edward. After last night, Killian didn't meet her gaze immediately. He adjusted the wrench in his hand, the weight of her words pressing more than the tool in his grip. Wasn't my choice, he said, setting the wrench down with a soft clink. We got paired up. Melina must have a twisted sense of humor. Rosalie allowed the corner of her mouth to tug into something that resembled amusement, barely there, but visible if one looked closely enough. Well, the project looks good, she offered, taking a step closer. Creative. I remember this assignment. I had to do it last year with Mr. Molina. Mine was less inspired. Killian glanced at her, the humor in his eyes flickering just behind his tired expression. Doesn't sound like you. A dry scoff slipped from her lips. Molina gave me a C+ because he didn't believe I'd done it on my own. He laughed lightly, wiping a streak of grease off his knuckle. Rosalie's gaze returned to the turbine. Still, impressive work. You've got a good eye for structure. Killian's voice softened, not quite wary, but no longer guarded. Edwards helped. I won't pretend I did it all solo. He's not a bad partner. She raised a brow, just slightly. That almost sounded like a compliment. He shrugged. I give credit where it's due. She nodded, then let the silence stretch. Not awkward, just careful. Intentional. Like neither of them knew quite what the rules were anymore, or if there were even rules to follow. Killian ran a hand along the edge of the turbine, then reached for a bottle of water nearby. He unscrewed the cap, took a sip, then looked over at her. You didn't tell Edward, he said after a beat, quieter now. About the woods. Rosalie paused, her golden eyes narrowing slightly. She could have lied. Could have brushed it off. But instead, she gave him a slow, deliberate shake of her head. No. Why? I don't owe him everything. Killian held her stare, something unsaid flickering between them, not quite heat, but not cold either. Something slow and dangerous and unknown. Why? He asked, not demanding, not pressing. Just wondering. Her gaze lingered on him. I don't owe him everything. That answer settled between them like fog over cold earth, thick, charged, hard to see through. Killian held her stare. There was something unsaid flickering behind his tired eyes, something not quite dangerous, but still foreign to him. Not heat. Not exactly. But it wasn't indifference either. No, this was something slower. Something shifting beneath his skin and hers like a storm forming in silence. He looked away after a beat, reaching to twist the screwdriver a quarter turn before setting it down. I talked to Emmett the other day, he said flatly, voice dry but touched with something thoughtful. After everything. Weird conversation. Rosalie's eyes flicked with interest, but she said nothing, letting him go on. It made me realize something, he continued, rubbing the back of his neck. I think. I had this idea of the Cullens. Perfect family. Clean cut. No cracks. You all look like you walked out of a magazine spread. It's easy to think people like you don't feel anything real. No pain. No mess. Just perfect. She raised a brow at that, and a soft scoff escaped her lips, but she didn't interrupt. He glanced at her, then away again, as if the words tasted strange on his tongue. And then, you came along, glaring at me every time I breathed wrong, giving me that look you always give me. Rosalie tilted her head. What look? He gave her a short, ironic smile. The you're a moron and I hate you look. You know the one. She bit the inside of her cheek, fighting a smirk. That's just my face. He huffed a quiet laugh, but it was gone as quickly as it came. His fingers drummed once against the table, then stopped. His eyes met hers again, slower this time. I'm not good at letting people in, he admitted. It's hard, especially when they're vampires. Rosalie blinked. His honesty, sudden and raw, cracked the air open between them. You're my natural enemy, he said. I was born to believe that. And maybe I still do. Maybe that's still true. But he hesitated, jaw tightening like he was mad at himself for even thinking this, let alone saying it. Then you show up. And when I'm around you. He trailed off, like the rest was caught in his throat, too vulnerable to say out loud. Rosalie's expression shifted minutely. She wasn't smirking anymore. She wasn't glaring. She was just watching him. Closely. Quietly. The way she always did when she thought no one was looking. And for a moment, neither of them moved. The buzz of the lights above, the soft creak of wood settling, it all faded. There was just the sound of their breathing, uneven and too human for a moment like this. Killian finally looked down, fingers closing around the screwdriver again, as it could somehow ground him. I don't get it, he muttered. But I don't know if I can keep ignoring it. Rosalie said nothing at first. She just stood there, arms crossed, her sculpted features unreadable. But not cold. Not tonight. Killian didn't look at her. He kept his eyes on the half-assembled project on the workbench, like maybe if he focused hard enough on the wires and screws, he could forget what he'd just admitted. What he'd just felt. Then don't, she said quietly. His head turned toward her. I mean, if you feel something. Her voice had lost its usual sharpness. It was still measured, still cautious, but there was no edge to it now. Just honesty. You aren't the type who lets emotions take the wheel easily. If something's cutting through all that, she added with a pointed glance at his guarded posture, it must be strong. That silenced him. She walked closer toward the workbench, her steps slow, deliberate. She didn't look at him until she was close enough to touch the project, close enough to feel the heat still rolling off his skin. She reached down, brushing her finger along the edge of the turbine casing, tracing the metal thoughtfully. She looked up at him then, her tone soft but sincere. You're not what I expected either, Killian. He blinked. Yeah. She nodded slowly. I thought you were just angry. All the time. That you wanted to tear the world apart with those fists of yours. She tilted her head. But now I see it's not anger, not really. It's pain. And you don't know where to put it. His mouth twitched. Maybe at the accuracy, maybe at the fact that she said it out loud. Emmett told me about your boxing, she went on. Said it's how you cope. That you and your dad have a gym in your garage. Killian's shoulders sank a little. Not in defeat, more like a release. Like something heavy had shifted off his chest. I've got my demons, he muttered. Doesn't mean I want to share them. Maybe not, she said, stepping just slightly closer. But you already did. Whether you meant to or not. Her gaze held his hard, deep, impossible to run from. Something passed between them again. That quiet, slow-burning gravity that had been building ever since the night in the woods. It wasn't sweet. It wasn't simple. It was messy and volatile and complicated. And real. She took one more step closer. He didn't move. Didn't flinch. Just looked at her, eyes dark and uncertain beneath the brim of his backwards hat. Then her hand reached out, brushing the edge of his jaw. Just barely, like she wasn't sure if she was allowed to. Like, even she couldn't believe she wanted to. You're so warm, hot, she said softly. Like the sun. He swallowed hard. You're cold, he murmured back. Like ice. Their eyes locked again. Neither moved. And still, neither of them dared to call it what it was. Not yet. The garage was still, save for the sound of two hearts, one silent, the other hammering loud enough it felt like it echoed off the walls. Killian stood still, heat rising off his skin, his breath shallow. Rosalie didn't move either, her golden eyes searching his, her hand at his jaw, her fingers grazing the edge of his cheekbone. I just said I'm not used to letting people in, he murmured. Her gaze softened, something in her hard expression melting. So why me? She asked, her voice like silk just brushing a blade. He exhaled, jaw twitching. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Their faces were inches apart. The distance between them was a breath, a dare. Rosalie leaned in, slow, deliberate. Her nose skimmed his. His lips parted, brushing hers, a feather-light contact that sent a charge through both of them like a struck match. And then, bang, the garage door burst open. Killian and Rosalie jumped apart like they'd been electrocuted. Whipping around, Killian blinked at the sudden intrusion. Alice and Emmett stood there, side by side, awkwardly close together on the other side of the now open door, like two kids caught behind the curtain at a stage play. Their faces were frozen mid-reaction. Alice's eyes went wide, and she gave the most unapologetic grin imaginable. Oops. Emmett tried to play it cool, but his smirk betrayed him. Well. Didn't think we'd need popcorn for this little garage show. Rosalie's eyes narrowed into venomous slits. Were you eavesdropping? Alice raised a dainty hand. More like supervised loitering. Supervised Maya. Rosalie spun toward them, annoyed. Killian just stood there, blinking, trying to catch up, his face flushed and his heartbeat pounding like a drum. You guys could have waited 5 more seconds, he muttered under his breath. Emmett chuckled and held up his hands. Hey, don't let us stop you. We can close the door and hum loudly. Rosalie stalked past them without another word, her long blonde hair fanning out behind her like a golden cape of fury. Alice beamed as she watched her go, then turned to Killian. She'll get over it, she said sweetly. Eventually. Emmett gave him a solid clap on the back that nearly knocked him forward. You've got guts, man. Killian sighed and leaned on the workbench again, raking a hand down his face. This girl was going to be the end of him. And maybe he didn't mind. Chapter 9. The late-day sun washed the sky in soft lavender and gold, casting long shadows across the driveway. Bella stood by her truck, earbuds in, hose in hand, the faint spray of water misting the air as she scrubbed the rust-red metal. She didn't hear the sound at first, just the thud that jolted her. She spun around just as someone landed squarely on the bed of the truck behind her. It was Edward. He grinned down at her, effortlessly balanced, as he belonged in the air. "Come to my house tomorrow," he said, voice casual. Bella blinked, startled, and in her flustered motion, the hose slipped in her hand. The water bounced off the cab and ricocheted back into her face. She gasped, yanking one earbud free. "Your house?" she asked, wiping her face. "With your family?" Edward had already hopped down. With calm, deliberate movement, he stepped around the truck and crouched near the front fender. Bella followed with her eyes, still catching her breath. He reached beneath the dented panel, slid his fingers into the seam, and with one firm push, popped the dent out of the truck's body like it was paper. She barely noticed, too occupied with the nerves now bubbling in her chest. "But what if they don't like me?" she asked. Edward laughed softly, the kind of warm laugh that always surprised her with how human it sounded. "You're worried, not because you'll be in a house full of vampires, but because you think they won't approve of you?" She shot him a flat look. "I'm glad I amuse you." But his smile faded. Something changed in his eyes, a distant focus that made him look like he was listening to something only he could hear. "What is it?" Bella asked quietly. "A complication." Just then, a truck rumbled into view at the end of the street, pulling into the driveway. Edward's jaw clenched. "I'll pick you up tomorrow." Without another word, he turned and walked to his car, still keeping his eyes locked on the vehicle approaching. Bella turned too, watching with growing curiosity. The cream-colored pickup rolled to a stop Billy Black's truck. Billy was behind the wheel, and Jacob was already hopping out to retrieve the wheelchair from the truck bed. Inside the truck, Billy sat stiffly in the driver's seat, watching Edward with a gaze that carried history. His eyes narrowed slightly. Edward met them with silent intensity. A beat passed in stillness until Edward slid into his Volvo and drove off. Bella turned back to Jacob as he helped his father into the wheelchair. Jacob looked up and smiled sheepishly. "Come to visit your truck?" she asked. Jacob chuckled. "Looks good. You got that dent out." Billy wheeled forward. "Actually, we came to visit your flat screen. First Mariners game of the season," he said with a smirk. "Plus, Jacob here kept bugging me to see you again." Jacob blanched. "Great, Dad. Thanks." Bella laughed a little, but the moment was cut short by the growl of a motorcycle engine. A sleek black bike pulled into the drive behind the pickup. A black BMW followed close behind. Killian rolled to a stop on his motorcycle, his sneakers hitting the pavement as he dismounted. He took off his helmet slowly, jaw set, expression unreadable beneath the white tee and road dust. From the BMW, his foster parents stepped out. His father carrying 2 large buckets of fried chicken in each hand, his mother waving politely. But the moment had already changed. The air thickened. Billy's face turned stone cold. Jacob glanced at Killian with caution, unsure of what to say. Bella shifted, visibly uncomfortable as her gaze flicked between Killian and the Blacks. It hadn't been long since Bella and Killian's last conversation, loud, personal, unresolved. The tension between them still hummed, made sharper by the presence of the Quileute elder. Billy had tried many times to reason with Killian, to make him see that the council was only trying to help him, especially by sending Sam to find him. But Killian didn't see it that way. Not yet. The tension stretched tight like piano wire. Then salvation. Charlie's cruiser coasted into the driveway. The door slammed, and he stepped out with a grin, holding up 2 six-packs of Rainier beer. "Vitamin R," he declared. Billy lifted a brown paper bag with matching pride. "Harry Clearwater's homemade fish fry." Charlie grinned, instantly pleased. "Now we're talking, Dot." The awkwardness melted, just enough to move. Everyone filed inside, led by the promise of beer, fried chicken, and baseball. But the undercurrent of unease lingered like humidity. No one addressed it. No one had to. though Charlie and Killian's parents were oblivious to it. Bella could sense it, but she didn't know the truth. Killian leaned against the porch post, jaw tight, breath misting in the cold night air. The creak of the door sounded behind him, but he didn't turn. Bella stepped out slowly, her arms wrapped around herself, not just from the cold. She hesitated, then closed the door behind her, shutting out the noise of the game and voices inside. He didn't look at her, just kept his eyes trained on the quiet, dark street. "Killian," she said softly. He said nothing. She crossed the porch, standing a few feet away, her gaze searching his profile. "I never got to say I was sorry," she began. His eyes flicked toward her, skeptical. "For what?" he asked, voice low. She drew a breath. "For what I said. That day, in my room. When I called you a hypocrite." He finally turned his head toward her. "You weren't wrong," he said flatly. "Not really." She blinked, caught off guard by the admission. Bella looked down, scuffing the toe of her shoe against the wooden floorboards. "I was angry. You were so intense all of a sudden. Telling me what to do, who I should stay away from, acting like Edward was a threat." "He is," Killian said, too quickly. Bella's brow furrowed. "You don't know him." "No," he admitted, turning away again, "but I know what he is." She opened her mouth to argue, then hesitated. "You've always been protective of me," she said quietly. "Like a brother." That word made him flinch. Just slightly. Bella didn't notice. "I said some things that weren't fair. I accused you of wanting to control my life. But I think, maybe you were just scared. Scared I'd get hurt." His jaw flexed. She took a step closer. "You didn't deserve what I said." Killian let out a slow breath, then looked at her, eyes quieter now, less guarded. "I just wanted you safe," he said. "I know that now." They stood in silence for a long time. Crickets sang in the grass. A dog barked in the distance. Bella hugged herself tighter. "What happened to us?" she asked. "We used to be kids," he said, with a dry smile that didn't reach his eyes. "It was easier then." She looked at him again. "You've changed. So have you." They locked eyes. And in that quiet moment, something passed between them, recognition, regret, and something that neither of them said aloud. "I miss when things weren't so complicated," she whispered. Killian nodded. "For what it's worth," he said, "I never stopped caring." The porch light flickered faintly above them. He looked at her one last time. "I should go," he said quietly. "It was a mistake coming here." Then he turned and stepped off the porch and onto his bike, disappearing into the night, leaving Bella alone in the moonlight, her heart heavier than before. The forest stretched endlessly beneath a blanket of mist, the trees thick and lush, whispering as wind passed through their canopies. Far above, the hum of tires on gravel sliced through the quiet, and below, Edward's silver Volvo sped along a narrow, winding dirt road. It moved swiftly, expertly, like something born to cut through the wild. Eventually, the trees parted, revealing a small, secluded meadow nestled in the heart of the Olympic Peninsula. There, set back from everything, stood a house. Modern, timeless, and entirely serene. Wood and glass, surrounded by nature's green grip. Edward pulled the car to a stop in front of the house. Bella climbed out slowly, her eyes widening in quiet awe. "It's wonderful," she said softly. Edward stepped around the car to join her, his usual smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. "You expected turrets? Dungeons and moats." Bella laughed lightly. "No, not moats." He reached out and took her hand. She hesitated only for a second, then allowed him to guide her forward toward the house. Inside, the house opened like a breath of fresh air. Sunlight filtered through the walls of tinted glass, casting a soft glow across white surfaces. Everything was bright, clean, tasteful. Historical artifacts and books were carefully arranged like pieces in a curated gallery. Through the windows, a wide river shimmered, wrapping the house in peaceful isolation. From another room, the sound of Verdi's La Traviata drifted in elegant, passionate. "It's so light and open," Bella whispered, clearly taken aback. "Thanks to tinted windows," Edward said. "It's the one place we never have to hide." A loud clatter echoed from deeper in the house. Edward grimaced, already expecting what came next. I told them not to do this, he muttered. In the kitchen, the Cullen family was in full swing. The music now blared as Dr. Carlisle Cullen stirred sauces, Emmett tossed pasta into a boiling pot, and Esme, radiant and graceful, expertly rolled out dough and arranged slices of tomato on top. Rosalie stood at a stove, stirring something without much interest. When Esme spotted Bella, her entire expression lit up. Her beauty was timeless, like an actress from the silent film era. Bella, she greeted warmly. We're making Italiano for you. This is Esme, Edward said, gesturing. My mother, for all intents and purposes. Buongiorno. Bella offered, a bit uncertain. Molto bene. Esme replied with a smile. You've given us an excuse to use the kitchen for the first time, Carlisle added, glancing over at the brand new cookware still stacked in its boxes. In the corner, a small TV played a cooking tutorial from an Italian chef. Emmett hit pause on the remote, grinning like a child caught sneaking a snack. I hope you're hungry, Esme said kindly. Oh, absolutely, Bella began. She already ate, Edward interjected smoothly. Bella shot him a quick look, but before she could retort, a loud crash shattered the air. A bowl hit the floor and cracked loudly. Rosalie didn't look back. She simply brushed past Bella with a glare and stormed out of the room. Bella hesitated, then followed her into the next room. I just assumed, because you don't eat, you know, she offered gently. Esme moved in to smooth things over, her voice calm. That was very considerate of you. Ignore her, Edward said behind them. I do. Rosalie's voice cut in, sharper now, echoing from the other side of the room. Yes, let's keep pretending this isn't dangerous for all of us. I would never, ever tell anyone, Bella said quickly. She knows that, Carlisle said reassuringly. Emmett leaned against a wall, arms crossed. The problem is, you two have gone public now, so. Emmett, Esme warned gently. Rosalie, unbothered, turned back to Bella. No, she should know. The entire family will be implicated if this ends badly. Bella's breath caught. Badly? The room went still. Edward couldn't meet her eyes. Realization sank in like a stone. Bella's voice was quiet now. Oh, badly. Like, where I become a meal. Emmett couldn't help it, he let out a choked laugh. Even Edward cracked a smile, pulling Bella protectively to his side. Esme chuckled under her breath. Rosalie, clearly frustrated, turned on her heel. I'm going to hunt. The forest was quiet. Too quiet. Rosalie moved quickly, brushing past trees and snapping twigs underfoot as she marched away from the house and into the denser parts of the woods. Her jaw clenched, fists tight at her sides, each step harder than the last. Her golden hair gleamed under the dappled light breaking through the canopy, catching in the wind like silk. She hated the way Bella looked at her, like she was the villain in someone else's story. A low growl built in her throat, but never escaped. She just needed to hunt, to clear her head. She needed silence. Control. 15 minutes in, she stopped dead, the scent of cool water and moss teased at her senses. She turned toward it instinctively, following the sound of rushing water until she stepped into a clearing at the edge of a cliffside waterfall. The river below cut the territory line, a liminal space between Cullen and Quileute land. Technically, she shouldn't linger. But the water shimmered like glass under the sun, cascading down into a wide basin of rock and riverbend. Without hesitation, Rosalie slipped out of her clothes one piece at a time, folding them neatly and leaving them in a patch of moss. The air kissed her skin with a familiar chill, but she didn't flinch. She stepped forward and dove into the river, slicing through the surface like a blade. Underwater, the world went still. No expectations, no stares, no Bella Swan. Just the rush of water against her skin and the pounding in her mind were slowly starting to fade. She surfaced with a gasp, eyes closed, slick strands of hair plastered to her back. Her limbs moved fluidly as she swam toward the center of the river, letting the current rock her gently. But she wasn't alone. Just out of sight behind a line of trees, a large white wolf stood still in the brush, nose twitching at the scent of a vampire. A familiar one. Killian phased back into human form behind the trees, his bare feet pressing into the soft dirt. He hadn't expected company out here. This stretch of land was usually empty, too much of a gray zone for vampires or wolves to loiter. But there she was. Rosalie. Half submerged and unaware. The water coiled around her as it belonged to her. Killian smirked, his eyes glinting as he stepped closer to the water. The soft rush of the river covered the sound of his movement. Without warning, he leapt. A quiet splash behind her broke the surface. Rosalie stiffened. In a blink, she turned and lunged, grabbing hold of the approaching figure and slamming his arm behind his back, pinning it against his shoulder in a vicious lock. She held him there, chest heaving. "You think I didn't hear you?" Killian winced, more impressed than pained. Water dripped from his hair as he turned his head slightly, catching a glimpse of her narrowed eyes. He gave a faint smirk. "Well, good to know your hearing still works." Rosalie loosened her grip barely, but didn't let him go. "You should count yourself lucky I didn't break that arm," she snapped. He gave a short breath. "Would have made the swim more interesting." Rosalie's eyes rolled, but the corner of her mouth twitched. Her fingers finally released his arm, and they both drifted apart slightly in the water. The current moved between them, but the tension hung in the air, quiet and electric. Neither of them spoke for a moment. Then Rosalie turned away, swimming ahead with effortless grace. Killian followed, water lapping against his chest. "Didn't figure you for the skinny dipping type," he said, tone bone dry. She shot him a look over her shoulder, eyes gleaming. "And I didn't peg you for the peeping type." "I wasn't peeping," he replied evenly. "Scouting the border. You were just an unexpected variable." Her gaze lingered on him a second longer than she meant to, broad shoulders, water trailing down lean muscle, the tension in him more controlled now, but still caged just beneath the surface. Rosalie turned her head back, eyes fixed ahead. "Careful, Killian. You're drifting into dangerous waters." He drifted closer, eyes half-lidded, the barest flicker of a grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Yeah," he muttered. "Seems like a pattern." Rosalie didn't smile this time. She simply watched him. Something in her gaze shifted, less playful now, more searching. "You always do that," she said softly. He blinked, keeping his distance, though the water between them had thinned to inches. "Do what?" "Hide behind your sarcasm." The cold shoulder. "Like if you keep your voice flat enough, nothing touches you." Killian's jaw ticked, but he didn't answer. Rosalie's eyes narrowed, not in anger, but in understanding. Her voice dropped, low and unwavering. "You act like you're not affected by anything, but you are. You feel everything. I see it in the way you clench your fists when you think no one's watching, or how you look at the sky like it's the only thing that makes sense anymore." Killian looked away briefly. The words hit closer than she could have known. His fingers brushed along the surface of the water. "You don't know me." She took a step forward, slow and deliberate, water parting around her like silk. "Maybe not all of you," she said, her voice gentle now, stripped of its usual edge. "But I've seen enough to know you carry weight you never talk about. Pain that doesn't have a name." Killian's throat tightened. "What do you want from me, Rosalie?" "I want you to stop pretending," she said. "Just for 1 second. You don't have to keep the armor on with me." Silence settled between them, heavy and fragile. Then, finally, he let out a breath quiet and sharp, like something cracked open inside him. "I don't know how," he admitted. "Every time I try to let someone in, it just falls apart." "You think I haven't felt that," she whispered. "You think I don't still feel it every time someone looks at me like I'm just a pretty face? Or a monster with no soul?" His eyes met hers, and for the first time, there was no smirk, no wall. Just him. "You're not a monster," he said, low and steady. She nodded. "Neither are you." The water moved around them as they closed the distance. Neither rushed it. There was no heat, no fire, just gravity pulling them toward the center of something deeper. Killian reached up, brushing a lock of wet hair from her cheek with quiet care. His fingers lingered there, tracing the line of her jaw. Her eyes fluttered closed at the touch, and when she opened them again, he was right there, inches away, searching. "Are you sure?" he asked, voice barely a breath. "I've never been more sure of anything," she whispered. And then he kissed her. It wasn't frantic or wild. It was slow, the kind of kiss that made time collapse in on itself. Their mouths met like puzzle pieces, finally clicking into place, as the silence had finally permitted them to feel everything they'd buried. Her hands rose to his face, cradling it. His fingers slipped down her spine beneath the water. They didn't pull away. Not yet. Not when it had taken so long to get here. The kiss deepened slow, deliberate, but beneath its softness was a current of something fiercer, older, aching to surface. His lips were warm. Hot, even. Rosalie had kissed before. She had known warmth in theory, but never like this. Never something that seared into her. Killian's skin radiated heat in every place they touched. From the brush of his fingertips against her back to the solid press of his chest lightly grazing hers beneath the surface. His body temperature was like fire beneath water, a contrast so jarring it made her breath catch in her throat. She felt it in her bones, his heat chasing down her cold, threading through her like a crack in marble, threatening to split her open. And still, she didn't let go. Killian felt the difference too, the way her lips were cool at first, like kissing snow. But it wasn't lifeless. There was a tension behind it, a coiled stillness that begged to be touched, unraveled. She tasted like winter air and something he couldn't name, something sharp and sweet all at once. She was cold, and yet he felt like he was burning alive. Her fingers were at the back of his neck now, laced in his hair, and he felt the contrast like lightning against skin, the ice of her hands meeting the heat of his blood. It made him shiver, but not from cold. From sensation. From the sharp realization that this wasn't just a kiss. It was a surrender. The clash between them was elemental, wolf and immortal, fire and frost, sun and moon, hot and cold. And for one suspended second, the world stopped arguing about what they were supposed to be. All that existed was how they fit. How wrong it should have felt. And how right it did feel. Rosalie's mouth broke from his, barely, her breath feathering against his cheek. Her voice was lower now, different. A tremble beneath the steel. "You're burning up." Killian's eyes didn't open. "You're freezing." They stayed like that, forehead to forehead, heartbeats mismatched but undeniable, letting the contrast between them settle into something less combative. Something almost magnetic. It was chaos. And it was comfort. Because for once, neither of them had to pretend they didn't feel anything. They just did. And it was enough. The water drifted around them like it knew to keep still. Neither of them moved for a long moment. Rosalie, chin tilted up slightly, eyes searching his face. Killian, forehead pressed lightly to hers, his breathing slowing. Eventually, she pulled back, not abruptly, but with purpose, a graceful glide through the current. Her golden hair slicked back, eyes half-lidded and unreadable. She didn't speak as she waded to the mossy riverbank, the rocks cold beneath her bare feet. She reached for her clothes in silence. Killian followed, slower, quieter. His own movements lacked her elegance, but there was a grounded steadiness to him, like, even in retreat, he wasn't running. They dressed in near silence, backs turned just enough to give each other space. But it wasn't awkward. It was tender, considerate, like two people who had just shared something too real to taint with small talk. Rosalie finished dressing fully. Killian, however, remained shirtless, his bare chest still damp with river water, the heat radiating from him like a low-burning flame. He stood staring out at the water, his shirt hanging loosely from his hand but never lifted. "You gonna pretend that didn't just happen?" he asked, eyes on the river, voice low. Rosalie smoothed a wrinkle from her jeans. "Should I?" He looked over his shoulder at her. "I'm not." Rosalie met his eyes, and for once, she didn't look guarded or hard. Just tired. Honest. "I don't know what this is," she said softly, "but it's nothing." He nodded once, slowly. "Yeah," he said, voice dry, but gentler than usual. Didn't feel like anything. A beat passed between them, wind stirring the leaves, the distant roar of the waterfall still crashing behind them. "I'm not good at this," he admitted, gaze dropping to the dirt. The opening up thing. Or being around people. You probably already figured that out. Rosalie stepped toward him. I did. He half smirked. You're not exactly a ray of sunshine yourself. That earned the smallest laugh from her, barely there, but real. No, she agreed. I'm not. They stood facing each other now, close again but not touching. You confuse the hell out of me, she murmured. One second, you're this angry, growling wolf. The next, you're saying the one thing I didn't realize I needed to hear. I confuse myself most of the time, he muttered, eyes flicking up to hers. But when I'm around you, it's different. Her breath caught, and she took a step closer. Different how? She asked quietly. I stopped thinking about what I'm supposed to be, he said simply. And just am. Rosalie's lips parted, but this time, she spoke. That's how I feel around you, too, she whispered. Like I can just exist, without explaining myself. Then she stepped in closer, her hands rising slowly, deliberately. Her fingers met the heat of his bare chest, cool skin gliding over the hard planes of his torso. Her touch was light, reverent, sliding down the defined lines of his abs like she was memorizing the shape of him. Killian didn't move. He just watched her, his throat bobbing once as she tilted her chin up to look at him, her eyes suddenly vulnerable beneath all that steel. And then, she rose onto the tips of her toes and kissed him. Soft, at first. Curious. But it deepened almost instantly, the moment snapping taut between them as warm met cold, his furnace of a body pulling her in like gravity, her frozen skin clashing against him in a jolt of sensation. It wasn't perfect. It was messy, hungry, and uncertain. But it was real. And neither of them let go. Chapter 10. The garage light buzzed above him, flickering now and then, as if unsure whether it wanted to stay on. The only consistent sound was the rhythmic thud of Killian's fists against the heavy bag. Bare knuckles, calloused and bruised, struck leather with increasing speed and pressure. He wasn't counting. He never did. He just kept going until the ache in his muscles drowned out the ache in his chest. His breath came sharp through his nose, sweat dripping down his bare torso. The cool night air spilling in through the cracked garage window did little to cool the furnace inside him. He hated this feeling, the unsteady one, the vulnerable one. She kissed him. He kissed her back. And now it wouldn't leave him alone. Not the feel of her lips, cool and urgent, or the way she'd looked at him just before. Not guarded. Not mocking. Just open. Dangerous, he thought bitterly. He spun and slammed his elbow into the bag, sending it swinging. It came back fast, and he caught it midair, gripping the leather as it might tear apart. Why did she have to look at him like that? Why did it feel like something in him wanted to break, just so she could see inside? Killian rested his forehead against the bag, closing his eyes. His chest heaved, his fists unclenched. Somewhere behind his ribs, guilt and longing wrestled for dominance. She's not like the others, he muttered under his breath. He didn't mean to say it out loud. But the words were there, hanging in the air like a confession. He grit his teeth. He had spent years hating vampires. One night in that river, and suddenly it all felt less simple. He could still feel her hands on him, soft and cold against his fever-hot skin. The way her lips had tasted like rain and rosewood. The way she'd looked at him like he wasn't broken, just becoming. Killian punched the bag again, once hard, then stepped back. His voice came out low, bitter, laced with something he couldn't name. Don't be stupid. But the ache wouldn't go. Not in his hands. Not in his chest. He stayed there, in the quiet hum of the garage, eyes on the floor. And in the silence, one thought kept circling like a ghost. What if she were the only person who could make it stop hurting? Rosalie leaned against the hood of her car, arms folded across her chest, sunglasses hiding her eyes. The wind picked at her golden hair, sending loose strands across her cheek, but she didn't move. She was watching him. Across the lot, Killian stood beside his black bike, tossing a water bottle into his duffel, back turned to her. No hello. No nod. No glance. Just distance. It wasn't like him. Or at least, not like the him from that night, the boy who grinned crookedly through his dry remarks and touched her like he was afraid she might disappear. The boy who kissed her like she was real. Like she mattered. Now he barely looked at her. Rosalie's fingers clenched slightly against her elbow. Edward had noticed it too. She'd caught the look he gave her at lunch, not smug, just knowing. As if to say I told you so without ever speaking a word. She ignored it. But the truth lingered like a bruise. Killian was pulling away. The bell rang somewhere in the distance, but she didn't move. Not until Bella brushed past her, whispering, "You okay?" Without really stopping to hear the answer. Rosalie's lips parted to say yes, but nothing came out. Instead, she looked back toward him. Killian was heading toward the gym building now, shoulders tense, steps quick, duffel slung over his back. He didn't glance her way. Not once. Rosalie pushed off the Mercedes and started walking. Not toward her house. Toward him. The rhythmic thud-thud-thud of fists slamming against the heavy bag echoed through the empty gym, sharp and relentless. Killian moved like a storm, shoulders coiled, body slick with sweat, his breath steady but tight. The weight of things unsaid pulled harder than gravity. His bare torso glistened under the cold white lights, muscles flexing with every strike. He wasn't training. He was punishing. For feeling too much. For letting her in. His fist snapped forward again, knuckles crunching against the thick leather, making the chain rattle above him. The wolf inside stirred restlessly, unsettled. The kiss had broken something open. And now he couldn't put it back. The gym doors creaked open behind him. He didn't turn. "I figured I'd find you here." Rosalie's voice was quiet, but sure. She stepped inside, her boots soft against the worn gym mat. Her golden hair was pulled back, her posture relaxed, but her eyes were searching. Killian didn't stop hitting the bag. She waited. "Stalking me now," he said, voice flat, but not cruel. "Don't flatter yourself," she shot back, stepping closer. "You've been avoiding me. Maybe I've just been busy." She crossed her arms, eyes narrowing. "That's a lie." Rosalie stepped closer, tone softening. "I get it. You're scared." He let out a dry laugh, grabbing a towel. "Don't psychoanalyze me, Rosalie." "I'm not. I'm being honest." His jaw clenched. The tension in his back rippled down his spine. She circled the bag until she stood in front of him, just out of arm's reach. "What are you afraid of?" she asked, gentler now. He didn't answer. His hands fell to his sides, still wrapped in gauze, speckled red where the skin beneath had split open. Rosalie took a step forward. "You think if I get too close, I'll see something that makes me walk away?" His eyes met hers, fierce and haunted. "It's not that simple, you won't understand." "Then make me understand." The silence thickened between them. The thrum of blood in his ears. The pounding of her still heart in the stillness. That night after the hospital, in the woods, she said quietly, "You said something about your mom. Don't." His voice cut sharp and low, like a warning growl. But Rosalie didn't flinch. "I just want to understand." "I can't." His jaw was clenched so tight it looked like it hurt. "I just can't." His fists curled at his sides, trembling now. His body twitched, a low heat starting to rise from his skin. His breathing came faster, uneven. Rosalie stayed still, calm. "Killian, stop." His voice shook. "You don't know what you're saying. Then tell me." He stepped back, muscles tense, eyes flickering for just a second. His whole body pulsed like it was seconds from snapping into something wild. "I'm serious, Rosalie. Back off." She looked at him, eyes soft but unrelenting. "No." His face twisted, grief and rage boiling under the surface. His entire form quaked, a low rumble building in his chest. Rosalie took a careful step back, not out of fear, but to give him space. "You don't get it," he choked. "She screamed for me. My mom. Right before it happened. She screamed my name." His body surged with heat again, veins rising, skin glowing faintly. Rosalie stepped forward using her enhanced speed and cupped his face between her hands, her cold palms grounding him. "Look at me," she said. "You're here. You're safe. With me." His chest heaved. His arms trembled. But his eyes slowly locked onto hers, and the flicker of blue started to fade. The urge receded. He collapsed into her arms, not fazed, not shattered, just a boy in pain, clinging to the one person who didn't look away. She held him there. His chest still heaving, face pressed into the crook of her neck, the heat of him wrapping around her like wildfire barely kept in check. Her hands stayed on his face for a moment longer before sliding to his shoulders, then his back. Grounding him, anchoring him to the now. The moment stretched between them, heavy but still. The wolf had quieted, but not vanished. It remained beneath his skin, pacing wounded. Rosalie didn't ask again. She knew the difference between a wall and a wound. She didn't need all the pieces to know that whatever had happened to his mother had carved something permanent in him, something jagged, something raw. And right now, it wasn't her job to pry it open further. It was her job to be here. "I'm not going anywhere," she whispered into the side of his neck, her breath cooling the sweat on his burning skin. Killian said nothing, but his arms moved slowly, hesitantly, around her waist, holding her like he wasn't sure if he deserved it. His skin was blazing hot against her. Even without touching his face, she could feel it radiating off him, like standing too close to a sun you didn't know you needed. Her cold body soaked in his heat like dry earth under rain. She shifted slightly, only enough to tilt her face toward his. His lips brushed hers. The contact was featherlight at first, uncertain, like a question. Then his hand found the small of her back, and her fingers slid up the curve of his neck, into his hair, and the question became an answer. The kiss was slow but searing. Not desperate. Not impulsive. It burned low and deep, like coals instead of flames. His heat curled into her mouth with every breath, while her coolness melted against his fire. She wasn't sure where his warmth ended and her cold began. They just folded into each other, like opposites finding rhythm. He kissed her like he was afraid he might break her. And she kissed him like she knew he already had. Their skin clashed heat and frost, heartbeat and silence, but neither pulled away. Instead, they leaned into the collision, like maybe this friction was what they both needed to feel whole again. When their lips finally parted, they stayed close. Foreheads touching, eyes half-lidded, breath mingling in the charged air between them. No words were spoken. None were needed. Because in that moment, he wasn't the boy with too much to carry and too few to trust. And she wasn't the cold, untouchable thing everyone assumed she'd always be. They were just two broken halves, finally fitting. And somewhere, deep inside Killian's guarded chest, a wall wasn't just cracking. It was crumbling. The Cullen house was dark when she returned. Not for lack of electricity, every light worked, every switch obeyed, but the shadows felt heavier tonight, even beneath the vaulted ceilings and sleek glass walls. Moonlight streamed through the windows, silvering the hardwood floors and casting faint reflections of the trees outside. Rosalie shut the door behind her without a sound. She stood there for a moment, coat still on, arms hanging at her sides like she didn't know what to do with them. Her lips were still tingling. Her palms were still cold from the heat of his skin. And her mind. It wouldn't stop replaying that moment. Not the kiss, though it echoed too, but the shudder in his voice. She screamed my name. Her stomach twisted. It hadn't been a confession, not really. More like a wound torn open by accident. But once she saw the pieces, she couldn't unsee them. The rage, the guilt, the phasing at the edge of control, it all made sense in ways she didn't want it to. She could still feel the way his body had trembled against hers, not from fear, but from the war going on inside him. A boy and a wolf, both aching for something they'd never name out loud. And now she was in the quiet of home, pretending she hadn't just seen the real him. Pretending she could walk back into this house and act like everything hadn't changed. From the far corner of the living room, a voice cut through the stillness. "You're late." Rosalie didn't flinch. "I wasn't aware I had a curfew." Emmett sat on the couch, phone in hand, screen dimmed but not off. He was watching her, not suspicious, but not casual either. Something in his tone had tightened. "You went to see him," he said, not asking. She didn't answer. Instead, she slipped off her coat and hung it with practiced elegance by the door. She moved like she always did, composed, controlled, untouchable. But her silence told him everything. Emmett leaned forward, elbows on knees. "Did he hurt you?" Rosalie's laugh was soft and humorless. "Not even close." He nodded slowly, the tension easing slightly in his shoulders. But his eyes stayed on her, studying her the way only someone who'd loved her for decades could. There was no jealousy in his stare, just a concern. "You're different," he said. Rosalie's posture stiffened. "You don't know what you're talking about." "Rosie." She turned away before he could say more. "Don't. Not tonight." She disappeared up the stairs, leaving Emmett sitting in silence, brow furrowed. Inside her room, Rosalie finally let out the breath she didn't realize she'd been holding. She walked to the window and opened it wide. The night air poured in, cool and sharp, brushing against her skin like a reminder of what had just happened, of who she'd just held. The forest beyond stood quiet again. But somewhere out there, Killian was still awake. Still fighting something she could only guess at. She closed her eyes and leaned against the frame, head tilted back, the wind playing with the loose strands of her hair. She tasted fire and pain and tenderness all in the span of one kiss. And she knew, without question, she was already in deeper than she'd meant to fall. The forest was alive with noise and urgency. A German shepherd charged ahead, nose to the ground, leash taut in Charlie Swan's grip. His boots crunched through underbrush as he kept pace, his breath steady, his focus unshakable. Behind him, a half-dozen deputies trailed in a tight formation, their rifles slung over their shoulders, their faces taut with determination. Other dogs barked and lunged forward, the whole party moving like one organism, driven, purposeful. "Guys, we got something," Charlie called out, pulling to a stop. The group gathered, boots stomping in behind him. He gestured downward. A footprint. Clear. Fresh. Pointing north. The dogs surged again, barking with renewed urgency, tugging their handlers in the same direction. The deputies didn't hesitate. They took off at a sprint, charging deeper into the woods, the echo of their pursuit fading behind them. But not everyone was fooled. From atop a nearby knoll, half-shrouded by evergreens, a pair of sharp eyes watched the hunting party disappear. James stood like a sentinel, motionless save for the slow tilt of his head as he followed their path. His lips curled faintly, satisfied. Laurent stood beside him, arms crossed, his expression less amused. Tension rippled across his brow. Victoria burst into view a beat later, jogging up lightly as though the entire affair amused her more than it concerned her. "They took the bait," she said, a smirk on her lips. James didn't answer, just nodded, eyes still locked on the trees. "By tomorrow, they'll be halfway to Winnipeg." She stepped in close, fingers finding the front of his shirt. Her grin turned hungry. "I love when men chase me," she murmured. James's grin matched hers, feral and wild. She pulled him toward the shadows, lips brushing his throat. They vanished into the trees, pulling at each other with unfiltered intensity, the thrill of the hunt fueling something darker. Laurent remained still, his eyes never leaving the spot where the humans had disappeared. The wind shifted. His nostrils flared. Something wasn't right. But he said nothing. He just watched. And waited. Storm clouds brewed above the towering Olympic peaks, casting long shadows across the wide clearing. The jeep rolled to a stop at the edge of the rough baseball diamond carved into the open field. The wind carried a quiet hum and the scent of rain. Bella stepped out, her eyes drifting over the surreal field, lush, remote, cradled by ancient pines. It was both breathtaking and eerie. Esme and Emmett moved toward her with easy smiles. "Good thing you're here," Esme said, handing her a small chest protector with a warm glint in her eyes. "We need an umpire." Emmett grinned, big and crooked. "She thinks we cheat." "I know you cheat," Esme teased, then leaned toward Bella with a wink. "Call em as you see em." Alice stood tall on the pitcher's mound, her dark eyes glinting, posture poised. "It's time." And right on cue, a thunderclap boomed, deep and powerful, shaking the trees. Bella remained near Esme, who crouched behind home plate, catcher's mitt ready. Alice wound up and hurled the ball like lightning, the pitch a blur. Edward and Emmett manned the outfield, predators in perfect stillness, waiting. Rosalie stepped up to the plate, eyes narrowed. Crack. The ball exploded off the aluminium bat like a gunshot. Real thunder followed immediately. Bella blinked, stunned. Now I get why you need the thunder, she muttered to Esme. The ball rocketed deep into the forest like a meteor, slicing through the trees. Edward blurred forward in a flash. That has to be a home run, Bella breathed. Esme's eyes tracked Edward. He's very fast. Rosalie dashed around the bases, little more than a blur of blonde. From the shadows of the forest, Edward emerged like a specter, the ball already in his hand. He launched it toward home with impossible speed. Whap! Esme caught it just before Rosalie slid in. You're out, Bella guessed. Esme nodded, half laughing, half stunned. Then Carlisle stepped up and struck a clean, sharp line drive. Edward and Emmett raced toward it. They leapt colliding midair, the impact like falling boulders. They hit the ground hard, missing the ball. Carlisle rounded the bases safely. Jasper took his place and whacked the next pitch deep into the forest, but before Edward could chase it, Alice gasped. She stood frozen on the mound. Stop, she said, breath hitching. I didn't see them. The game halted. Edward appeared at Bella's side instantly. The rest of the Cullens instinctively grouped around the plate, eyes scanning the tree line. Alice's voice was low, urgent. They're moving fast. Rosalie bristled. You said they left the county. They did. But they heard us. Alice glanced at Edward, troubled. And changed their minds. Edward turned to Bella, urgent. Put your hair down. Rosalie scoffed. Like that'll help. I could smell her from across the field. Edward ignored her. He carefully arranged Bella's hair over her neck, trying in vain to hide her scent. I shouldn't have brought you here, he whispered. I'm so sorry. Bella opened her mouth to ask why, but a hush fell over the clearing. Every head turned in the same direction, toward the edge of the forest. Leaves rustled. A low breeze stirred. Then, from the shadowed tree line, James, Victoria, and Laurent stepped out. They moved with unnatural grace, barefoot, their eyes dark burgundy, gleaming beneath the dying light. Laurent held the baseball loosely in one hand, like a child's toy. I believe this belongs to you, he said with easy charm. He tossed it, a blur through the air, toward Carlisle, who caught it effortlessly. Carlisle inclined his head politely. Thank you. I'm Laurent, he said smoothly. This is Victoria. And James. Carlisle nodded. I'm Carlisle. This is my family. Laurent's eyes flicked over the group. We didn't realize the territory was claimed. Our apologies. We maintain a permanent residence here, Carlisle replied evenly. Surprise flickered between the three nomads. Well, Laurent said, smiling. We won't be a problem anymore. The humans were tracking us, but we led them east. You should be safe. Then, with a half smile, could you use 3 more players? Carlisle hesitated. Oh, come on, Laurent coaxed. Just 1 game. Carlisle glanced back at his family. A few of us were leaving. You can take their place. He tossed the ball back toward Laurent with a flash of speed. Before it could reach him, Victoria leapt forward, snatching it out of the air. I'm the one with the wicked curveball, she purred. Jasper smirked. Oh, we can handle that. Laurent gave a quick laugh. We'll see. They all laughed lightly except James, who lingered behind, still and silent. The wind stirred Bella's hair, lifting it gently from her neck. A subtle current carried her scent forward, drifting, drifting. His entire body shifted. His nostrils flared, eyes widening, pupils dilating in an instant. The others had begun to turn away, but James froze, then whipped around, locking eyes with Bella. His lips parted, voice husky with hunger. You brought a snack. He dropped into a low crouch, muscles coiling, trembling with anticipation. Edward exploded forward, placing himself between Bella and James. His teeth bared, his body protective and low. A feral snarl tore from his chest, echoing like a lion's roar through the trees. James answered with a growl of his own, equal parts challenge and bloodlust. Overhead, the Cullens burst into motion, moving into formation behind Edward in a blur of color and power. Their bodies blocked Bella from view, each of them poised, prepared. Across from them, Laurent and Victoria aligned behind James, tense and watchful. Then, a flash of white. A massive wolf, white as snow and impossibly fast, burst through the trees. Leaves flew in all directions as it landed squarely in front of the Cullens, low to the ground, teeth bared in a silent warning. Killian. His fur bristled. His massive form stood between the coven and the approaching threat, growling with deep, guttural menace. Heat poured off his body in waves, clashing against the cold night air. His cerulean eyes locked on James, unblinking. Victoria's eyes widened. Laurent stiffened. The clearing seemed to hold its breath. Wind threaded through the pines. Thunder cracked again in the distance, as if the mountains themselves recoiled from the tension now settled across the field. The white wolf, enormous, its powerful frame tensed like a spring, stood in front of the Cullens, lips peeled back in a silent snarl, fangs glistening under the slate-colored sky. It was easily the size of a small horse, yet it moved like a phantom. Bella stared in open-mouthed awe, her heartbeat pounding in her ears. "What the hell?" she whispered. The wolf didn't glance her way. Its eyes, a fierce, uncanny cerulean blue, never left James. Not once. Besides Bella, Edward never moved, but his hand curled protectively in front of her. His eyes flicked toward the wolf, a flicker of recognition in them. Rosalie, just behind him, muttered under her breath. "Well, look who decided to show up." Jasper's eyes narrowed slightly, a subtle shift in posture betraying his readiness, or perhaps relief. Alice's voice was low, but reverent. "Killian." Bella blinked, her mind spinning. "Killian?" The name barely registered before James growled louder, rising to full height. His stare shifted, just for a heartbeat, from Bella to the wolf. A twitch of annoyance. A shift in calculus. Laurent took a small, uneasy step back. His gaze locked with the wolf's glowing eyes, and he hesitated before speaking. "I can see the game is over," he said, his voice even but carrying a quiet edge. The white wolf responded immediately with a series of deep, echoing barks, sharp, explosive, and menacing, like gunshots tearing through the trees. It was a warning, a line in the dirt. Laurent's posture stiffened. He gave a curt nod. "I'll go now." But James didn't move. His eyes burned into the wolf, refusing to back down. Tension twisted in the air like a coiled wire. "James," Laurent called, his tone firmer this time. "Let's go." A long beat. Finally, James took a slow step back, though his eyes never left the white wolf or Bella. Victoria was already turning, fluid and watchful, but she, too, kept the wolf in her periphery. Together, the three began to fade into the trees, retreating, but never looking away. Their eyes remained locked on the Cullens, and especially on the beast now standing sentinel at their front. Silence. Bella exhaled shakily. Her eyes darted to the massive white wolf, still standing like a marble statue. She stared at him confused, a flicker of unease in her voice. Did anyone else just see that giant wolf? Rosalie stepped up quietly beside the beast, her eyes still narrowed toward the forest. Without hesitation, she reached out and let her fingers run gently through the thick white fur along the wolf's shoulder and neck. The wolf flinched just slightly. His blue eyes shifted toward her in momentary surprise. No growl. No recoil. Instead, his ears sagged down slightly, his expression softening with something unreadable, yet alertness still in his demeanor. As Rosalie's hand moved gently behind his ear, brushing the fur like she'd done it 100 times, the massive creature leaned into her touch, barely, but enough to notice. No one answered. Not at first. Then, Carlyle gently touched Edward's shoulder. "Get Bella out of here, go." The jeep's doors slammed shut with a metallic echo that was swallowed by the storm. Tires bit into the earth as Edward whipped the wheel hard, mud spraying out behind them as they lurched forward into the dark. The forest blurred past them in jagged streaks of shadow and pine. The storm crackled overhead, distant thunder rumbling like a warning drum. The hunt had begun. Bella clutched the edges of her seat, breath shallow, eyes wide with residual shock. Her heart hadn't stopped hammering since James crouched and snarled, since Edward lunged in front of her like a wall of marble and fury. And since that thing stepped out of the trees. That wolf. It wasn't the growl or the sheer size of it that haunted her now, it was the way it had stood there, utterly still, eyes locked on the vampires like a soldier shielding his line. The way Rosalie had touched it. Like she knew it. James is a tracker. I saw his mind. The hunt is his obsession, and my reaction set him off. Bella turned to Edward, her voice low but tight with urgency. Wait, Edward. Back up. The wolf. What was that? Edward's hands gripped the wheel like he was trying to break it. His jaw tightened. A friend, he said. Bella blinked at him. A friend? That was a giant, man-eating wolf. The jeep hit a rise in the road and landed hard, jostling them both. Edward didn't flinch. More like a warning, he muttered. And right now, that warning might have bought us seconds we didn't have. Bella's voice rose. He came out of nowhere. And Rosalie, she touched him. Like she knew him. Edward's silence said more than any confirmation could. The jeep splashed through a shallow creek, water cascading up the windshield before the wipers cleared it with a mechanical swipe. Ahead, the road narrowed. Edward pushed the gas harder. He's not part of your coven, Bella pressed. So what is he? Does he just show up when you're in danger? Edward's gaze stayed locked on the road, but his voice dropped into something quieter. You'll know soon enough. Bella let out a disbelieving breath. You're kidding. You can't just drop a monster wolf into my life and call him a friend. Edward's knuckles whitened around the wheel. The look on his face wasn't anger. It was something darker. Sadder. He's not a monster, he said, low. Not even close. Bella stared at him, startled by the intensity in his voice, the strange gravity of it. Her questions stalled in her throat. Because suddenly she could still see it, the wolf's eyes. Blue. Striking. Familiar in a way she couldn't explain. The way it looked at James, not with animal rage but with something more human. And the way it had leaned, almost shyly, into Rosalie's touch. She turned toward the window, watching the trees blur by like ghosts. The scent of pine and rain clung to the air. Somewhere behind them, a predator was chasing her scent. Somewhere ahead, Edward was building a plan. He'll go to your house first, he said, voice clipped and cold. He'll track your scent there. The words landed like ice in her stomach. Bella's face went pale. Her heartbeat thundered in her ears. What? Charlie's there, she gasped, the words catching in her throat. He's in danger because of me. Because of us. Edward didn't flinch. His jaw was set, the muscles in his forearm tight where he gripped the wheel. His voice came quiet, calm, but with an edge like steel beneath the surface. Then we'll lead the tracker away from him. Somehow. The jeep hit a slick patch of mud. And without hesitation, Edward wrenched the wheel hard. The vehicle fishtailed violently, rear tires flinging mud-high into the air before regaining traction. The jeep straightened with a jolt and tore down the next bend, the trees closing in tighter around them. Bella said nothing now. There was nothing else to say. The danger was no longer hypothetical. It was behind them, it was coming fast, and it was ruthless. Chapter 11. Silence settled in their wake, thick and heavy, the kind of silence that came after something violent, something sacred. Then the trees shifted. A few yards from the clearing, behind the wide trunk of an ancient fir, the massive white wolf stepped backwards, his breaths deep and steady, though the fire in his blood hadn't quite cooled. His fur bristled once more, then fell still. And slowly, the change began. Muscles tensed, bones cracked in subtle, precise shifts. White fur dissolved into flesh. A low grunt escaped him as his spine straightened, limbs reshaped. The transformation was seamless, practiced, but not without pain. And then, from the shadow of the trees, Killian emerged. Shirtless, chest rising and falling with quiet exertion. His skin was flushed with heat, steam rising faintly off his shoulders in the cold mountain air. A series of tattoos snaked across his left arm. Sharp lines, black ink winding down to his wrist in a pattern only those close to him had seen up close. Nearly a full sleeve, bold and dark against his skin. A low-hanging pair of gray sweatpants clung to his hips, damp from the forest floor. His bare feet moved over pine needles and wet soil as he'd never forgotten how. Rosalie was the first to turn. She'd known the second he phased back not by sound, but by feeling. That strange current in the air shifted the moment he changed. She faced him without flinching, her golden hair catching the moonlight like a veil. Killian's eyes flicked to hers for a split second, then they parted ways. Then Carlyle stepped forward, calm and composed, though the worry behind his eyes was unmistakable. "You got here fast," the doctor said. Killian's jaw clenched, eyes narrowing toward the forest edge where James had stood minutes before. Then his gaze returned to Carlyle. "Who the hell are they?" he asked, voice low. "Never smelled them before. Got halfway down the ridge and caught the scent. Followed it here. They're nomads," he said. "Just passing through. Or that's what they wanted us to believe. That tracker's not just fast, he's smart," Jasper muttered, scanning the tree line. "That stump back there. He's playing chess while most of us are still setting the board." Carlyle exchanged a look with Alice. "The one with the ugly man bun," Killian said, meaning James. "He's not passing through." "No," Alice's voice came from behind them now, calm but sharp. "He's a tracker. A dangerous one." Killian absorbed that silently, expression hardening again. Didn't like the way he looked at her. "We didn't either," Emmett murmured. Edward had told them before that Killian rarely spoke during strategy, but when he did, there was no room for doubt. There was a weight to it. A promise. A warning. Emmett crossed his arms, casting a look back toward where the jeep had gone. "She's scared," he said quietly, meaning Bella. "She didn't know what to make of you." "I hadn't planned on telling her," Killian replied. "Not yet." Alice stepped closer, her expression unreadable, but a curious glint in her eyes. "I didn't see you in the vision," she murmured. "Not until the last second." "I didn't decide until the last second," Killian said. "Wasn't sure I'd show up." He didn't say why. Didn't have to. But Rosalie was still watching him. Not judging, not pushing, just watching. When she finally spoke, her voice was soft. "You came anyway." Killian's gaze met hers again. The heat in his chest pulsed, stronger than anything James had stirred. "Thankfully not too late," he said, quieter this time. The group exchanged glances, tension folding into something steadier now, more resolute. The tracker was on the hunt, and the game had begun. But they weren't playing alone. Carlyle turned toward the house. "We need to prepare," he said, already moving. "They'll be back. We need to know where to intercept." Emmett nodded and followed, Jasper right behind with Alice, who offered Killian a kind smile. Esme lingered a moment, then gave him a small nod, one filled not with expectation, but gratitude, and slipped into the shadows after the others. The wind cut between them. Cold, distant, the way things suddenly felt again. Killian didn't move. He stood rooted, arms at his sides, his expression unreadable. The steam still curled from his bare skin. She watched him in silence. "You didn't have to come," she said quietly. "I know. Then why did you?" He didn't answer right away. His eyes stayed on the treetops. "They stink." Rosalie took a small step forward. "You're not the type to second-guess yourself." He exhaled slowly. "You're not the type to ask questions you already know the answers to." Rosalie stepped toward him, just enough to close the distance, and jabbed a finger into his chest. "I want to hear you say it." He finally looked at her. Not cold. Not cruel. Just tired. "I came because of you." The truth landed between them like a stone in still water. Heavy. Honest. But Rosalie didn't soften. "Then why do you keep pulling away?" Killian didn't flinch, but something flickered in his eyes. A hesitation. "I don't trust this," he said. "Us." Her jaw tightened. "You don't trust me." I don't trust what this does to me. A silence. Rosalie looked down for a moment, then back up. Her voice quieter now, but no less firm. You think I don't feel the same weight? That I'm not risking just as much? You don't know what you're risking, Killian said flatly. Not really. Her expression hardened. Don't do that. Don't pretend I'm naive just because I didn't grow up bleeding. He said nothing, just held her gaze. She stepped closer, close enough that she could see the tension in his jaw, the battle behind his eyes. She jabbed him again, harder this time. I'm not asking you to fix anything, she said. I'm asking you to stop running from it. He looked away. Rosalie waited a beat longer, then backed up, just enough. I'm not the one you have to be afraid of. And with that, she turned, walking toward the house. Her footsteps were measured, but the air behind her felt colder now. He came for her. But now he had to ask himself if he was brave enough to stay. The darkness outside seemed thicker than usual, pressing in against the windshield like smoke. The rain had stopped, but the night remained wet and heavy, and Bella's hands gripped the steering wheel like it was the only thing holding her together. Her eyes were glassy, her breathing uneven, her cheeks streaked with tears she kept wiping away with the sleeve of her jacket. She hadn't spoken since pulling out of her driveway, since slamming the door on her father's face. Her heart still rang with the echo of his voice, wounded and stunned. Bella, come on, I just got you back. The words played on repeat, over and over, louder than the engine, louder than the rain that had only just started to fade. She blinked hard, swiping at her eyes again. She could barely see. Then a flash of movement. Suddenly, without warning, Edward appeared beside the driver's side window. Pale, still, but resolute, his eyes met hers with unshakable calm. Her foot jerked off the gas. She gasped. Edward didn't flinch. He'll forgive you, he said gently. Bella stared at him, wide-eyed, stunned and breathless. Before she could speak, he added softly, slide over. Without a word, she obeyed. Her limbs moved numbly, like she'd lost the ability to protest. She slid into the passenger seat as Edward opened the door and climbed in, taking the wheel. He didn't look at her, but his presence alone was grounding. Steady, composed, controlled in a way that only made her feel more fragile. Bella slumped against the door, burying her face in her hands for a moment. His face, she whispered. I said the same words my mom used when she left him. Edward's jaw tightened, but his voice remained calm as he pressed the gas. It was the only way he'd let you go. The truck surged forward, tires biting into the wet pavement as Edward floored it. The engine roared, the speed climbing fast. Too fast for the quiet town roads. You're safe now, Bella, he said. Your father's safe. The tracker's following us. But before the reassurance could settle in her chest, boom. A massive thud rocked the truck. Something landed in the bed behind them, heavy, powerful. Bella screamed, spinning in her seat to look through the back window. Edward barely glanced in the mirror. It's all right, he said quickly. It's just Emmett. Her eyes were still wide, heart racing as it might burst from her ribs. She looked again, and sure enough, she saw a hulking figure crouched in the truck bed, broad shoulders, grin half visible in the dark. Emmett. Edward continued, his voice steady as the truck weaved through side streets and deserted intersections. Alice is behind us. As if on cue, a sleek vehicle appeared in the rearview mirror, its headlights flickering like twin ghosts in the rain-streaked glass. Alice, following closely, is vigilant. Then, a howl. It wasn't distant. It wasn't faint. It came from the right, outside Bella's window, low, deep, and unmistakably alive. Bella turned fast, just in time to see a blur of white moving alongside them through the narrow lanes of Forks. The wolf. Killian. Massive and sure-footed, its white form kept perfect pace with the truck, weaving through trees and yards like a spirit tethered to her heartbeat. Its fur rippled like silk in the wind, muscles coiling with every stride, paws thudding silently against wet earth. Bella's breath hitched. Not in fear. Not this time. Its presence was jarring, but it wasn't terrifying, not like before. It was powerful, watchful, protective. It didn't snarl, didn't break his stride. It simply ran, its blue eyes flickering toward her through the dark, matching her gaze for the briefest moment. She watched it, stunned, her tears momentarily forgotten. The sound of her heartbeat quieted, just slightly. She didn't know why, but its presence steadied her. It kept running beside them. It didn't need to do anything. It was just there. And it was enough. The town blurred past them in flickers of yellow lamplight and shadow, buildings sliding by like ghosts in the dark. Bella stared out the window as her world continued to change at breakneck speed, but for just one moment, she stopped shaking. Outside, the wolf ran on, silent and unwavering. And for reasons she didn't yet understand, she felt safer knowing it was there. The mist hung low, curling around the treetops and drifting like smoke across the clearing. Rain clung to the air in beads, soft but persistent, as the truck pulled to a stop in front of the Cullen house, its glass and timber frame gleaming under the dim porch light. The silence was unnerving. The world felt too still. Bella climbed out slowly with Edward's help, her fingers curled tightly around his hand. Behind them, headlights faded as Emmett and Alice parked the second car inside the garage. The soft hum of the engine disappeared into nothing. But Edward didn't move toward the house. Not yet, because something was wrong. The white wolf, Killian, stepped forward from the trees, silent but deliberate. His massive frame cut through the fog like a ghost. Water clung to his fur, darkening the tips, but the blue in his eyes burned clear. He moved between Edward and Bella without hesitation. A growl rumbled in his chest. Low, threatening, directed not at the woods, but the house. Edward tensed. His head turned slightly, nostrils flaring. Then he heard it 2 footsteps. Light measured. From inside. The front door creaked open, and Laurent stepped out into the light. Killian's growl surged louder, guttural and wild. His stance dropped, tail raised, paws planted hard into the wet ground like stone. His ears flattened back. A warning. A challenge. Edward instinctively pulled Bella behind him, even though the wolf already stood like a wall before them both. Laurent paused on the porch, his hands raised slightly in peace, but his eyes narrowed as they met the wolf's. I see your pack has grown, he said carefully. Killian didn't flinch. His eyes locked onto Laurent with unwavering intensity, the snarl in his throat still audible. Then another shape appeared at the door, Dr. Cullen, calm as ever, stepped into the space between the tension and the storm. Wait, Carlyle said firmly, his eyes meeting Edward's. He's not here to fight. He came to warn us. Edward didn't lower his stance, but he nodded once, tight and cautious. Bella clung to his side, watching the white wolf with wide, shaken eyes. Killian stayed put. He didn't budge. The growl softened, but his muscles remained taut. His instincts are still on fire. Laurent's voice carried across the clearing, steady but grim. I've grown tired of James's games, he said, casting a glance toward Carlyle. But make no mistake, he's unmatched. His instincts, his precision, lethal. I've never seen anything like him in 300 years. He hesitated, then added, and Victoria, don't underestimate her. Carlyle nodded once, quiet but resolute. Thank you. Laurent's eyes flicked to Edward, then to Bella briefly, apologetically. I'm sorry for what's been set loose. With that, he turned and moved back into the shadows. But Killian didn't let him go without a final bark, sharp and deep, like a line drawn in the dirt. It echoed through the trees. Laurent paused at the edge of the forest. Looked back. One more low snarl. One more flash of blue eyes. And then, finally, the vampire slipped into the trees. Only then did Killian take a step back, his body still between Bella and the retreating path. The porch light flickered overhead as the front door shut softly again. The tension in the air began to thin, but only slightly. The wolf didn't phase back. Not yet. Not until she was inside. The side door burst open, slamming against the wall as Edward led the way inside, the Cullens close behind. Bella followed, winded and wide-eyed, her footsteps echoing through the pristine concrete space. Overhead, bright fluorescent lights snapped on with a loud hum, illuminating the expansive garage. All glass and steel, sleek and clinical. The silver Volvo, red Mercedes convertible, black sedan, and the Jeep were lined up like a luxury showroom. No one spoke at first. They just moved. Cupboards were yanked open. Cell phones, extra batteries, maps, portable GPS units, changes of clothes, cans of gasoline, all laid out and packed with surgical efficiency. Everyone scattered like a well-drilled team, each task already known, already practiced. Everyone except Rosalie, who sat silently on the granite counter near the garage sink, arms crossed, expression unreadable. Jasper's voice cut through the sound of rummaging gear. Calm. Controlled. I've fought our kind before. We're hard to kill. Emmett, pulling the top off a gasoline canister, cracked his knuckles. But not impossible. We'll tear him apart and burn the pieces. Dr. Cullen, slipping a map into the back seat of the Jeep, paused. I don't relish the thought of killing another creature, he said quietly. Even a sadistic one like James. Rosalie's eyes narrowed, her voice edged with something harder. What if he kills one of us first? Before anyone could answer, the door behind them creaked open. Killian stepped inside. He moved with purpose, water still drying in his tousled hair, dressed now in a black jacket, Timberland boots, and gray sweats that layered on top of his Timbs. Bella turned, eyes widening. Killian? She breathed, stunned. What are you doing here? Edward didn't look surprised. He watched Killian with cautious acknowledgement, but no alarm. Killian's gaze didn't leave Bella. He walked up to her slowly. I'll explain everything, he said, voice calm but firm. Just, not now. He looked at her with a quiet urgency, something unspoken flickering in his eyes. Right now, what matters is keeping you safe. Edward's voice cut in, businesslike. I'll run Bella south while the rest of you lead the tracker away. Dr. Cullen shook his head immediately. No, Edward. The tracker thinks you won't leave Bella. That's exactly why he'll follow you. I'll go, Alice said, her tone decisive. She stepped forward beside Jasper. We'll drive her south. I'll keep her safe. Edward hesitated, conflicted, his hands clenched into fists. His eyes locked on Alice's. Can you keep your thoughts to yourself? She nodded once. A long pause. Then Edward relented, silently passing his car keys to Alice. She caught them without a word. He turned to one of Bella's suitcases, yanked it open, and rifled through. From the top layer, he pulled out two familiar coats, tossing one to Esme, the other to Rosalie. Put these on, he said. He'll catch her scent on you. Rosalie caught the coat midair but stared down at it like it was poison. Why should I? She asked sharply. What is she to me? Killian stepped toward her before anyone else could answer. He reached her quietly, his movements soft now, not the storm he'd been minutes ago. Rosalie sat rigid on the countertop, her long legs crossed at the ankle, but her eyes flicked up to meet his. He hesitated at first, but then placed his hands gently on her hips, his thumbs brushing the hem of her trousers. He leaned in just enough that she could hear him over the murmur of gear loading, but not enough to draw attention. She's my closest friend, he said softly. I know I've been screwing up lately, and I hate to put you in this position, but she's my sister. His eyes locked with hers. Real. Vulnerable. Please. Rosalie's lips parted, but no sound came out. Across the garage, Dr. Cullen moved forward and handed her the coat she'd been ignoring. She took it this time. Still glowering, still proud. But she didn't throw it back. Killian gave her a small, thankful nod before stepping back, letting her have her space. Around them, the operation resumed in earnest, gear being secured, back seats folded, plans whispered. Alice mapped the escape route with Jasper. Emmett tested the satellite phone. Bella stayed close to Edward, still shaken but listening. Rosalie slipped off the countertop and moved toward one of the vehicles, the coat draped over her arm. But before she left, she turned toward Killian again. His eyes found hers like they always did, even across a room full of motion and urgency. She stepped close. You still haven't told me everything. Killian hesitated, then glanced at her lips, then her eyes. I will, he admitted quietly. But we'll talk when it's over. A pause. He took a half step closer. I promise. Rosalie studied him, searching for the lie, but didn't find one. Her hand grazed his chest for just a second as she passed him. A fleeting touch. Then she was gone. And Killian stood in the middle of the chaos, still and focused. He would protect Bella. But a part of him already knew. It was Rosalie he couldn't lose. Chapter 12. The first light of dawn crept over the trees, casting the world in a dim gray wash as the final plans were locked into place. Carlyle's gaze turned to Killian, voice low but firm. Your scent is strong, it's hard to miss, but it'll mask hers. Without hesitation, Killian slipped off his black windbreaker and handed it to Bella. She hesitated, then slowly accepted it, tugging it around herself. The inside was warm, the scent clean but earthy, faintly pine and ash, like him. Killian gave her a small nod. No words, but something reassuring lingered in his eyes. Then they were gone. A sleek black Mercedes sedan tore down the empty two-lane road, its dark-tinted windows catching the pale morning light. The tires whispered against damp asphalt, a blur of trees flashing past on either side. Mist clung low to the ground, like the land itself was holding its breath. Inside, the silence was thick. Jasper gripped the steering wheel, jaw tight, eyes laser-focused on the road ahead. Alice sat beside him, unnervingly still, her gaze vacant, lost in a thread of futures, watching for one they could survive. In the back seat, Bella sat curled into herself, one hand still clutched around her cell phone. Her thumb hovered over the screen for a moment before she finally raised it to her ear. Mom, it's me again, she said, her voice hoarse. You must have let your phone die. Anyway, I'm not in Forks anymore, but I'm okay. I'll explain when you call. She ended the call with a soft click. The silence that followed felt louder. She stared blankly out the window, the world racing past her. Emerald forests gave way to lighter, grassy stretches, then to drier hills, sun-kissed and golden. The further they drove, the more the Pacific Northwest faded in the rearview. And still, the weight in her chest wouldn't lift. Killian sat quietly beside her, one knee pulled up, his posture relaxed on the surface, but there was a restless energy beneath it. He hadn't spoken since they left. He just watched the horizon roll by, brows occasionally drawing together in thought. Bella glanced down at the black windbreaker draped over her shoulders. His jacket. It was warm. It smelled like the forest, faint pine, smoke, rain-drenched earth. It should have felt like nothing. But somehow it didn't. Without turning his head, Killian's eyes shifted toward her, just a glance at first. But then he looked again. And this time, he really saw her. He saw the exhaustion behind her eyes, the hollowness that hadn't been there yesterday. He saw the pain she was trying to hide, how much it cost her to leave Charlie behind, to say those words, to hurt him so deeply. And now here she was, racing away from everything she'd known, and none of it felt like safety. He didn't speak. What could he say? Words weren't enough, and he wasn't going to pretend they were. So instead, he reached out, quiet and steady, and wrapped one arm around her shoulders, not forcefully, not awkwardly. Just there. It grounded her. That simple, human contact, warm, firm, real. Bella blinked. Her breath caught, chest tightening in a new way. He didn't pull her closer. He didn't make it a gesture of comfort he didn't mean. He just let his arm stay there, like it had always belonged. It was his way of saying, I'm here. And for Bella, that was enough. She leaned her head gently against his shoulder, eyelids fluttering closed. Her fingers relaxed in her lap. The last of her tears dried on her cheeks as the hum of the engine and the steady rhythm of his heartbeat beneath his jacket lulled her into something close to rest. Emotionally drained, she finally allowed herself to drift, not to sleep, not quite, but to a quieter place where, even if just for now, she wasn't entirely alone. Outside, the last traces of fog lifted. The road stretched forward, dry, golden, endless. And inside the car, a fragile kind of calm settled between them. Deep in the woods, Edward sprinted like a shadow through the mist, Rosalie and Emmett at his flanks. Trees blurred around them in a tunnel of motion, every movement sharp, precise, a predator's grace. Edward stopped suddenly. He raised his chin, reading the air. His golden eyes narrowed, listening for thoughts only he could hear. Nothing. Behind him, Rosalie tore a strip of fabric from her shirt and tied it to the low-hanging branch of a flowering maple. She looked at Edward. No words were needed. Then they vanished again into the trees. High on a ridge above a slow-moving river, Carlyle and Esme crouched, watching from the tree-lean. Below, a rustle of motion. Victoria. She loped along the water's edge, barefoot and swift. She paused, sniffing the air. Esme held her breath. Then Victoria turned and jogged the other way, unaware of their presence. Once she vanished from view, the Cullens retreated silently over the hilltop, continuing their silent vigil. A sudden blur of movement tore through the trees. James. He stormed past the flowering maple tree, a blur of pale limbs and snarled hair. But then, he stopped, backtracked. Eyes sharp, he found the swatch of Rosalie's shirt. He plucked it from the branch and held it to his nose. At first, triumph. Then confusion. He sniffed again. The scent was off. Wrong. Something wild. Feral. A scent he didn't recognize, clean but too new, too foreign to be hers. James's brow furrowed. His jaw clenched. Then, with a snarl, he pivoted and took off, back the way he came, his form blurring into the woods, now uncertain. The trick had failed. And he was angry. Bella's eyes blinked open. The light was dim, slanting through the gaps in the heavy hotel blinds, painting soft shadows across the floral wallpaper. She was lying atop the neatly made bed, fully clothed, the last remnants of restless sleep still clinging to her limbs. Disoriented, she sat up slowly, her breath catching in her throat as the events of the last 24 hours rushed back like a flood. Across the room, Alice and Jasper sat on a modest, beige couch, blankly watching the muted television flicker. Several untouched plates of food cluttered the coffee table, none of them touched. Killian stood nearby, arms crossed, leaning quietly against the wall beside the window, his expression unreadable, his eyes sharp and alert, scanning, calculating. Bella moved toward the couch, phone in hand. "I wish he'd call," she muttered, thumbing the screen again in vain. Alice looked up, her voice gentle. "You should eat." But Bella ignored the suggestion, her body sinking into a nearby armchair like the weight of everything had finally caught up to her. "They could get hurt," she whispered. "It's not worth it. None of this is." Jasper spoke then, his voice quiet but resolute, a rare moment of vulnerability cracking through his normally stoic front. "Yes, it is." Bella looked up, startled by the certainty in his tone. "Edward's changed since he found you," Jasper continued, his gaze forward, focused on something distant and unseen. "And none of us wants to look into his eyes for the next 100 years if he loses you." He didn't say it with bitterness. He said it like a truth already lived. "It's worth it." Killian remained silent, arms still folded, but his glance toward Bella said everything. He hadn't spoken much since they'd arrived, but Bella could feel the weight of his presence, calm, grounding, and vigilant. Suddenly, Alice reeled forward, gasping. Jasper was on his feet in an instant, kneeling beside her. "What do you see?" he asked, voice tightening. Bella moved closer, heart racing. Alice's brow furrowed, her voice trembling with urgency. "The tracker. He just changed course." Jasper grabbed a notepad and pencil, placing them in front of her like muscle memory. "Where will it take him, Alice?" Alice closed her eyes, breathing slow and deep, and began to draw, her hand moving in precise, fluid strokes at unnatural speed. Killian stepped closer, his voice low and edged with tension. He found something familiar. Bella watched over Alice's shoulder as the image took shape, tall mirrors, reflective walls, the distinct arch of a ballet studio. It's a room of mirrors, Alice confirmed softly, her fingers never stopping. Bella's breath caught in her throat. I think I know that place. Alice looked up quickly. You've been there. Bella nodded slowly, her voice small. I used to take ballet when I was a kid. The studio had an arch like that. Was your school here in Phoenix? Jasper asked. Yeah, she said, a bit dazed. Around the corner from my mom's house. But I haven't been there in years. Do you have any reason to go back? He pressed. No. God, no. I hated the place, she said, shaking her head. Killian's brow furrowed. He must have pulled it from memory, your scent, tied to that place. He's playing a longer game. The room fell into a brief, tense silence. Then, Bella's phone rang. She jumped, startled, heart hammering. She snatched it up, breath catching at the sight of the caller ID. Edward, she breathed, answering immediately. Are you all right? In the Jeep, barreling down a winding road somewhere in Washington, Edward clutched the phone to his ear. His eyes were fixed ahead, his jaw tight. Dr. Cullen drove, calm but urgent. Emmett sat in the back, tense and ready. I'm coming to get you, Edward said, his voice dark with restrained frustration. We lost the tracker. The woman is still in the area. Rosalie and Esme are protecting your father. Bella sank lower in her chair, her voice shaking. This is my fault. You warned me, but I didn't think. Bella, Edward cut in gently, we're in too deep. We can't change how we feel. No, she whispered. We can't. There was a long pause. Then, when will you get here? In a couple of hours. Then you and I will go somewhere. Together. The others will keep hunting. He paused, then added with quiet conviction. Bella, I swear to you, I'll do whatever it takes to make you safe again. The hotel room was dim, its silence filled only by the low hum of the air conditioner and the distant murmur of traffic through the heavy curtains. Afternoon light filtered weakly through the blinds, casting long shadows across the carpet. Alice and Jasper had gone down to the lobby to settle the bill and check on the next leg of their route. That left Killian and Bella alone. Bella moved mechanically across the room, folding clothes into her duffel bag with practiced hands, but there was no ease in it. Each movement carried weight. Her eyes were puffy from tears she'd already spent, and her expression was clouded with worry. Not just for herself, but for her father, for Edward, for everyone who had chosen to stand between her and danger. Killian stood at the foot of the bed, zipping up one of her outer compartments and handing her a hairbrush she'd nearly left behind. He didn't say much. Neither of them did. The air between them wasn't awkward, just tense. Focused. Muted by the gravity of everything looming outside that room. Bella folded the last of her clothes, a faded hoodie, and paused, hands trembling slightly, before she placed it inside. She glanced over at Killian. He could get hurt, you know, she said quietly. Charlie. I keep replaying it. What I said to him. Killian looked up from the second bag he was organizing, his brow furrowed slightly. But before he could answer, a sharp buzz from his phone cut through the silence. He pulled it from his pocket. The screen lit with a single word, Mom. Shit, he muttered, more to himself than her. Bella's eyes flicked to his, startled. Is everything okay? He nodded faintly, already backing toward the door. Yeah, just give me a sec. She watched him leave, shoulders hunched again as the door clicked softly shut behind him. Outside in the dim corridor, Killian leaned against the wall, pressing the phone to his ear. Hey, he said quietly, voice low. His mother's voice crackled through the phone, tight with worry. Killian? Where are you? I'm okay, Mom, he replied, already bracing. That's not what I asked, she said sharply. Charlie called your dad. Said Bella left town. Said she stormed out after some kind of fight. He's worried sick, and now I'm hearing from your father that you're missing too. Killian exhaled slowly, running a hand through his hair as he leaned back against the hallway wall. I didn't disappear, he said. I'm with Bella. There was a pause, the sound of her pacing, maybe, or grabbing for something. Then, with her, she echoed, her voice quieter now. What's going on? Why didn't you tell me anything? He hesitated, Not because he didn't trust her, but because he couldn't possibly explain. Not this. Not over the phone. Not without unraveling every lie he'd ever told to keep her safe. I didn't want to worry you, he said, and the guilt slipped into his voice before he could stop it. Well, too late, she snapped, then softened immediately. Killian, I'm your mother. If something's going on with Bella with you, I need to know. Are you in danger? He closed his eyes for a second, jaw tightening. No, he said quietly. But she is. Another silence. Then, softly, is this about the Cullens? Killian flinched slightly at that. You've been spending more time with them. And I know something's going on, even if your father doesn't. He didn't answer. Just, promise me you'll come home soon, she whispered. Please. Or at least call again. Let me know you're okay. I promise, he said, the words like gravel in his throat. She sighed. Tell Bella we're thinking about her. And you too. I will. The call ended and Killian stood there for a moment longer, staring at the floor, phone still in hand. The hum of vending machines down the hallway, the distant buzz of traffic outside, it all felt oddly detached. Distant. Like he was standing in the calm before a storm, and everything was just waiting. He tucked the phone into his pocket and ran both hands down his face before straightening again. The hotel hallway was quiet as Killian pushed the door open and stepped back inside. The room was still. Too still. The suitcase on the bed lay open, half-packed. A hoodie that Bella had folded earlier now sat awkwardly at the edge, as if dropped in a hurry. The second bag he'd zipped was untouched. His eyes swept the room once. Twice. Bella? Nothing. No answer. No movement. The air inside felt different, like the aftermath of a door closing. Realization hit him like a punch to the chest. Shit, he muttered, stepping further in, eyes scanning for any sign of her. The bathroom door stood ajar. Her phone was gone. Shit, he barked, louder this time, the word cracking like a shot in the quiet. He yanked his phone from his pocket, thumb fumbling against the screen. No new messages. No missed calls. Then, with a guttural sound torn straight from the pit of his chest, he launched the phone across the room. It struck the far wall with a brutal crack, bounced off, and hit the carpet with a dead thud, lifeless and shattered. Killian's chest heaved. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. She was gone. And somehow, he hadn't seen it coming. The studio was steeped in quiet, moonlight glancing off mirrored walls and polished floors. Bella moved with caution, the soles of her shoes silent on the cool tile. The air was still, tense. A childish voice echoed in the distance. Bella, where are you? Her mother's voice, not real, not live. Bella turned sharply, confused and panicked. She followed the sound to a narrow cleaning closet and threw open the door. Inside, a television glowed. A video played of her younger self, age 7, small, shy, hiding in that very closet. Her mother cooed, encouraging, then handed off the camera and crouched beside her. Bella blinked in disbelief. That's my favorite part, a male voice said behind her, sharp and amused. Stubborn child, weren't you? She turned, and there he was. James. Emerging from the shadows, holding a video camera. His smile was hollow and gleaming. She's not here, Bella said quickly, rage blooming in her chest. But James only grinned. Too easy, he muttered. Bella flung her purse at him and bolted, nearly made it to the door. And he was in front of her. Excellent, he whispered. An escape attempt. Then crack. She flew backwards and slammed into a mirrored column, pain shooting through her shoulder and ribs. She gasped, the wind ripped from her lungs. She barely had time to recover when the next explosion of force shattered every pane of glass around her. A white blur shot across the room, massive and violent, a wolf, no, a beast. Bigger than anything she'd seen in the forests. The white wolf. It collided with James like a freight train, throwing him into the far wall with a bone-shattering slam. Glass rained down, sparkling like ice. James cursed, teeth bared, and lashed out, landing a punch that clipped the wolf's shoulder, staggering him slightly. But the wolf didn't stop. He dove back, relentless, slamming into James again. Claws raked across stone-like skin. Fangs snapped inches from James's face. Then, Edward appeared. Like a storm breaking through glass, he slammed into James from behind, the force launching the tracker halfway across the room. Bella's chest heaved. She was frozen, watching monsters clash, gods collide. James ducked to strike, spun, and landed a harsh elbow into the wolf's ribs. The white creature snarled and staggered back, but didn't fall. Not even close. Together, Edward and the wolf herded James like apex predators. They tore through the room, through mirrors and beams and air thick with glass dust, with violence so fast and precise, it didn't seem possible. James broke free and darted toward Bella. She screamed as his hand snatched her wrist and sank his teeth into her palm. Pain erupted like wildfire. Agony lanced through her bones, and her knees gave out. Venom coursed upward. She felt it. Sharp. Consuming. Edward's roar pierced her ears. He tore James off her, slamming him to the ground. Bella writhed, unable to focus. She could see only flashes, the light glinting off the wolf's fur, Edward's shadow rising and falling in bursts of savage fury. Then, Edward had James pinned to the wall. "Killian," he shouted. Bella blinked. "Killian? No, that couldn't be." But the wolf heard him. With a furious snarl, the white wolf launched himself into the air. His jaws locked onto James's neck midair. Crack. And James's head separated from his body. The silence that followed was immediate and deafening. Bella collapsed, gasping, her body spasming with the venom's fire. Her vision swam, twisting. And then, through the blur, through the tears, she saw it. The wolf backed away from the body. His form shifted, morphed, shrunk. Bone and muscle twisted, rearranged. And then Killian stood there, breathing heavily, shirtless. His chest is rising and falling. Her Killian. Bella stared at him, stunned. Betrayed. Awestruck. Chapter 13. The sterile scent of antiseptic hung thick in the air. A soft beep echoed from the heart monitor beside the bed, steady and slow. Bella lay beneath thin white sheets, her skin pale against the stiff hospital pillows. A cast encased her lower leg, and a network of gauze and bandages covered her hand and shoulder. Bruises colored her skin in muted shades of purple and yellow. She stirred faintly, her lashes fluttering open with effort. Her head lolled toward the soft rustling beside her. Renee sat close, perched on the edge of the chair beside the bed, tears still glistening in her eyes. Her fingers clutched the edge of Bella's blanket like she was afraid letting go would make the moment vanish. On the small dresser beside the window, a handful of get well cards stood open, their bright colors and handwritten notes clashing with the quiet sadness of the room. A photo montage of Bella's friends from Forks leaned upright. Smiling faces captured in sunlit snapshots that suddenly felt a world away. Bella's voice came out groggy and cracked. "Edward? Where's?" Renee looked across the room and nodded gently. "He's asleep," she whispered. In the far corner, Edward sat in a chair, perfectly still, eyes closed or pretending to be. His face was drawn, and even in supposed rest, he radiated tension. "He never leaves," Renee added softly. "And your dad's downstairs in the cafeteria." Bella blinked slowly, struggling to make sense of everything. "What happened?" Renee's expression softened, and she leaned in slightly. "Baby, you fell 2 flights of stairs, and through a window." Bella's brow furrowed. Her mind turned over the words, trying to connect them to memories that wouldn't come. Sensing her daughter's confusion, Renee gave her a reassuring smile and continued gently, filling in the details like pieces of a carefully prepared puzzle. "Edward came here to convince you to come back to Forks. His father brought him down. You went to their hotel, but you tripped. On the stairs." There was a pause. Bella met her mother's eyes, and in that instant, the unspoken truth passed between them. She understood now, a cover story. A necessary lie. Bella gave a faint, accepting nod. "Sounds like me." Just then, Renee's cell phone chimed, the screen lighting up in her hand. She pulled it from her purse, reading the text with a small frown of concentration before her fingers danced across the screen in reply. It's Phil. He's worried about you. Bella offered a weary smile. Mom, you're texting. Renee grinned, her voice light with amusement. I told him to stay in Florida. He's doing great over there. Despite the dull throb in her head, Bella perked up faintly. That's great, Mom. Renee leaned back slightly, her hand brushing gently along Bella's arm. Jacksonville's always sunny, and you'll have your own bathroom, she added, as if making a quiet pitch for her daughter's relocation. But Bella shook her head slowly. Mom, wait. I want to live in Forks. She glanced toward the dresser, at the cards, the photos. Then toward the figure in the corner, still unmoving, still pretending to sleep. I have Dad and friends. Renee's eyes flicked to Edward, following Bella's gaze. And he's there. Bella didn't deny it. She shrugged faintly. A quiet admission of truth. Renee's voice lowered, tender and protective. Charlie doesn't like him. He blames him for your leaving. Bella looked at her, searching. What do you think? There was no hesitation. I think that boy is in love with you. Bella's lips curved into the smallest smile, her eyes moist with gratitude. Renee's face softened into a grin. For a moment, there was warmth between them again, shared and unspoken. Bella shifted slightly beneath the covers. Mom, would you mind getting Dad? I want to talk to him. Apologize. Renee brushed a hand across Bella's forehead and kissed her gently. Okay, baby. I'll go get him. She stood and walked to the door, her figure retreating into the light of the hallway. As the door clicked shut behind her, Bella was left alone in the stillness, with the rhythmic beep of the monitor, the white hum of silence, and the boy who never left. Bella shifted gently beneath the weight of the blankets, wincing as her ribs protested. The steady beeping of the heart monitor blended with the muted hum of the hospital around her, nurses at the far end of the hall, the soft clink of a food tray being wheeled past, the hush of lives quietly unfolding beyond her pain. The air in the room felt heavy until she sensed a shift. She turned her head, and there he was. Edward stood silently at her bedside, his expression etched with concern so deep it made her breath catch. The overhead light cast soft shadows across his face, but it didn't dull the shimmer in his eyes. He reached out without a word and leaned in, pressing a kiss gently to her forehead. His lips were cool, but the gesture warmed her. Her eyes welled. Where's Killian? She asked, her voice dry. Is James, did you? Edward knelt beside the bed, brushing a lock of hair from her cheek. He just left, he murmured. He's okay. Just worried. He paused, then added with calm gravity, we took care of James. Bella let out a slow breath she didn't know she'd been holding. And the woman? Victoria. Edward's joy tightened. She ran off. Bella closed her eyes for a moment, relief washing over her like a quiet tide. But when she looked at him again, there was only love in her gaze. I'm alive because of you. Edward's eyes dropped to her bandaged hand. His face darkened. You're in here because of me. The guilt in his voice pierced through her chest. She reached for him, but he was already there, stroking her cheek with fingers so gentle they barely touched her skin, as though afraid to break what he'd fought so hard to protect. The worst of it, he whispered, was thinking I couldn't stop. Her voice was firmer now. But you did. He didn't answer right away. The silence stretched, filled only by the soft rhythm of her breathing and the weight of words he was afraid to say. Finally, he spoke. Bella, you should go to Jacksonville. She blinked at him, startled. What? He met her eyes, steady and aching. Where I can't hurt you anymore. It hit her like a slap. Her heart slammed against her ribs. No, she shook her head, wincing. I want to be with you. I don't want. Edward didn't let her finish. He sat beside her on the edge of the hospital bed and pulled her gently toward him, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. His embrace was quiet, steady, a fortress against everything the world had thrown at her. SSSH. It's all right. His voice was low, a balm to her frayed nerves. I'm not going anywhere. I'm right here. Bella let herself sink into him, curling up against his chest. The rise and fall of his breath grounded her. Her eyes fluttered shut, not from pain, but from the sheer exhaustion of survival and from the safety she found in his arms. The gymnasium had been transformed, if only barely, into a shimmering dance hall. Twinkle lights zigzagged from the rafters, casting a soft golden haze over clusters of students moving to the rhythm of the music. Laughter echoed off the gym walls, muffled by the thump of the bass. Killian stood off to the side, posted up against the wall like a statue dressed too nicely to belong here. In an all-black suit, tailored just right, he looked effortlessly cool. Black tie, white dress shirt beneath the jacket, a slim black cummerbund cinching it all together. His hair, slicked back, still had a few stubborn strands falling forward, softening the sharp cut of his cheekbones. But beneath the cool exterior, his body language betrayed him. His hands were stuffed into his pockets. His jaw tightened every time someone stumbled too close. His eyes darted around like he was calculating escape routes. Across the room, Alice spotted him and told Jasper she'd be back before she made a beeline through the crowd. Jasper stood watching the scene and gave a rare, amused smirk at what would unfold. Bella, chatting nearby Edward, noticed too and smirked. Before Killian could react, Alice appeared in front of him, beaming. Nope. Don't even try to run. What? He blinked, already on the defensive. She grabbed his wrist. You look like a dark prince lurking in a corner. Time to dance. I don't dance. Well, too bad. And then somehow he was on the dance floor. Loosen up, Alice said, beaming at Killian as she spun once beneath his awkwardly positioned arm. You look like you're waiting for someone to throw a punch. I might actually prefer that, he deadpanned. Killian moved like someone dodging landmines. He was stiff, painfully upright, barely shifting weight from one foot to the other. Around them, students twirled and laughed, and Killian looked like he was counting down the seconds until it was over. Alice giggled, barely hiding her amusement. You're not going to burst into flames, you know. No promises, he muttered. You took down a vampire in a ballet studio. You can handle one slow dance. Killian smirked faintly at that. You say that like the two things are comparable. They're both dramatic. They both involve footwork. One just involves fewer broken bones. That made him chuckle, just a little. She caught it. There it is. I knew I could crack the wolf. You don't give up, do you? Nope. It's a talent. They danced in easy silence for a moment, his movements a little looser now. So Alice said gently, how are things going with Rosalie? She's complicated, he admitted. But I told her we'd talk soon. Alice leaned in, almost conspiratorially. She didn't go to her senior prom, you know. Killian blinked. Why not? Alice shook her head. Stayed home. Said it wasn't her thing. Something unreadable flickered in his eyes. She asked me to look out for you. Killian met her eyes then, surprised. I think you scare her a little, Alice said, still smiling, because she can't control what she feels around you. And that's saying something, but I think you're scared too, but you don't have to be, because I've seen the way my sister looks at you, and I know that look. The song ended. Killian stepped back, more at ease now. Thanks for the dance, he said. I was uncomfortable, but you made it bearable. Alice gave him a mock curtsy. High praise. Anytime, furball. Bella stood by the bleachers, watching couples sway beneath the lights. She spotted Killian heading toward her, ditching the dance floor with obvious relief. Please tell me I never have to do that again, he said, already tugging slightly at his tie. Bella laughed. You looked like a deer on ice. I felt like a deer on ice, he muttered. She gestured with a tilt of her head toward the gym doors. Want some air? He nodded. The night air was cool and crisp, wrapping around them as they stepped onto the concrete path just outside the gym. A few students smoked nearby, others loitered in couples. But the corner Bella led Killian to was quiet. They stood for a beat in silence. Then Bella glanced at him, hesitant. I saw you, she said. He turned slightly curious. When? In the ballet studio. Before I blacked out completely. I saw you change. From the wolf back to you. He stiffened, eyes narrowing slightly, not angry, just guarded. I didn't think you'd remember. I barely did. It was all a blur. But it stuck with me. He didn't answer right away. She stared at him for a long moment, eyes softening. You could have told me. I didn't want you to look at me differently. I don't. He looked away again, jaw tense. You say that now. Bella stepped closer. I mean it. You're still you, Killian. And I trust you. Killian's eyes lifted to hers slowly. No anger, just something deeper. Guilt. Conflict. You have to understand something, he said, his voice low, steady. From where I'm standing. Telling you what I am, it's like bringing a curse down on your life. Her brows knit tighter. A curse, she echoed. He looked away, toward the dark horizon. I didn't know how you'd react, Bella. I didn't know if it would break something in you. What if it changed the way you saw everything? The world? Me? He paused. What if you thought I was some devilish creature, something unnatural? She took a step closer. I didn't. I don't. And I would never. The words hit him harder than he expected. But he didn't smile. He didn't let it in fully. Not yet. That's easy to say when you've already seen it, he replied. But before that, you didn't know. And how could I risk that? Not with you. Bella's breath caught. He continued, more quietly now. Human life is. It's something beautiful, Bella. It's fragile. It shouldn't be taken for granted or tainted by the fact that people like me exist. That shifters are hiding in the trees and vampires are walking among you. That everything you've ever been told could be a lie. He glanced down, voice tightening. Once you know, you can't go back. You start seeing things clearly and you can never go back. Bella looked up at him, her heart breaking a little for him. Maybe, she said. But I'd rather see the truth than live in the lies. Killian met her eyes again. This time, he didn't look away. And for a moment, the storm in him stilled. Just a little. She reached out gently, placing a hand on his arm. I'm still me, she said. And you're still you. That hasn't changed. He let out a breath. Maybe it was disbelief. Maybe it was relief. Or maybe it was both. Killian glanced up at the stars, his jaw tight. He'd said more tonight than he usually allowed himself to, and for a moment, it had felt like the weight he carried had lightened. But only for a moment. He exhaled and turned to Bella, something shifting in his expression. I should go, he said quietly. She looked at him, confused. You don't have to. I know, he cut in gently. But I've got something I need to do. Bella studied him for a beat, then nodded. Rosalie. Killian gave a small, barely there nod. Not surprised that she knew. Bella hesitated, then reached out, touching his arm once more. Whatever it is, don't wait too long to say what matters. He looked down at her hand, then up at her. I won't, he said. And for the first time that night, he smiled. It was brief, quiet, but real. Then he turned and walked off into the parking lot, getting into a sleek black BMW, leaving the gym lights and music behind. Bella watched him go, the weight of the truth between them now a bridge rather than a barrier. The forest surrounding the Cullen home was quiet, the trees still under the weight of the night. Above, the stars peeked through thin clouds. The driveway, tucked beneath the towering evergreens, lit softly from the house's porch light, glowed against the shadows. The black BMW purred as it pulled in and stopped with slow finality. Killian cut the engine. Silence. He sat still for a moment, his hand resting on the steering wheel, his thoughts caught somewhere between the dance he'd left behind and the girl he'd come here for. Then he reached for his phone. Rosalie sat on the windowsill in her room, staring into the dark woods. Her arms were folded, her posture guarded but contemplative. Her phone buzzed beside her on the window ledge. Come outside. Read his text. She hesitated. Then she rose. Killian stood outside the car now, leaning against the passenger side door. The jacket he'd worn to prom was gone, tossed into the back seat. The white dress shirt beneath was still crisp, unbuttoned slightly at the collar, and the sleeves rolled up, revealing the tattoos on his arm. His bow tie now sat untied and hanging around his neck. He didn't pace. He didn't fidget. He just waited, his hands in his pockets, staring at the front door like it might reveal everything he was still unsure of. And then, quiet footsteps. The door opened. Rosalie stepped out. She wore no shoes. No makeup. Just a simple, fitted long-sleeve shirt and dark jeans. Her golden hair caught in the porch light like fire trapped in glass. Their eyes met across the gravel drive. She didn't say anything. Not yet. And neither did he. But his gaze said enough for now. I'm here. And hers. Then say what you came to say. Killian moved first. Without a word, he stepped out of the car. The subtle crunch of gravel under his dress shoes broke the quiet as he reached for the handle and pulled the door open. Rosalie hesitated only for a breath before descending the steps. She didn't ask where they were going. Didn't need to. She slipped into the passenger seat, the leather interior whispering beneath her as she adjusted her legs and settled in. Killian closed the door gently behind her, then circled back around to the driver's side, slid in, and started the car. The BMW came to life with a smooth, powerful hum. They pulled away from the Cullen house, the driveway fading behind them into the darkened forest. The car glided down the Tulane back road, framed by the blur of pine trees and moonlit shadows. Rosalie didn't look out the window. She looked at him. Killian kept one hand firm on the steering wheel, the fine silver watch on his wrist catching the occasional flicker of streetlight. The ring on his pinky finger, something vintage, maybe inherited, glinted once, like a subtle secret. His other hand rested on the e-brake, fingers long, relaxed, steady. And then there was his hair. That dark, unruly mess that had once been slicked back neatly for the dance was now loosening, undone by time, by movement, by the night itself, and somehow it only made him look better. His jawline looked sharper in the passing light. His profile, quiet, focused, unreadable, made something twist inside her chest. Gosh, he looked handsome. Not just handsome. Not just put together. Not just the boy who made her feel complicated. Attractive. And it hit her all at once, the tension between them, the words left unsaid, the memories of his lips pressed to her forehead that night in the forest, his hands on her hips in the garage, the way he said, please. And now here he was. Driving. Silent. Intense. Rosalie's eyes lingered on him, her gaze flicking over his profile with the precision of someone used to seeing through the masks people wore. He looked calm. Controlled. But she could feel it, the storm beneath his skin. You're not going to say anything, she asked at last, her voice soft, but edged with something sharper. A prod, just enough to break the silence. Killian didn't flinch. His grip on the wheel adjusted slightly, his thumb brushing over the leather. His jaw clenched tighter for a beat before he answered. I figured if you had something to say, he said coolly, you'd say it. Rosalie's eyes narrowed a fraction. Typical. He always had an answer like that, just cold enough to keep distance, just calm enough to deflect. She looked forward again and let a dry breath escape her nose. All right. Fine, she muttered, almost to herself. Where are we going? Someplace quiet, he replied, not missing a beat. Where we won't be interrupted. She scoffed lightly, rolling her eyes toward the window. Sounds like something a serial killer would say. That, at least, earned the faintest flicker of amusement. Barely a twitch at the corner of his mouth. But he didn't turn to look at her. Just kept driving. I'm not going to kill you, Rosalie, he said evenly. Her gaze dropped to his hands, those familiar hands that had once held her like she was something delicate, precious. Now they gripped the wheel like he was afraid to let anything slip again. Then what are you doing? She asked, her voice low, pressing now, not angry, but tired. Hurt. This time, he looked at her. Only for a second. But in that second, she saw it all. The weight in his eyes. The questions. The regret. Trying to figure out how to talk to you, he said quietly. Without screwing it up again. That hit her harder than she expected. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. Her arms loosened around herself, and the sharpness in her gaze softened, just a little. But not enough to let go of what still lingered between them. Start with the truth, then, she said, her tone firmer now, her eyes locking on his. That'd be a nice change. Killian looked away, lips pressed in a tight line. The silence came back, thicker this time. But not empty. Not anymore. This silence carried weight. Years of it. Questions and answers that had never made it to the surface. Things buried too long. Rosalie shifted in her seat, just enough to glance at him again. He still hadn't looked at her since his last answer. His hand stayed steady on the wheel, his profile hard and unreadable, the gleam of his watch catching the low light. His tie was still perfectly in place. His hair hadn't moved since he slicked it back hours ago. But none of that mattered. She knew him well enough to see the tells, the way he flexed his jaw when he was overthinking, the way he tapped his thumb against the steering wheel, slow and methodical, like a rhythm only he could hear. She watched him for a moment longer, then leaned back against the seat with a quiet sigh. "You always do this," she said, voice barely above a whisper. Killian's brow twitched. "Do what?" "This thing where you act like, if you just stay calm enough, everything else will go away." The car kept moving. He didn't respond right away. "It doesn't work that way," she added, her tone soft but carrying weight. Killian's hand tightened slightly on the wheel. "I'm not pretending anything's going away," he said. "I'm just not going to blow everything up while I'm still figuring out how I feel." Rosalie turned her head toward the window again, lips pressed in a hard line. "You think I'm not doing the same?" He glanced at her finally, and she felt it. That pull. That ache. The heat that still existed under every word, every look. But then he looked back at the road. Like he couldn't let himself linger too long. The tires hissed over the pavement. They passed a clearing where moonlight bathed the trees in silver, painting the interior of the car in sharp contrast, him in shadow, her in light. It was fitting. They always seemed to be sitting on opposite sides of some unspoken thing. Still, neither of them reached across it. "I'm not trying to punish you," Rosalie said after a while, voice lower now. More honest. I don't know where we stand. And I can't keep guessing." Killian didn't answer right away. His expression didn't shift. But something flickered in his eyes, brief, broken. "I'm not ready to stand anywhere yet," he said quietly. "But I came to see you. That has to mean something." Rosalie didn't respond. But she didn't look away. And in that moment, in the silence that stretched between them, they understood each other more than either would admit out loud. The road gave way to gravel, then to dirt. The BMW rolled to a slow stop just outside the tree line, headlights brushing the underbrush in quiet reverence. Killian turned off the engine, letting the night reclaim its sounds, the hush of wind through the pines, the distant call of an owl. Silence settled like mist. Rosalie stepped out before he could come around and open her door again. She didn't need help. Not tonight. The air out here smelled like earth and memory, like moss-covered stone and old river water. She recognized it immediately. She just started walking slowly, carefully, her heels crunching against fallen leaves and damp soil. He followed, a pace behind, hands in his pockets. They didn't speak. They didn't have to. The deeper into the forest they moved, the louder the sound of rushing water became. A whisper, then a murmur, then a full-bodied roar. And then, like the forest stepped back to give it space, the trees opened up and the river came into view. Silver under the moonlight. Wild and endless and free. The waterfall tumbled into the river like it always had, fast, loud, unapologetic. The same place they'd swum together once, long ago, when things had felt simpler. Before the tension. Before the hesitations. Back when everything had felt like it might fall into place. Killian stepped ahead, leading them to the flat stones near the water's edge. He stopped at the one where they'd sat last time, boots settling on moss. Rosalie stood beside him, arms crossed against the chill. She didn't sit. Neither did he. "I come out here sometimes," he admitted. "When I need to think." She glanced sideways at him. "About me." His jaw tightened, but not in anger. More like restraint. "Yeah." The sound of the falls filled the space between them. The moonlight painted soft white lines across his face, catching the faintest furrow in his brow. Rosalie looked at the river. "Everything felt different here," she said. That day. He didn't argue. Just nodded once. I was stupid to think things could stay that way, she added. You weren't stupid, he said. Quiet, but firm. She turned her face toward him then, sharply, completely. Then why'd you run so far the second things got complicated? I let you in, Killian. I don't let anyone in. He exhaled slowly, rubbing a hand over his jaw. The river roared beside them, a cascade of silver fury spilling into the dark basin below. The sound should have been deafening. But here, standing beside Rosalie, everything else dimmed, even that. He finally looked up, jaw tight. I wasn't born into a pack, he said, voice low, eyes glassy. My blood traces back to a distant offshoot of the Quileutes, but I wasn't raised in that world. I didn't even know what I was. He swallowed hard. My mom, his throat tightened. She didn't know either. She just loved me. Worked 2 jobs. Made pancakes with chocolate chips on Saturdays. Called me sunshine even when I was moody as hell. Rosalie's lips parted, but she still said nothing, letting him go on. Killian exhaled shakily. One night, something broke into our house. A vampire. A newborn. Out of control. It tore through the place like it was nothing. He paused, breath hitching. She hid me in a kitchen cabinet. Told me to be brave. Told me to stay quiet. He stared ahead, but he wasn't seeing the river anymore. He was there again. For years old. Blood in the walls. Silence where there used to be lullabies. She died because of me. And I couldn't stop it. I was just a kid. Shaking, burning up from the inside, but I couldn't phase. I was stuck between what I was and what I wasn't yet. Useless. His hand came up, pressing to his face as if trying to hold everything in. But it was breaking through now. Cracks in the armor. They found me 2 days later. Curled up under the sink. I didn't speak. Didn't cry. Not until they handed me someone else's blanket and told me my name. His voice trembled. I've hated myself for a long time. For surviving. For not doing anything. For forgetting her voice a little more each year. Rosalie stepped closer, her hand brushing against his back. He didn't pull away. Couldn't. And then the words came, halting, fragile, desperate. I'm scared, Rose. She froze, startled by the name. By the weight behind it. I'm scared of how I've fallen in love with you, he said, barely above a whisper, because it feels like I'm forgetting her. Like I'm moving on and I shouldn't. He closed his eyes tightly, trying to force back the tears building behind them. It feels wrong. Like I'm selfish for even thinking I deserve this. You. Now he did cry, but it wasn't loud. It was silent, almost ashamed. He scrubbed at his face with the heel of his palm like he could erase the emotion. Like he could bury it again. I hate that I push you away. That I hurt you. That's not who I want to be. But it's like I'm cursed, Rosalie. Cursed by memory. Cursed by what happened. Every time I start to feel something good, it rots from the inside. And I end up hurting the people I care about. His voice cracked fully now. And this time it was you. And I hate myself for it. He turned his face, finally looking at her. Really looking. I'm sorry. And that was it, raw, open, no shields left between them. Just the storm in his chest and the soft river below. Rosalie stared at him, her eyes gleaming, not from pity, not from confusion, but from the weight of understanding. The kind that came from her own pain. Her own years of feeling broken, undeserving, haunted by what she had lost and what she had become. She didn't rush to close the distance between them. She stepped into it, deliberate, grounded, real. You're not forgetting her, she said softly. Killian swallowed, the ache in his throat too sharp to speak. You're remembering her right now, with everything you are, Rosalie continued, her voice steady, but threaded with something tender. And what you're doing, loving someone after something like that, that's not betrayal. She reached out, placing her hand on his chest, right over the thundering beat of his heart. That's bravery. His jaw clenched, but she could feel the tremble under his skin. That fear still lived in him. That guilt. And maybe it always would. You think you're cursed, Killian? Maybe. Maybe we all are. But don't you dare tell me you don't deserve love. Don't tell me your pain means you can't be held. Or wanted. Her hand slid to his cheek now, brushing away the remnants of his tears with her thumb. Because I see you. All of you. The boy who is afraid. The man who's still afraid. And I still want you. Not despite the pain. With it, he blinked at her like her words were too much to hold. I know what it feels like, she added quietly. To think that love is something you'll ruin just by touching it. She gave a sad smile. I thought that for decades. The wind picked up gently between them, the sound of the falls folding around their silence. Then she stepped in closer, forehead gently resting against his. You didn't hurt me, she whispered. You made me feel alive again. And in that stillness, something shifted. Not an answer, but something like healing. A start. Killian let out a slow, shuddering breath. He closed his eyes. And for the first time in years, he let himself lean into someone's hands. He didn't say anything more. He didn't have to. She was already holding everything he couldn't speak. Killian looked at her, taking in all that she was and all that she will be. The way her golden hair shimmered like firelight in the dusk, the sharp set of her jaw, even now, the depth in those storm-colored eyes that had once frightened him because he saw too much of himself in them. Beauty like hers had always been easy to recognize. But this was different. You're so beautiful, he said quietly, almost as if talking to himself. Rosalie's eyes flicked to his, surprised not by the words, but by the way he said them. Like it wasn't just about the way she looked, but the way she was. Like he was seeing her in a way most never had. He stepped closer. Close enough that the world shrank to just them and the sound of the river behind them. I don't know where this'll take us. Her breath caught. His voice was low, steady, but the crack in it betrayed the emotion that lingered just beneath the surface. You make me feel like maybe I'm not broken, he added, even when I'm still piecing myself together. Rosalie's lips parted, but no words came. Killian reached up, gently tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. His fingers lingered slow, reverent, as they glided down to her cheek, tracing the sharp line of her jaw. His touch was light, but it burned with intent. With meaning. His thumb brushed across her lips, soft, tentative, like a question he didn't know how to ask. She answered it by leaning in. The kiss came like a storm held in silence, too long, soft at first, then deeper, breathless. Not rushed. Not clumsy. It was real. Rosalie's hands rose to his chest, nodding gently in the collar of his shirt, then tangling into his hair as he pulled her closer by the waist, like he'd been waiting his whole life just to hold her like this. Their bodies fit together like the answer to a riddle neither of them knew they'd been asking. When they finally pulled apart, her forehead rested against his, both of them breathless, their hearts thudding in sync. Rosalie opened her eyes. Still feel broken? Killian smiled, a weight lifted off his shoulders after so long. No, he whispered. Not with you. The moon hung like a low-hung lantern above the forest canopy, bathing the river in pale light. A gentle mist rolled over the water, curling at the edges of moss-covered stones and brushing against skin like a lover's breath. The sound of the waterfall behind them hummed softly in the distance, a steady lullaby beneath the pulsing beat of two hearts finding rhythm in each other. Killian's breath was shallow as he looked at her, really looked at her. Rosalie stood half in the water, the river brushing against her hips, her skin glowing with the sheen of starlight and silver. Her eyes searched his, soft but sure. She wasn't hesitant. She was patient. He stepped toward her, the river folding around his legs, cold but clean. Pure. His hands found her waist, the slick fabric of her dress clinging to her curves before slowly giving way to his touch. She didn't stop him. Her hands slid up his arms slowly, reverently, as if she was learning him piece by piece, like he was something sacred. Like she wanted to know him not just with her eyes, but with her whole being. Their lips met again, slower this time, no rush, no heat, just emotion, long-buried things now rising to the surface. His fingers slipped into her wet hair, cupping the back of her head. Her breath hitched against his mouth. She pressed closer, her body fitting against his with the kind of closeness that spoke of more than desire. It was a memory. Healing. Need. As the kiss deepened, so did their embrace. She reached for him, her fingers slipping beneath the soaked fabric at his back, and together they drifted, waist deep into the river, until they were nothing but silhouettes against the moonlight, two people who had known pain and grief and guilt, now finding something quiet and sacred between them. Their clothes, damp and heavy, were shed slowly soft thuds against the rocks, rustling whispers lost to the sound of water. She gasped as his hands slid along her bare spine, pulling her flush against him. The river wrapped around them like a veil, hiding the world, muting everything except the sound of breath and the soft rush of their bodies meeting. He kissed her collarbone, his lips trailing up to her jaw, her cheek, her mouth again, and she tilted her head to meet him, fingers threading into his hair as he pressed her gently back, the water cradling them both. The moonlight flickered across the surface as they sank lower, bodies intertwined in a fluid, wordless dance. Each touch was slow, careful. Each movement asked a question and answered. They didn't speak. There was only the sound of water lapping at the riverbank, of stifled gasps and the rustle of leaves overhead. The waterfall continued to pour somewhere behind them, like time itself was moving on, but not here. Not in this moment. Nothing about this felt rushed or wrong. It just felt real. And in the hush of that moonlit forest, it wasn't passion or pain that lingered in the air. It was peace. She was ice, not cold, but tempered. A brilliance carved in stillness, a beauty that refused to melt for anyone. She wore silence like armor and elegance like danger, the kind of grace that froze time and warned the world to keep its distance. He was fire not wild, but wounded. A heat that smoldered beneath quiet eyes, born not to burn, but to survive the storm. He was angry, restrained. Grief buried. Heat, aching for somewhere to go. They should have destroyed each other. One to melt, the other to scorch. But when they touched, the river didn't hiss. It sighed. Her cold steadied his flame. His warmth cracked her frost. And somewhere in that fragile balance, between trembling hands and half-healed hearts, they found a place where fire didn't consume and ice didn't shatter. They found each other. Like fire and ice. Like and. Chapter 14. The Cullen house glowed like a cathedral in the night, its grand windows spilling golden light across the lawn and into the waiting dusk. The air held that soft July warmth, stirred only by the whisper of wind through the trees. Somewhere out back, Emmett and Jasper were manning the grill, trading jabs between flipping burgers and hot dogs. Music drifted lazily through the open windows, soft jazz now, but it would shift as soon as Alice got bored. The 4th of July festivities had only just begun. No fireworks yet, just the lull before, the quiet hum of something about to ignite. Headlights crested the gravel driveway. The black BMW purred up the path, the chrome catching the porch light as it came to a stop in front of the house. The driver's side door opened, and Killian stepped out of his dad's car. He moved with casual confidence, one hand carrying a cooler filled with 6 packs of imported beer. His peace offering, or perhaps a bribe for Emmett. But it wasn't the drinks that caught attention. It was him. Killian was a vision in black satin and shadow, his shirt sleek and open down the front, collar relaxed and undone. His trousers hung loose, pleated and pressed, their fit immaculate, brushing just above polished leather shoes. A single silver ring adorned his pinky, gleaming against the shadows, and a watch, understated, elegant, rested on his wrist. His hair was slicked back, though left a little wild, soft locks falling just right. He didn't make it past the front steps. Rosalie was already coming down to meet him. She wore a flowing, backless white sundress made of silky, lightweight fabric that caught the breeze like water spilling from a glass. The dress clung gently to her curves, the halter neckline tied behind her neck in a delicate bow, leaving her golden shoulders and long back bare to the evening air. Tiny gold accents were embroidered subtly along the hem, catching the sunlight whenever she moved. Her hair long, glossy, and curled into soft waves, spilled down her back like molten gold. A simple gold chain hung around her neck, glinting just above her collarbone, and matching hoops adorned her ears. She wore no shoes as the night went on, preferring the feel of grass under her feet, and a faint scent of jasmine clung to her skin. Something so distinctly her, it left a trail of wonder every time she passed. She took one look at him and slowed, her eyes tracing every detail with unspoken appreciation. He smirked. "You look gorgeous." She stepped right into his space, fingers brushing the fabric of his open shirt, skimming the exposed ink just above his heart. "No, you," she murmured. "I love it when you dress all handsome for me." Killian's gaze softened, his smirk fading into something smaller, more honest. "It is for you," he said. She leaned in, kissed him once, soft, slow, lingering just enough to draw a teasing whoop from Emmett somewhere near the grill. "Oh, come on," Emmett called out. "At least wait till the fireworks start." Killian glanced over Rosalie's shoulder and raised the cooler. "You want beer or not?" "I'll allow it," Emmett said, mock grudgingly, before returning to his spatula battle with Jasper. Rosalie tucked her hand into Killian's as he guided her up the steps, beer in hand, eyes scanning the familiar warm light of the home in front of him. "You smell like wood smoke and expensive cologne," she teased, stealing a glance at him. "And you look so attractive." Killian grinned. "You're one to talk, pretty." Rosalie's laugh, soft, real, curled between them as she leaned against him on the porch, the night still stretching ahead, warm and wide open. And though the sky hadn't yet split with fireworks, something about the way she looked at him made it feel like it already had. The Cullen house pulsed with warmth that was rare for its usual pristine stillness. Laughter buzzed from the kitchen, music drifted softly from hidden speakers, and the scent of roasted vegetables and grilled meat clung to the air. The 4th of July gathering was just beginning to breathe. No fireworks yet, just the sound of clinking glasses, fire crackling, and quiet conversations threading through the golden-lit home. The front door creaked open, and in stepped Killian, six-pack filled, a cooler swinging from one hand, the other loosely laced with Rosalie's. Killian glanced at her, leaned down just close enough for only her to hear, and murmured, "You look gorgeous, Rose." Rosalie leaned in closer to Killian, her fingers lightly brushing the back of his neck as if she couldn't keep her hands off him for too long. Her lips hovered just beside his ear, and her voice dropped to a breathy whisper, only for him. "You keep that up, and I swear," her words trailed off like silk against bare skin, heat lacing every syllable. Then, more quietly, more daring, "I'll drag you upstairs and remind you what you do to me." Her tone wasn't teasing, it was a promise. Killian froze for a second, pulse kicking up. The grin he gave her was slow and knowing, and when he looked at her again, there was fire behind his eyes. Before he could say more, Alice spotted them from the kitchen and beamed, though this time, her enthusiasm wasn't wrapped in flirtation, but familiarity. "Look who decided to show up dressed like a Bond villain," she teased. "Better than showing up looking like a sock puppet," Killian volleyed back with a grin. He moved next to Jasper, clasping hands briefly. "I like the look," Jasper said, joining them and offering a nod. "You clean up nice." "Perfect for the occasion," Rosalie added proudly. Killian grinned. "You're not half bad either." "I like the dress shirt." As Killian stepped deeper into the room, Emmett turned from the grill, lifting his tongs in mock salute. "Nice to see you're here." Killian set the six-pack on the outdoor table. "Thought I'd class up the party." "You brought beer," Emmett said. "That's basically the same thing." Killian chuckled and went in for the half-hug, half-shoulder clap that had become their signature, then nodded to Carlisle and Esme, who were prepping side dishes nearby. "Killian," Esme greeted, walking over and giving him a soft kiss on the cheek. "You clean up beautifully." "Rosalie should be worried." "She is," Rosalie said, not missing a beat. "Anyone lays a finger on him, they lose it." Duly noted, Esme laughed, wiping her hands on a towel. "You're glowing, sweetheart." "I have good reason," Rosalie murmured, glancing up at Killian with a subtle smile. The door opened again behind them, letting in the faint sounds of the woods and the last of the golden sun, and in walked Bella and Edward. Bella's eyes scanned the room until they landed on Killian. "Hey," she said with a smile, walking up beside him. Hey, Killian nodded, offering a quiet warmth as he leaned in for a brief hug. Glad you came. Edward nodded to Killian, their mutual understanding quiet but clear. Good to see you. You too, Killian replied, then added with a small grin, let's just hope this cookout doesn't end with vampires wrestling over a grill. I make no promises, Emmett said, flipping a skewer. The group laughed, soft and easy. In this moment, they weren't shifters or vampires or humans navigating a dangerous world. They were just a group of people gathered for food, for family, for love. And beneath it all, Rosalie slipped her fingers back into Killian's hand. He didn't say anything, just held on. The Cullen backyard had been transformed. Paper lanterns swayed gently from the trees, casting soft pools of golden light. The long wooden table, normally tucked under the eaves of the porch, now stretched wide under the stars, covered with mismatched plates, folded napkins, and trays of food that steamed and shimmered in the evening warmth. Killian sat between Rosalie and Jasper, laughter easing the edge from his normally composed expression. The food, grilled corn brushed with herbed butter, juicy skewers of marinated vegetables and meat, courtesy of Emmett's overzealous love for the grill. Fresh bread baked by Esme, and a few of Alice's meticulously plated desserts, filled the air with comforting aromas. Killian picked up a perfectly charred ear of corn, raised a brow at Emmett. Did you sear this with a flamethrower or something? I like my corn with a little bite, Emmett replied, mouth full, grinning. Rosalie smirked as she sipped sparkling cider. You like all your food to look like it survived a natural disaster. Alice chimed in from across the table, balancing a fork of lemon tart. And yet, he still thinks he can judge my plating. I'm just saying, Emmett replied, gesturing with a barbecue fork, if it doesn't sizzle when it hits the plate, you didn't cook it right. Bella laughed beside Edward, who rolled his eyes but looked genuinely amused. Is this your idea of culinary wisdom? Killian leaned toward Bella slightly. He told me last time he thinks paprika is a fruit. I was joking. Emmett protested, making everyone burst into renewed laughter. Carlisle and Esme sat near the center of the table, sharing a glance that radiated something deeply warm. Esme reached over, touching Killian's hand with motherly affection. We're glad you came tonight. All of you. It's good to hear this kind of laughter in the house again. Especially from him, Alice teased, nodding at Killian. Look at that, smiling and chewing at the same time. A rare double. Killian tried to scowl, but it dissolved into a chuckle as he passed Rosalie a slice of grilled peach tart. She murmured a thanks, eyes lingering on him for a moment too long, and no one missed the way her hand slid beneath the table to rest gently on his knee. They ate and talked until the stars were high above the tree line, the forest lit in soft silver. Jasper even cracked a dry joke about Edward's vampiric brooding quota, to which Edward replied coolly, at least I don't wear BLO ties like a Civil War reenactor. That earned a very undignified snort from Bella, who immediately covered her mouth. They all leaned back in their chairs, full and content, the air laced with smoke, pine, laughter, and something deeper beneath it all, a rare sense of belonging. The night wasn't perfect, but it was real, warm, human. And in a world of monsters and myths, that was everything. The table was cleared slowly, plates stacked, glasses rinsed in the outdoor sink, but no one wandered far. As if drawn by some unspoken agreement, the group drifted toward the covered patio where a few board games had been stacked earlier, a touch of human tradition that Emmett insisted on for every holiday. Rosalie rolled her eyes, but took a seat beside Killian on the cushioned bench, her thigh pressed against his. He looked sideways at her, and she leaned in, whispering low against his ear, "You're going down if we play anything competitive." He gave her a lazy smirk. "I'll keep that in mind." Alice fluttered into a seat across from them, already unboxing a worn-down copy of Pictionary, her eyes bright with mischief. "All right, we're doing teams. Couples can't be on the same one, that's cheating." "Sorry, Rose." "Oh, come on," Rosalie groaned, but Killian was already laughing. "Split us up," he said. "She's too competitive anyway. Might rip the board in half." Jasper raised a brow, settling in beside Alice. I remember the last time. The Uno cards didn't survive. Bella and Edward took their seats on the opposite end, while Esme and Carlisle joined as observers, sipping glasses of wine, watching with indulgent smiles. Emmett clapped his hands once and boomed, "Let the games begin." First round, charades. Killian was surprisingly good, contorting his normally serious face into exaggerated expressions that had Bella laughing so hard she nearly fell out of her chair. Emmett had to act out Titanic, which ended with him dramatically pretending to drown while Rosalie muttered, "It was a ship, not Romeo and Juliet." Then came Pictionary, where Killian was paired with Alice. He was a surprisingly decent artist, his wolf paw sketch being guessed within seconds. Alice gasped. That was actually good. I doodled a lot in detention, Killian quipped. Great time to refine technique. Rosalie tried to act unimpressed, but her eyes lingered on him in that soft, possessive way that didn't need words. They moved on to Taboo, then Scrabble, and finally Cards Against Humanity, which devolved into chaotic hilarity when Emmett played a card so inappropriate that Carlisle had to cough into his drink to hide his laughter. The night buzzed with easy joy. No tension, no danger, no blood or fangs or howling in the woods, just the sound of laughter bouncing between them all, the slap of game cards on the table, and the low hum of music drifting from Esme's speaker system. At one point, Bella leaned back and whispered to Edward, "It's weird seeing us all like this." Edward smiled softly. "It's not weird. It's rare." Killian met Rosalie's eyes across the table after another round, and she reached over and stole the last piece of caramel popcorn from his plate without asking. He watched her with mock betrayal. "Wow," he said, deadpan. "You don't even love me." She just popped it into her mouth with a wink. "You'll live." And in that moment, surrounded by immortals, fireflies, and glowing lantern light, it truly felt like they all would. The games began to wind down as the moon lifted higher into the velvet sky, the laughter fading into soft conversation and music that drifted through the trees like smoke. Esme and Carlisle cleared plates with quiet smiles. Bella and Edward leaned close on the porch swing. And as the rest of the Cullens chatted or wandered inside for more drinks, Rosalie rose from her seat and glanced over her shoulder. "Come with me," she said to Killian, her voice low and teasing, the corner of her mouth curled in that smile she reserved just for him. He was already pushing back from the table before she finished her sentence. They wandered together across the backyard, the grass still warm beneath their feet. Rosalie led him to the edge of the forest, where the trees parted just enough to give them a private little clearing, surrounded by the faint hum of insects and distant wind chimes. The stars glittered above them like scattered sparks waiting to fall. Killian leaned against the thick trunk of a cedar, one eyebrow lifted. "You gonna tell me what this is about, or should I be worried?" Rosalie turned to him, crossing her arms, not defensively, but playfully. "Were you cheating at Pictionary?" He scoffed. "I wasn't even trying to win." "Exactly. That's what's annoying." That earned a grin from him. And then suddenly, his hands were at her sides, fingers slipping around her waist. She narrowed her eyes in warning, but the warning came too late. He tickled her. The reaction was immediate and violent. Rosalie shrieked and twisted away, laughter bubbling out of her in a way it never did around anyone else. Her laugh was a melody Killian had learned to fall in love with, not because it was beautiful, though it was, but because it was rare. She was always composed, always in control. But now? Now she was gasping for breath, smacking his chest with a palm that lacked any real force. "Killian, stop it, I'm gonna kill you." "Say you're sorry for accusing me," he teased, still tormenting her sides. "Never," she choked out between giggles, writhing on the grass. "Say you're sorry." Killian demanded through a grin, barely able to contain his own laughter. She turned on him, eyes bright, mouth parted from laughing so hard it hurt. "Okay, I'm sorry." She finally gasped, breathless and laughing so hard her stomach hurt. "You're fair and perfect and mine." He slowed his assault, grinning as he hovered above her, hair slightly tousled and eyes burning like embers under the evening sky. She lay under him, arms crossed again, breathing fast. "I hate you," she huffed, cheeks flushed, her golden hair a little out of place from the scuffle. He looked down at her like she hung the stars. "No," he said quietly, voice softening. "You love me." She didn't say it back. She didn't need to. Her hands slid to his collar, and she leaned in, her mouth brushing his just once before. Boom. The first firework cracked the sky. Both of them looked up, the colors exploding in great golden streaks that splashed across the dark canvas of night. Then another, red and blue, fanning out like wild blossoms in the air. The fireworks were starting. They could hear the Cullens reacting back at the house. But here, just on the edge of it all, it felt like the show was just for them. "Beautiful," she murmured. Killian looked back at her. Rosalie's eyes reflected every spark in the sky. He leaned closer, his lips brushing the shell of her ear. "You are." Rosalie looked up at him, the fireworks casting ever-changing light across her features, blue, then gold, then a fleeting burst of pink that lit up her eyes. Her lips parted slightly, the corners curling into the faintest smile. They didn't need to say anything else. He cupped her face, thumbs grazing her cheeks with reverence, then lowered his mouth to hers. The kiss was soft at first, a meeting of warmth and breath and tenderness, but deepened quickly, growing hungrier as her hands slid up his chest, finally threading into his hair. Their kiss was slow this time. Not urgent, not wild like the waterfall, but warm and full and grounding. The kind of kiss that made everything else fall away. Fireworks flared above them in a rhythmic pulse, each explosion punctuating the way he pulled her closer, the way she melted into him like gravity couldn't keep them apart. The night held them there, two hearts pressed together beneath the sky's wild performance. When they finally pulled apart, breathless and flushed, Rosalie's fingers lingered on his jaw, her lips still parted. "I hate how good you taste when you kiss me like that," she whispered. He smirked. "Then you'll hate what comes next." Another firework burst above them, this time in silver, cascading down like falling stars. But Killian didn't look up. He was looking at a star right now. His star.
Okay, pause the video right now because I need to breathe. The bad boy wolf just walked into a house full of vampires holding a cooler of beer and wearing black satin? Excuse me? We are seeing the ultimate boyfriend material energy here, guys. The way the usually icy Rosalie completely melts for him. The tickle fight in the grass. I am literally squealing. Seeing the Cullens acting like a normal family playing Pictionary while Killian draws wolf paws is the wholesome content I didn't know I needed. And that line at the end? He didn't look up. He was looking at a star right now. Swoon. I think my heart just exploded with those fireworks. What do you think? Is Killian the smoothest alpha we've had on this channel yet? Or is he setting the bar too high? Let me know in the comments.